Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
It is day 2 of the PUBG EMEA Championships for spring. Welcome to the show. The group stages are well and truly underway, and we saw some great performances yesterday. Look at Avengers waving to all his friends. We're in a virtual studio. Yeah, we're in a virtual studio, Mark, Avenger, and myself, to bring you all the action. Felix and Saga are ready to cast as well in game, and there is so much on the line, of course, because all of the teams that are here want to showcase the best that the EMEA region has to offer, but also they want to make their way through to the grand finals. Yesterday, we had a lot of fun. Avenger, we had 2 teams that really just ran away with all the points. Do you think that they can continue that run today, or is the new group going to shut them down?
Well, so with Mad Bulls, obviously we saw them slow down a little bit. We had a chance to talk with the beta yesterday, of course, but once you're into this kind of safe stage, historically and statistically, the teams have been slowing down. You don't really kind of see this mad run second day. It's more like kind of a strategic tryout and maybe see if they can push out some teams that maybe are in their loot spot or not. And also it's the last day for Group B, right? So what we theorized about yesterday was Mad Bulls could potentially kind of deny some of these teams that have their last playing day today and say, all right, guys, you're playing in our spots or one of the spots that you kind of contest a little bit, or you're a strong contender for the grand finals. Let's try to see if we can put a little bit of pressure on them by maybe cutting them off in some of their rotations or third-partying them a little bit more focused. So that's really what I'm keeping my eye on for today's, of course.
If you're watching and you're super confused, you don't understand what we're talking about, saying that it's the last day for some teams, the first day for more, let's take a look at the format, and it should explain it all for you. It is the group stages. We have 3 groups that are playing. We saw Group A and B yesterday. We're seeing B and C today. Of course, the top 8 from the group stages will advance straight to the grand final, and the rest of our teams will battle it out in the last chance qualifiers next week. And eventually, we will get to that top 16, and once we do that, we will know who will be fighting it out. Of course, in order to get into the top 16, you need to get those placement points. The format is pretty standard for what we know competitive PUBG to be, Mark. Why is this the best format to showcase the level of PUBG on offer?
It's the consistency. PUBG's of 2 halves, right? It's not just getting the kills and trying to clear everyone off the lobby. It's also getting into that top 8 position. We saw yesterday some teams are able to get those kills, but if they're unable to get into that top 8 and pick up these crucial placement points, then you might find yourself in the bottom half and maybe in the lower bracket.
For sure. Now, of course, it is all to play for. That prize pool is there. You've got to get into the grand finals to grab that. But the thing that I think a lot of people are keeping an eye on, and the thing that is really important, is those elusive PGC points that are up for grabs. Not a lot of opportunities to get PGC points, Avenger, so it's really important to finish as high as you possibly can here at PEC Spring.
Yeah, we have 2 PCs and a Esports World Cup EMEA qualifiers to see in the middle here, where there's not as many points on the line, but there's some, of course. So, you know, if you go out and win this, or even top 2, you're going to have a really, really good standing to make your way into PGC in the later stages of the year, of course. So this is huge. You need to have this in, and of course, good prize pool, but a lot of these teams here, they are really, really hard focused on making sure that they get to PGC, as it's one of the biggest events of the year, of course.
Definitely. Now, we will focus a lot on some of the teams that you'll get to see for the first time today. But before we do that, I want to focus in on what happened yesterday. We mentioned Mad Bulls and Ascend. They both had such incredible performances, were able to get as many points as possible. But I'm curious, Mark, any teams that you were a little bit disappointed with?
Oh, disappointed is a interesting. I'll go with my win or die starting, because they're a team which you'd expect them, especially coming off the back of winning Brutality. They would have put a big performance on today, but they just really didn't show up. They struggled to get themselves into the placement points we mentioned before. They only bagged 18 kills, and that's really off the mark for them. The only other ones really is the big ones, FaZe for Esports. What can be said, I think they've got the depth of knowledge and the ability to come back on a secondary day when they're back in, but I was a bit disappointed about actually where they ended up yesterday.
Any surprises for you, Avenger, teams that you maybe weren't expecting to do as well as they did?
To do as well? I'd rather focus on those I didn't expect to do kind of this bad here. I was hoping for Newgate to come out of the double digits. They ended on 9 points only, right? Super rough for them. To do as well, I would say any trolls in chat, as it's such a new team, to end on 40 plus points. Pretty good, pretty impressive. Baldini to get 33, also pretty impressive. But yeah, Newgate, they need to have an insane day today if they are having their hopes into getting into the grand finals, of course. Auckland's also 21 points only. It's going to be a little bit rough for them. But yeah, let's see. Na'Vi looking good. I think they're gonna finish pretty strong today. They're looking to obviously make sure they're safely inside our top here to make sure they go into the grand finals, because they obviously won't be playing tomorrow. So last chance for them to put some money on the board here.
We're going to take a look at the leaderboard now, and like Avengers said, for Group B, this is their last opportunity. This is what it currently looks like. And what the thing is here, and we spoke about this yesterday, we'll bring it up again. So if you have been watching, I do apologize, this is more for the new people that have joined us, is that the top, the leaders, if you like, Avenger, are so far ahead that there is a lot of space to play for if you can sit yourself sort of in the 9th to kind of like 13th, 14th. You just need 1 or 2 really good games, right? And you'll be able to push yourself up.
That's extremely close here. In this case, like even Newgate, one good game, 15 kills and a win. They're literally in there. They're in the making of doing it, right? But the question really comes down to, we're going to continue to see some top sponges, especially with the confidence we're coming in. It's really rough to, as a Group C team like Twisted Minds, like BBL, like Entropic. These guys are coming in here having 0 points, playing against teams that are, needing 10, 15, or even 0 points to make it into the grand finals. It is pretty hard to play against. So they're going to have to make the best of it.
Let's take a look now at the teams that are going to be in the mix. And specifically, I want to focus on Group C today, because this is new names, new faces. And Mark, you spoke a bit off broadcast about Young Danes. Obviously, they got that wild card from Brutality. Tell us a little bit about this lineup.
Obviously, with the wild card they had Pixel playing for them. Now, Pixel plays for SSG, so no surprise he won't be here. They did pick up Anonymous, though, so they've sort of filled that spot to continue having that wild card. But super aggressive team. I like how they play, but I've got to factor in how much of that aggression came from Pixel. So I'm really interested to see. We're going to see them. I know they stick to their drops as well, so even maybe off the bat, we're going to see them heavy dropping into sort of Ricardo. That's going to be taken on teams like August. So I'm interested to see. They will clearly watch yesterday. New player, new pickup, coming in day number 2. There's an opportunity to make a stance. They might go and do that.
In Group C, of course, Entropic, BBL, 2 teams that we know those names. Entropic's an interesting one for me, Avenger. Complete change up there with this all-Czech lineup. What do you think about that?
It's going to be interesting to see them compete here at the top level. They obviously have some experience, but yeah, this is the tournament for them to prove themselves that they belong in here. They've done historically pretty well, but here as a new team under Entropic, I'm really hoping for them to have a great start here. Otherwise, I feel like they might have a rough tournament here. But yeah, high hopes for them, but mid expectations, I would say. Mid expectations.
Mark, are you in agreement with Avenger?
Yes, they picked up the Sheesh roster. It's a good team. It's not like they've not played together, but they're struggling with placement. They can go get some kills, and again, they're going to be a team that's potentially getting hot dropped as well. They like to jump that Chamisera area. We've got questions around sort of a Kendi and a Erangel later. They know they got teams, and they reached out today, and they were like, "Look, Mark, we are sticking to our drop spots. Like we are committing to where we're going," and that is hit and miss sometimes, Sam. Because if they do drop and it doesn't work out for them, yes, there isn't a lot of points to get themselves caught up with the other group, but a couple of games down, you don't want to be in that position coming into a final day.
On the other side, we have BBL, a team that put together this international all-star roster last year and just disappointed time. And I was so hyped about them this time last year, and they just could not deliver. They've changed that up, Mark. They've gone back to their roots and have decided to stick with what they know. Is that the right move?
Just the same story. I've seen some really good plays and some really outstanding endings and that sort of team synergy. Is it too soon? I do think so. I think we are going to see a good level from BBL, and I'm hoping they shock us. But going back to the roots, that might be the chemistry that they need. But this is the time for them now to prove it, coming into the main stage and just putting it down and showing actually what BBL has to offer. I think it's going to be key.
We've had a lot of time, and when I say a lot of time, it's March, so they've had time as rosters, Avenger, to kind of work on some of the kinks, find some synergy. Does BBL come in here and need more time to figure out how this new roster is going to work, or do you think that they will?
This is it, right? Like we are now. This is the time for them to show it. Like you have one more week if you're going into the last chance qualifier. They were 15 points. They were 9th in Brutality, 15 points off 5th. So I would say it's definitely a mid team that has potential to make it into the top 8. But yeah, these guys have experience. They know how to play. the kind of new team chemistry could be on a really high note for them. So let's see how far they're able to kind of push this in here. I'm super excited for the boys, of course. Smash, Iroh, big names, really experienced players. And, you know, for me, it's one of those teams that that's the BBL that we expected to see last year, but they fielded this kind of international roster that we had really high expectations for. So now BBL is going back to the roots thing with Turkish players, and yeah, I'm all for it. Super excited to see these guys start off here. But as I say, like, this mentality with going in against these teams that are playing, that are potentially already in grand finals you're playing against, it's really hard to start with 0 points going into your first day. And you're playing against teams that are coming in with extremely high confidence. They're going to be third-partying, being super aggressive on you, where you kind of want to be where we saw the teams yesterday being like slightly more passive, more edge play, where you're kind of waiting for the first couple of circles to happen, while the other teams in Group B, they are already on their highest note, like literally running it through. They are playing the last 6 games, so they have to make the best of it. So they're going to be way more aggressive. So I'm expecting the Group C teams to play a little bit more slow, a little bit more edge, and the Group B teams to be the teams, especially the teams with high amount of points, be way more focused on our center compounds. Try to have these greedy 2-2 splits, even the 1-1-2 splits we saw from some of these teams yesterday in the first and second circle, to lock some of these really high priority compounds now across all maps.
We have 6 games for you to see today. We'll pull them up on your screen so you have an opportunity to figure out exactly what is coming up and how you can plan your evening. The final team we have to speak about before we get into game is, of course, I would say the favorite in Group C, Twisted Minds. And Mark, we heard Avenger there talking about how the Group C teams might come in a little bit slower, feeling each other out. I feel like for this particular team, it cannot happen. They need to come out and show us why they should be considered the best in the world. They have had 2 years of just bad luck on the global stage. We know how much work they're putting in. Surely the only way that they continue to have our belief in them is if they do something spectacular during PEC.
They've got to. Vitality wasn't a showing for that. That's what I expected to happen there. And again, it just comes to that same story. They're just not getting the placement points. Now, a bigger stage, bigger pressure. Twisted Minds, you'd expect with that level of experience that they're going to do well and they're going to perform really well. But they can't have a slow game, like Martin. They've got to get going. They've got to be aggressive. Sure. And like, you could look at like example pickup. That is again another person, like I said with BB team yesterday, Spyro, just fits so well into this roster. But they can't leave it slow for game number 1. They need to put points on the board and quick.
It's going to be an interesting day. Avenger, do you want to add to that on the Twisted Minds?
I always love to talk about Twisted Minds, right? The expectations of this team is just so high from across the scene, from the competitors, from the competing teams here. They're like, okay, like this is a star-studded roster. Like, this is a global contender, right? And the question is, like, they were tied for the least amount of points, placement points, in Brutality, and 9 points across 15 games is just unacceptable for a team of that scale. But then you can flip it, and as many teams say, like, these regional partners, these global partner teams, they're keeping the strategies. Like, they don't want to show these high-level strategies or new stuff that they're kind of expecting. Of course, there's a limited amount depending on where the circuits are and stuff, like showing off new spots, showing off new strategies, showing off new play styles. This is not what Twisted Minds are going to do. They're going to save it for PC, or maybe all the way even to PGSs here. But still, even just on the merit of fracking power purely, these guys should go to the grand finals off from the group stage.
So to summarize what you can expect as we move into game number 1, keep an eye out on Ascend and Mad Bulls, because if they carry on the run that they had yesterday, they are going to just run all the way into the grand finals. And of course, keep an eye on Twisted Minds, because the pressure on this particular team is just so much higher than what we expect in some of the other teams here in the group stages. It's time to start day number 2 here at PEC Spring. Your casters are ready to take you into game.
And getting into game number 1 for the day is going to be a very exciting prospect indeed, because like they've said on the desk, half of the teams in the lobby have already played half of their total games, the others coming in looking fresh. There was discussions yesterday about whether or not you'd prefer to be a team that plays on the first day or in the final day, but definitely for those teams that did come in, this is their first day of games, they have maybe an estimate of a ballpark of where they need to perform. Which would you prefer to be, Felix? Coming in early or late in the group stage?
Well, that is definitely a question of how the first day went, right? If I would be, honestly, if I would be Matt Bulls, if I would be Ascent, maybe even Hal, who's on the cutoff, I'm very happy to play today. I have no problem whatsoever. I'm going in there, no pressure. I can third party whatever I want to. We heard it on the desk as well. That is a huge advantage going into this, as opposed to these teams that will be starting on 0 points. Literally, we have to wait for this maybe first big round until they can really play with confidence and know necessarily not too many things can go wrong anymore. But yeah. Then again, it's a tough pill to swallow if you go into this and you realize, wait, there's a team with 72 points standing on the other side, and this team fight doesn't even matter to them anymore. So yeah, man, it's an easy answer for me.
Yeah, a little bit of mental maths tells you that maybe the top third, when we're looking overall with this 24-team group stage that we have, we're probably going to be looking around 70, maybe 80 points is the cutoff for the top 8. So the Mad Bulls, job pretty much done. All they've got to do is not have 6-0 pointers today, and they're pretty safe. So the vast majority of the work is done for them. So definitely, if you are in their position, 100%, you'll be more than happy to get it out of the way. You can do an extra day of prep. If you're a team maybe a little more in a position like Orgless, perhaps even like No Tag, just on 29 points, you still have a long way to go. And then come day 3, you're not going to be playing. You're going to be sat there watching, sweating, just in your bathrobe, just watching the games, just hoping and praying that a team that comes in today does not outperform you. And there is some very, very solid competition coming in from Group C today. I mean, the likes of Entropic, they had an extremely strong week at the start of Protality in the grand finals as well. So they're a team that we definitely need to keep an eye out for as well. Again, we talk about roster changes left, right, and center in the preseason. It's been a very long off-season, but teams are starting to settle, and those that have been picked up and starting to play together under a roster or maybe under a new banner of an organization, they're looking incredibly, incredibly strong.
Yeah, so in that same sentence, we got to talk about BBL Esports. The desk talked about it as well. I am not 100% convinced after I saw them Brutality on how this roster might perform in this 2024 season. But then again, I think it's the very start of this roster, and I think this is exactly the kind of team that just gets better with time. And I think as soon as Iro gets comfortable, as soon as we have Smash once again putting up the big numbers that we've seen in the past from him, maybe even to some degree being the carry that these guys were looking for in this roster, then I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. And they did fix lots of their mistakes in Brutality as well, right? You can see that the start of it was very lackluster. They were hugging the edge. They constantly got gatekeeper all of the other teams, and then suddenly things started to change. They made sure to maybe play centralized a little bit more, and then the big points came as well.
The big thing for BBL to me is BBL has always been the MEA team in the lobby, and they play like it as well. They always have. But the fact that Iro has the experience of playing at some international events, playing with rosters that have a little more longevity, a little bit more in terms of that international experience, he's really bringing the E to that EMEA party for BBL right now. He's putting the E in EMEA, and it just drags them a little bit away from being that classic MEA style that we saw a little bit creeping in. We've always had a team like DA, Howl at certain points over the past year or two, have just really fallen into that classic MEA style, just send for the center and see what happens. But more recently, you look at Iro, his position on that BBL team, he's always the one anchoring. He's sat back, holding from long range and turning what would otherwise have been a 4-man death ball in vehicles, just sending it into a gunfight, into a 3-1, where those players like Smash, who have that mechanical capability, CCI next as well, can get up close and personal and get in those gunfights, but they have the support from long range from Iro, and has really turned their fortune around in at least 1 or 2 of the gunfights that we've seen in recent events.
Yeah, it's really interesting. The position really has changed in this roster, and once again, this is surprising, especially since, as you said, him playing anchoring now doesn't really fit the position that we usually see Iro in. Right? He's normally, he likes to be in the front line. He likes to be the first player making contact. He likes to be the first player making these creative and cheeky pushes around. He usually gets the job done too. I mean, looking way back at the TSM roster, we saw his impact there. So really interesting to see Iro and how maybe he has matured as a player now to some degree. I think that's probably the best way I put it. He matured as a player, and he doesn't need to be in the spotlight anymore. He makes sure his team is there to potentially get into a winning spot themselves. But we'll have to wait and see in this one. In Tropic as well. so interesting. You said it beforehand. They had such a good run in brutality. I would have expected that, to be honest. Did you expect that?
Honestly, when we saw that the roster of ex-Sheesh had been picked up and signed under Entropic, the expectation was that they would not live up to the previous iterations of what Entropic had done. We've seen essentially the exact same roster, just under a different banner. They've come in, they've looked decent, they've looked okay, but that's always been from the perspective of a tier 2 team in EMEA, a team that doesn't always compete at the top level. Sometimes they might make it to a grand finals, sometimes they might fall out in the round of 16, but since being picked up by Entropic, they're really putting in the effort to show that they deserve to have that banner and that org backing behind them, and they deserve those slots in the grand finals as well. So it would be very, very nice, at the very least, to see them come out swinging and really prove that point here in today's matches.
Yeah, one of the ex-Entropic players of the previous lineup, now for Matt Bowes, and look how they've performed as well. It's one of the storylines they've been talking about so heavily, obviously, because of that performance, 72 total points. First tournament, once again, to be reminded, first tournament with this complete lineup. They didn't play with a full lineup in brutality. One of the players was obviously still in Plinska Badger, so interesting thing there. To talk about Twisted Minds now, let's get to the big points here before we head on over to the first match of the second day. Twisted Minds. It's, we could probably write a novel about this team at this point, and the expectations and the roster and the experience. What's your thoughts about today?
I think it's relatively fair to say that Twisted Minds is a team where, as much as the pressure is on them because they have the pressure to perform, at the same time the pressure is very much released because they know that regardless of what happens here, they're going to PGAS in about a month's time. That is not to say that this is not an important event. Of course, not only is there the cash prize pool, but there's also the PGC points that comes through to the grand finals that may have some implications further down the line towards the end of this year, depending on how things turn out at those PGS events. So it's definitely an important one for Twisted Minds to pick up those points as soon as we get into our first games, but it looks like we might have a slight delay. Once again, a couple of teams having a bit of a struggle to get into the lobby, so we're going to throw it to a very quick break, and we're going to come back when we're all ready to get things kicked off with game number 1.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
This was win here.
What you can play later.
Knocked him on blue.
Two up.
He's two up.
Something on the
I
road.
headshot him. He's on the road.
Yellow.
On yellow. He's literally 1 HP on green. 1 HP on green. Healing on his car. Nice.
Last guy should have went further. Would come.
I mean, I'm safe here with the low ground.
What? He knocked his teammate!
Yeah, he's free. Go flash on green. Both are knocked on green.
And where's last?
Like go yellow line, orange. You pull up on me, look a bit, as we go for it.
I think Nix goes to... Bro, what the fuck? You're lucky I'm so much fucking better than this kid.
You good?
Yeah.
I guess it was 3. Cover them from blue. Just put the color.
Bring him in the compound.
No, we good.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Then we need to go back to Trika. Yeah, right? we go back to Trika.
2-2 or what?
No, 4 in Trika.
What about this? Can anyone scout
I knock one of them.
My edge. I come around.
Driving right on you. We're driving really right.
That's one. It's that.
Full team.
on us?
We need to push. We need to push. Owl is gonna laser us.
You push right. Come right.
I'm flashing over.
You can flush. One is above. Flush. Nice.
Team on us, it's a duo. It's not the duo. Oh, it is the duo, it's the ghillie suits. 2 of them. Down right low. You can keep 1v1. Go. Nice. 1v1.
Upright on the ridge. Green.
Oh, unlucky.
Cars, 3 driving below me. They're driving towards me. They're flopping on me. I can't. Have fun.
I can't leave.
One more.
I can't leave.
I'm good.
I'm probably dead. Play without them. They're splitting with bunker. They're splitting with bunker.
Come outside next to
outside. In the
I have a blue zone. I have a blue zone.
I know.
Knock them on me next.
I know. We're fucking.
Could be in smoke.
Yeah.
I'm smoking deeper outside, not smoking on us though.
Yep. Just get safe.
I knocked 2 on my track. I was trying to take more. There's 1 in my track.
We need him.
One south of me, I think. Yeah. 2 guys.
2 guys.
He's knocked on me.
Knocked on you?
Yeah.
Reactive.
2 guys south on the 80.
80.
Not one.
1 more on 80.
1 more 80 right side. Both there.
1 is low.
And Ascend is 3 active. It's 4 man. 2 active.
Nice shots.
You guys just fall.
Made it now. I can start holding.
Gustav is gonna get smokes here.
Yeah,
go get smokes yourself. Go smoke for quick.
I'm getting smokes.
There's inside the shack too, there's smokes.
Yeah. No smokes.
He probably has everything inside.
He's not inside. Compound shooting us.
Actually grab that helmet on orange then, and I run, and you 2 hold the dragon off, okay? Are we ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, going.
I'm holding the hill. He took his folder tool down. He's moving.
He's
driving from top hill.
I'm going
outside. 2 in there?
I ran next to
2 in that
USC.
Yep.
All 3 down now, all 3 down on the left.
Then we... Yeah.
Pound shooting me.
Yep. Just kill these... Nade on me, Crexy. Go forward. Go forward.
Knock to you, Crexy. Go you. He's being held from north as well, by the way.
On me, on my tank.
Is he on it?
Yeah, he's straight behind it. Still literal on me.
Good name.
One more. Behind it somewhere.
Is he on us, so?
We need to go right.
How many teams alive?
Maybe we have to fight this.
Yeah, we have to. We can keep baiting. Maybe Scrims get the guy on the rooftop on yellow.
Yeah.
3 guys on the roof,
Then it's probably Mogor team.
They have another drop gifted on them, bro.
If you wait, yeah, they're gonna have to fight. They can't really see me, bro.
They are shooting that guy.
Oh, come.
He's 3 up.
Guys, I'm not with you.
I can't. Go with this, please.
We have people here.
Yeah, it's impossible.
I'm one guy above us.
Please, please. Maybe. Couldn't go for it. If you kill them, it's 2 points. Nice try, bro.
I can't do anything.
Nice try.
Really common. Everyone smoke.
Go road side maybe, Ward.
Go right side.
He's somewhere orange, over that ridge.
So I just come to you guys now.
Yeah, just go, beat me.
I'm flashing towards him. Blast in. Is he low or what? Oh, he's shooting someone
Flash
else.
one. The right side. One's... He jumped out. Knocked.
Last
guy's warehouse. He's in warehouse. In warehouse last. One's stopping in the middle of the road by the barricade.
He's on my side. My side of the top.
Was it knocked?
Reactive.
Still roof.
Back in the field. Nice. Jumped.
One
nice.
below.
Knocked.
How's
Good
it?
Pushing under. I'm resetting, reloading.
I'm gonna get that hill.
No.
Look here, anyone?
Behind the coop, one guy.
I need to heal.
And one missing still.
Aren't they both on blue?
I don't know.
One
Two
coop.
active.
I'm knocked in out.
Knocked up.
I'm healing.
Two on the left.
Yep.
No tech.
They're all the way down. I'm running right side.
There.
They're all there?
Two more at least.
I knocked the top.
One got flashed. He got flashed. 3 active.
Yeah, I'm going.
Me at least.
What are the top?
Knock the rock guy.
Good shit.
2 up.
Just go drive by him. He's on the green.
He's dead.
Nice, Vard. You see him in the blue lead right in front of you?
Nope, that's a mid.
You got drive by.
One guy in front of double. Yeah, there's
Stop it around me on
2 team.
orange.
2, yeah.
Outside got
Knocked
2.
right or the... Okay, right.
Right. 2 more, maybe. Behind the
Yeah,
tree, blue 3.
Blue.
Mate. Blue 3.
Double net.
One is unknown. One got knocked. One active.
Is the 3? You flash the 3 or what?
That's flush. Yeah, that's flush.
No. 3 is not knocked.
Inside.
That's it.
You should save
That
the
could
car.
be a flush, by the way.
Hit one, twice, knock.
Nice. You flash?
You're free up.
My marker. He's behind the tree. Maybe we're able to get angle.
I'm trying.
A full team driving on green now. They're fine.
It's just one.
Nice knock, Ward. Flashing for you.
I'm leaving.
There's just one active.
Watch over me.
We're watching.
Car behind us.
Accurate.
And one is gonna crash.
One on my
me
house, one
outside, I
crash
think.
me.
Last guy car, and then 2 guys in car and 1 on green.
I'm shooting the south guy.
Right?
Knock green man.
Yeah, last 2 guys were
Chill
driving.
now.
Both
I'm getting it.
They're sending it now. They're sending away. This is good for us.
Yeah. Forest team is full peeking us from yellow. Don't get knocked from them now.
Yeah.
Get the car in zone, by the way.
Open on green. Shoot the green guy. As soon as he gets in.
Killing the other guy. The other guy driving.
Yeah, they have two guys playing like orange mark. Nice, knock.
Not call, man.
You should die to blue.
See what to do.
Just send it, bro.
Yeah.
They're fighting.
You send it for an above. Yeah.
To yellow.
Why they open like that?
Bro.
Silent.
Knock one. Re-knock. One more on the same rock.
I'm nading
Nading
it. Nade in front of you, Flex.
Yeah.
Flush.
He ran back from the rock into the smoke.
Yeah.
Could be
One
on
of
the
the shack. One left on the shack.
Yeah, inside side or something.
Left side.
Yeah.
Like here on yellow.
Yes, Roach.
On the bottom.
Knocked me.
High ground
I
northeast running
knocked him
open.
on orange.
Two
People
active.
northeast running open.
Did we kill him on orange?
You can drive to him if you want.
I think it's the last three of Not or whoever it was are up on blue.
We're missing
running
one
around.
Ascend guy, by the way.
Yeah. This was win here.
What you can play later.
Knocked him on blue.
Two up.
He's two up.
Something on the
I
road.
headshot him. He's on the road.
On yellow.
Yellow. He's literally 1 HP on green. 1 HP on green. Healing on his car. Nice.
Last guy should have went further. Would count.
I mean, I'm still the low ground.
What? He knocked his teammate.
Yeah, he's free. Go flash on green. Both are knocked on green.
And where's last?
Like go yellow line, orange.
You pull up on me, look a bit as we go for a bit.
I think Nix goes to
Bro, what the fuck? You're lucky I'm so much fucking better than this kid.
You good?
Yeah.
I guess it was 3.
Cover them from blue. Just put a color.
Bring him in the compound.
No, we good.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Then we need to go back to Trika. Yeah, we go back to Trika.
2-2 or what?
No, 4 in Trika.
What about this? Can anyone scout
I knock one of them.
My edge. I come around.
Driving right on you. We're driving really right.
That's one. Is that?
on us?
We need to push. Owl is gonna laser us.
You push right. Come right.
I'm flashing over.
You can flush. One is above. Flush. Nice.
Team on us. It's a duo.
I'm coming to you.
It's not the duo. Oh, it is the duo. It's the ghillie suits. 2 of them. Down right low. You can keep 1v1. Go. Nice. 1v1.
Upright on the ridge. Green.
Oh, unlucky.
Cars, 3 driving below me. They're driving towards me. They're plopping on me. I can't. Have one.
I can't leave.
One more.
I can't leave.
You're alone.
Oh, no.
I'm good.
I'm probably dead. Play without him. They're playing splitting with bunker. They're splitting with
Grenaded.
bunker.
Come outside next to the
Outside. In the
I have a blue zone.
I know.
Knock them on me next.
I know, we're fucking.
Could be in smoke.
Yeah.
I'm smoking deep outside, not smoking on us though.
Yep. Just get safe.
I knocked 2 on my track. I was trying to take more. There's 1 in my track.
We need him.
One stop for me, I think. Yeah. 2 guys.
You guys.
He's knocked on me.
Knocked on you?
Yeah.
You guys
Where is
south. On 80.
80.
Not one.
One more on 80.
1 more 80 right side. Both there.
One is low.
And Ascend is 3 active. It's 4 man. 2 active.
Nice shots.
You guys just fall.
Made it now. I can start holding.
Your service gonna get smokes here.
Yeah,
Go get smokes yourself. Go smoke for quick.
I'm getting smokes.
There's inside the shack too, there's smokes.
Yeah. No smokes.
He probably has everything inside.
He's not inside. Compound shooters.
Actually grab that helmet on orange then, and I run, and you 2 hold the dragon off, okay? Are we ready?
Yeah.
1,
Yeah, hold combat
2,
on
3,
the
going.
I'm holding the hill. He took his voltage all down. He's moving.
He's
driving from top hill.
I'm going
Is it two in there?
I ran next to
Yeah,
him.
two in there.
USC.
Yep.
All three down now. All three down on the left.
Then we, yeah.
Keep on shooting me.
Yeah. Just kill these. Nade on me, Crexy. Go forward. Go forward.
Knock to you, Crexy, to you. I'm just being held from north as well, by the way.
On me, on my tank.
Is he on it?
Yeah, he's straight behind it. Still literal on me.
Good nade.
One more behind it somewhere.
Is he on it, so?
We need to go right.
How many teams alive?
Maybe we have to fight this. So.
Yeah, we have to. We can keep baiting. Maybe Scrims get the guy on the rooftop on yellow.
Yeah.
3 guys on the roof, is it?
Then it's probably more good team.
They have another drop gifted on them, bro.
If you wait, yeah, they're gonna have to fight.
They can't really see me, bro.
They are shooting that guy.
Oh, come!
It's 3 up.
Guys, I'm not with you.
I can't. Go with the split.
We have people here.
Yeah, it's impossible.
I'm one guy above us.
I'll be split. Maybe. Go for it. If you kill them, it's 2 points. Nice try, bro.
I can't do anything.
Nice try.
Really common. Everyone smoke.
Me. Go right side maybe, Ward.
Go right side.
It's somewhere orange, over that ridge.
So I just come to you guys now.
Yeah, just go, be me.
I'm flashing towards him. Blast in. Is he low or what? Oh, I'm just shooting someone
Flash
else.
one, the right side. He jumped out. Knocked.
Last guy's warehouse. He's in warehouse. In warehouse last.
Nice.
One's stopping in the middle of the road by the
to
barricade.
He's on my side, my side of the top.
Was it
From
knocked?
south.
Reactive. Still roof.
Try to get the kill. Nice. Jumped.
One
nice.
below.
Knocked.
I don't have a smoke.
Pushing on there. I'm resetting, reloading.
I'm gonna get that hill.
No.
Looker here, anyone?
Behind the coop. Behind the coop, one guy.
I need to heal.
And one missing still.
Aren't they both on blue?
I don't know.
One
Two
coop.
empty.
I'm knocked in it.
Knocked up.
I'm healing.
Two on the left.
Yep.
No tech.
They're all the way down. I'm running right side.
Some there.
They're all there?
Two more at least.
I knocked the top.
One got flashed. He got flashed. Reactive.
Yeah, I'm
One
going.
on me at least.
What are the top?
Look.
Knocked, the rock guy.
Good shit.
2 up.
Just go drive by him. He's on the
He's dead.
Nice, Vard. You see him in the clearly right in front of you?
Nope, that's him.
You got drive by.
One guy in front of double. Yeah, there's
Stop with me
two
on
team.
orange.
Yeah.
One side next
Knocked
to.
right or okay, right.
Last right. Two more, maybe. Behind the tree, blue tree.
Blue.
Night.
Blue tree.
Double night.
One is unknown. One got knocked. One active.
Is the tree? You flash the tree or what?
That's flush. Yeah, that's flush. No. 3 is not knocked.
Inside.
That's it.
You should save
That
the
could
car.
be a flush, by the way.
Hit one, twice, knocked.
Nice.
You flash?
My marker. He's behind the tree. Maybe we're able to Get angle.
I'm trying.
A full team driving on green now. They're fine.
It's C. It's C1, I think.
Nice knockout. Flashing for you.
I'm leaving.
There's just one active.
Watch over me.
We're watching.
Come behind us, behind us, behind us.
They're lying. Accurate.
One is gonna crash.
One on my
me
house, one
outside, I
crash
think.
me. Oh.
Last guy car, and then 2 guys in car and 1 on green.
I'm shooting the south guy.
Right.
Knock green mouse.
Yeah, last 2 guys were driving.
Now.
They're
sending it now. They're sending it away. This is good for us.
Yeah. Forest team is full peeking us from yellow. Don't get knocked from them now.
Yeah. Get the car in zone, by the way.
Open on green. Shoot the green guy. So as soon as he gets in.
Killing the other guy. Kill the guy driving.
Yeah, they have 2 guys playing like orange mark.
Nice.
Not foul, man.
He should die to blue.
See what to do.
Just send it, bro.
Yeah.
They're fighting.
You send it from above. Yeah.
To yellow.
Why they open like that?
Bro.
Silent.
Knock one. Knock. One more on the same rock.
I'm nading up. Nading in front of you, Fact.
Yeah.
Flush.
He ran back from the rock into the smoke.
Yeah.
Could be
One
on
on
the
the shack. One left on the shack.
Yeah, it's left side. Or something.
Left side.
Yeah.
Like here on yellow.
Here's Ridge.
Oh, no.
Knock me.
High ground northeast running
I knocked
open.
him on orange.
Two
People
active.
northeast running open.
Did we kill him on orange?
You can drive to him if you want.
I think it's the last 3 of Not whoever it was. They're up on blue.
We're missing
running
one
around.
of guy, by the way.
Yeah. This was win here.
What you can play later.
Knocked him on blue.
2 up, 2 up.
He's 2 up.
Something on the
I
road.
headshot him. He's on the road.
Yellow.
On yellow. He's literally 1 HP on green. 1 HP on green. Healing on this car. Nice.
Last guy should have went further. Would count.
I mean, I'm still here with the low ground.
What? He knocked his teammate.
Yeah, he's free. Go flash on green. Both are knocked on green.
And where's last?
Like go yellow line, orange.
You pull up on me, look a bit as we go for it.
I think Nix goes. Bro, what the fuck? You're lucky I'm so much fucking better than this kid.
You good?
Yeah.
I guess it was 3. Cover them from blue. Just put the color.
Bring him in the compound.
No, we do present.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Then we need to go back to Trika. Yeah, we go back to Trika.
2-2 or what?
No, 4 in Trika.
What about this? Can anyone scout
I knock one of them.
My edge. I come around.
Driving right on you. We're driving really right.
That's one place. It's that.
Full team.
on us?
We need to push. Owl is gonna laser us.
You push right. Come right.
I'm flashing over.
You can flash. One is above. Flash. Nice.
Team on us, it's a duo.
I'm coming to you.
It's not the duo. Oh, it is the duo, it's the ghillie suits. 2 of them. Down right low. You can keep 1v1. Go. Nice. 1v1.
Upright on the ridge. Green.
Oh, unlucky.
Cars, 3 driving below me. They're driving towards me. They're pulling up on me. I can't. Up one.
I can't leave.
One more.
I can't leave.
You're alone. Running.
I'm good.
I'm probably dead. Play without me. They're playing splitting with bunker. They're splitting with bunker.
Come outside next to
outside. In the
I have a blue zone. I have a blue zone.
I know.
Knock them on me next.
I know. We're fucking.
Could be in smoke.
Yeah.
I'm smoking deeper outside, not smoking on us though.
Yep. Just get safe.
I knocked 2 on my track. I was trying to take more. There's 1 in my track.
We need him.
One stop for me, I think. Yeah. 2 guys down.
2 guys.
He's knocked on me.
Knocked on you?
Yeah.
Reactive.
You guys
Where is
have on 80.
80.
Up one.
One more on 80.
One more 80, right side. Both there, both there, both there.
One is low.
And this and Ascend is 3 active. It's 4 man. 2 active.
No shots.
You guys just fall.
Made it now. I can start holding.
Gustav is gonna get smokes here.
Yeah,
Go get smokes, Gustav. Go smoke. Go smoke for Crixie.
I'm getting smokes.
There's inside the shack too, there's smokes.
Yeah. No smokes.
He probably has everything inside.
He's not inside. Compound shooting us.
Actually, grab that helmet on orange then, and I run, and you two hold the dragon off, okay? Are we ready?
Yeah.
1,
Yeah, hold compound
2,
on the
3,
west.
going.
I'm holding the hill. He took his folder tool down. He's moving.
He's
driving from top hill.
Going down. I'm going
Is it 2 in
outside.
there?
I ran next to
Yeah, two
guys
in there.
at USC.
Yeah.
All 3 down now, all 3 down on the left.
Then we... Yeah.
Pound shooting me.
Yeah. Just kill these... Nade on me, Crexy. Go forward. Go forward.
Knocked his you, Crexy, does you. Who's being held from north as well, by the way?
On me, on my tank.
Is he on it?
Yeah, he's straight behind it. Still literal on me.
Good nade.
One more behind it somewhere.
Is he on it, so?
We need to go right.
Alive? How many teams alive?
Maybe we have to fight this. Or...
Yeah, we have to. We can keep baiting. Maybe Scrims get the guy on the rooftop on yellow.
Yeah.
3 guys on the roof, still.
Then it's probably Mogor team.
They have another drop gifted on them, bro.
If you wait, yeah, they're gonna have to fight. They can't really see me, bro.
They are shooting that guy.
Oh, come.
He's 3 up.
Guys, I'm not with you. I can't. Go with this place. We have people here. Yeah, it's impossible. I'm one guy above us. I'll be split. Maybe. Go for it. If you kill them, it's 2 points. Nice try, bro. I can't do anything. Nice try.
Ready, coming. Everyone smoke.
Go right side, maybe, Ward.
Go right side.
He's somewhere orange, over that ridge.
So I just come to you guys now.
Yeah, just go, beat me.
I'm flashing towards him. Blast in. Is he low or what? Oh, I'm just shooting someone.
Flash one, the right side. He jumped out. Knocked.
Last guy's warehouse. He's in warehouse. In warehouse last. One's stopping in the middle of the road by the barricade.
He's on my side. My side of the top.
Was the dock?
Reactive.
Still roof.
Nice. Jumped.
One
nice.
below.
Knocked.
I'll chilling.
Pushing on there. I'm resetting, reloading.
I'm gonna get that hill.
No.
Look here, anyone?
Behind the coop, one guy.
I need to heal.
And one missing still.
Aren't they both on blue?
I don't know.
One
Two
coop.
actually. I'm knocked in it.
Knocked up.
I'm healing.
Two on the left.
Yep. They're all the way down. I'm running right side.
There.
They're all there?
Two more at least, two more
I
at
knocked
least.
the top.
One got flashed. They got flashed. 3 active.
Yeah, I'm
One
going.
on me at least.
What are the top?
Good.
Don't move too much.
No, they got rock guy.
Good shit. 2 up.
Just go drive by him.
Take
actually.
it's
He's on the
do some pepper.
He's dead.
Nice, Vard. You see him in the green right in front of you?
Nope, that's mid.
Double's done.
You got drive by.
One guy in front of double. Yeah, there's two, yeah.
One side
Not right, okay, right.
Two more, maybe. Behind the tree, blue tree.
Blue.
Right.
Blue tree.
Double knock.
One is unknown. One got knocked, one active.
Is the tree? You flash the tree or what?
That's flush, yeah, that's flush. No. Three is not knocked.
Inside.
That's it.
You should save the car.
Be a flush, by the way.
Hit one, twice, knock.
Nice. You flush?
You're free up.
My marker. He's behind the tree. Maybe we're able to get angle.
I'm trying.
A full team driving on green now. They're fine.
It's just one.
Nice knock, Vard. Flashing for you.
I'm leaving.
There's just one active.
Watch over me.
We're watching.
Car behind us.
Accurate. And one is gonna crash.
One on my house, one
outside,
crash me. Oh.
Last guy car, and then two guys in car and one on green.
I'm shooting the south guy.
Right.
Knock green mouse.
Yeah, last two guys were driving.
Now.
They're
sending it now. They're sending away. This is good for us.
Yeah. Forest team is full peeking us from yellow. Don't get knocked from them now.
Yeah. Get the car in zone, by the way.
Open on green. Shoot the green guy. So as soon as he gets in.
Killing the other guy. The other guy driving.
Yeah, they have two guys playing like orange mark.
Nice.
Not foul, man.
You should die to blue.
See what to do.
Just send it, bro.
Yeah.
They're fighting.
You send it from above. Yeah.
What's yellow?
Why they open like that?
Bro.
Silent.
Knock one. Re-knock. One more on the same rock.
I'm nading that. Nade in front of you, Fex.
Yeah.
Flush.
He ran back from the rock into the smoke. Yeah. Could be
One
on
on
the
the
track.
shack. One left on the shack.
Yeah, it's left side. Or something.
Left side.
Yeah.
Like here on yellow.
Here's Rich.
On the rock.
Knocked me.
High ground northeast
I
running
knocked him
open.
on orange.
Two
People
active.
northeast running open.
Did we kill him on orange?
You can drive to him if you want.
I think it's the last three of Not or whoever it was are up on blue.
We're missing
running
one
around.
other guy, by the way.
Yeah. This was win here.
What you can play later.
Knocked him on blue.
He's
two up.
Something on the road.
I headshot him. He's on the road.
Yellow.
On yellow. He's literally 1 HP on green. 1 HP on green. Healing on his car. Nice.
Last guy should have went further. Would come.
I mean, I'm safe here with the low ground.
What? He knocked this teammate!
Yeah, he's free. Go flash on green. Both are knocked on green.
And where's last?
Like go yellow line, orange. You pull up on me, look a bit as we go for it.
I think Nix goes to
Bro, what the fuck? You're lucky I'm so much fucking better than this kid.
You good?
Yeah.
I guess it was 3. Cover them from blue. Just put the color.
Bring him in the compound.
No, we good.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Then we need to go back to Trika. Yeah, right? we go back to Trika.
2-2 or what?
No, 4 in Trika.
What about this? Can anyone scout?
I knock one of them. To my edge. I come around.
Driving right on you. We're driving really right.
That's one. It's that.
Full team.
On us.
We need to push. Owl is gonna laser us.
You push right. Come right.
I'm flashing over.
You can flash. One is above. Flash. Nice.
Team on us, it's a duo. It's not the duo. Oh, it is the duo, it's the killer suits. 2 of them. Down right, low. Stand right low. You can keep 1v1. Go, go, go. Nice. 1v1.
Upright on the ridge. Green.
Oh, unlucky.
Cars, three driving below me. They're driving towards me. They're flopping on me. I can't. Have fun.
I can't leave.
One more.
I can't leave.
You're alone.
I'm good.
I'm probably dead. Play without them. They're playing splitting with bunker. They're splitting with bunker.
Come outside, next to
Outside. In the
I have a blue zone.
zone.
I have a blue zone.
I know.
Knock them on me next.
I know. We're fucking.
Could be in smoke.
Yeah.
I'm smoking deeper outside, not smoking on us though.
Yep. Just get safe.
I knocked 2 on my track. I was trying to take more. There's 1 in my track.
Do we need him?
One south of me, I think. Yeah. 2 guys south.
2 guys.
He's knocked on me.
Knocked on you?
Yeah.
2 guys south. On 80.
80.
That's one.
1 more on 80.
1 more 80, right side. Both there, both there, both there.
1 is low.
And this and Ascend is 3 active. It's 4 man. 2 active.
Nice shots.
You guys just fought.
Made it now. I can start holding.
Gustav is gonna get smokes here.
Yeah.
Yeah, go get smokes yourself. Go smoke for Crixie.
I'm getting smokes.
There's inside the shack too, there's smokes.
Yeah. No smokes.
He probably has everything inside.
He's not inside. Compound shooting us.
Actually, grab that helmet on orange then, and I run, and you 2 hold the dragon off, okay? Are we ready?
Yeah.
1,
Yeah, hold compound on the west.
going.
I'm holding the hill. He took his voltage hill down. He's moving.
He's
driving from top hill.
I'm going
Is it 2 in there?
I ran next to
Yeah, 2 in that
USC.
Yeah.
All 3 down now, all 3 down on the left.
Then we... Yeah.
Keep on shooting me.
Yeah. Just kill these... Nade on me, Crexy. Go forward. Go forward.
Knock just you, Crexy, just you. I'm just being held from north as well, by the way.
on me, on my tank.
Is he on it?
Yeah, be straight behind it. Still literal on me.
Good nade.
One more behind it somewhere.
Is he on it still?
We need to go right.
How many teams alive?
Maybe we have to fight this or
Yeah, we have to. We can keep baiting. Maybe Scrims get the guy on the rooftop on yellow.
Yeah.
3 guys on the roof still.
Then it's probably more Gore team.
They have another drop gifted on them, bro.
If you wait, yeah, they're gonna have to fight. They can't really see me, bro.
They are shooting that guy.
Oh, come.
It's 3 up.
Guys, I'm not with you. I can't. Go with this, please. We have people here. Yeah, it's impossible. I'm one guy above us. Please, please. Maybe. We'll go for it. If you kill them, it's 2 points. Nice try, bro. I can't do anything. Nice try.
Really common. Everyone smoke.
Go road side maybe, Ward.
Go right side.
He's somewhere orange, over that ridge.
So I just come to you guys now.
Yeah, just go, beat me.
I'm flashing towards him. Blast in. Is he low or what? Oh, he's shooting so
Rush one, the right side. He jumped out. Knocked.
Last guy's warehouse. He's in warehouse. In warehouse last. One's stopping in the middle of the road by the barricade.
He's on my side of the top.
Was the dots?
Nice.
Reactive. Still roof.
Try to get the kills. Nice. Jumped.
One
nice.
below.
Knocked. I'm chilling.
Pushing on there. I'm resetting, reloading.
I'm gonna get that hill.
No.
Look here, anyone?
Behind the coop. Behind the coop, one guy.
I need to heal.
And one missing still.
Are they both on blue?
I don't know.
One
Two
coop.
actually.
I'm knocked in earth.
Knocked up.
I'm healing. I'm healing.
Two on the left.
Yep.
No tech.
They're all the way down. I'm running right side.
There.
They're all there? Surely one
Two
just
more
up.
at least. Two more
I
at
knocked
least.
the top.
One
got flashed. He got flashed. 3 active.
Yeah, I'm
Back on
going.
me at least.
One on the top.
No, they got rock guy.
Good shit. 2 up.
Just go drive by him. He's on the green.
He's dead.
Nice, Vard. You see him in the really right in front of you?
Oh, that's a mid.
That one's done.
You got drive by.
One guy in front of double. Yeah, there's two team. Two, yeah. Knocked right or okay, right.
Two more, maybe. Behind the tree, blue tree.
Blue.
Nate,
Blue tree, blue tree.
double net.
One is unknown. One got knocked. One active. One active.
Is the tree? You flash the tree or what?
That's flush. Yeah, that's flush. No. Three is not knocked.
Inside.
That's it.
You should save the car.
Be a flush, by the way.
Hit once, twice, knock.
Nice. You flush?
You're free up. You're free up.
My marker. He's behind the tree. Maybe we're able to get angle.
I'm trying.
A full team driving on green now. They're fine.
It's just one.
Nice knock, Vard.
Flashing for you.
I'm leaving.
Ace is one active.
Watch over me.
We're watching.
Got behind us, behind us, behind us.
They're flying.
Accurate.
And one is gonna crash.
One on my
me
house, one
outside, I
across
think.
me. Oh.
Last guy car, and then 2 guys in car and 1 on green.
I'm shooting the south guy.
Right?
Knock green mass.
Yeah, last 2 guys were driving.
Chill now.
Both
getting
were
it
They're
driving.
sending it now. They're sending it now. This is good for us.
Yeah. Forest team is full peeking us from yellow. Don't get knocked from them now.
Yeah.
Get the car in zone, by the way.
Open on green. Shoot the green guy. So as soon as he gets in.
Killing the other guy. The other guy driving.
Yeah, they have 2 guys playing like orange mark.
Nice.
Not call, man.
He should die to blue.
See what to do.
Just send it, bro.
Yeah.
They're fighting.
You send it from above. Yeah.
To yellow.
Why they open like that?
Bro.
Silent.
Knock one. Knock. One more on the same rock.
I'm nading up. Nade in front of you, Fax.
Yeah.
Flush.
He ran back from the rock into the smoke.
Yeah.
Could be
One
on the
on the track.
track.
One left on the track.
Yeah, it's left side.
Left side.
Yeah.
Like here on yellow.
Yes, Rich.
On the
Knock me.
High ground northeast running
I knocked
open.
him on orange.
Two
People
active.
northeast running open.
Did we kill him on orange?
You can drive to him if you want.
I think it's the last 3 of Not or whoever it was are up on blue.
We're missing
running
one
around.
last guy, by the way.
Yeah. This was win here.
What you can play later.
Knocked him on blue.
2 up, 2 up.
He's 2 up. 2 up.
Something on the
I
road.
headshot him. He's on the road.
Yellow.
On yellow. He's literally 1 HP on green. 1 HP on green. Healing on his car. Nice.
Last guy should have went further. Would come on.
I mean, I'm still here with the low ground.
What? He knocked his teammate! Yeah, he's free. Go flash on green. Both are knocked on green.
And where's last?
Like go yellow line, orange.
You pull up on me, look, we rest, we go for it.
I think Nix goes for
Bro, what the fuck? You're lucky I'm so much fucking better than this kid.
You good?
Yeah.
I guess it was 3.
Cover them from blue. Just put a color.
small.
Bring him in the compound. Bring him in the compound.
No, we good.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Then we need to go back to Trika.
Yeah,
right?
we go back to Trika.
2-2 or what?
No, 4 in Trika.
What about this? Can anyone scout?
I knock one of them.
To my edge. I come around. Driving right on you. We're driving really right. That's one. What's that?
Full team.
On us.
We need to push. We need to push. Owl is gonna laser us.
Okay, push right. Come right.
I'm flashing over.
You can flash. One is above. Flash. Nice.
Team on us, it's a duo.
I'm coming to you.
It's not the duo. Oh, it is the duo, it's the guilty suits. 2 of them. Down right low. You can keep 1v1. Go. Nice. 1v1.
Up right on the ridge. Green.
Oh, unlucky.
Cars, 3 driving below me. They're driving towards me. They're plopping on me. I can't. Up one.
I can't leave.
One more.
I can't leave.
You're alone. Running.
I'm good.
I'm probably dead. Play without me. They're playing splitting with bunker. They're splitting with
Grenaded.
bunker.
Come outside next to the right.
Outside. In the
I have a blue zone. I have a blue zone.
I know.
Knock them on me next.
I know. We're fucking.
Could be in smoke.
Yeah.
I'm smoking deeper outside, not smoking on us though.
Yep. Just get safe.
I knocked 2 on my track. I was trying to take more. There's 1 in my track.
We need him.
One stop for me, I think?
Yeah.
2 guys.
2 guys.
He's knocked on me.
Knocked on you?
Yeah.
2 guys south. On the 80.
80. That's one.
1 more on 80.
1 more 80, right side. Both there.
1 is low.
And Ascend is 3 active. It's 4 man. 2 active.
Nice shots.
You guys just fought.
Made it now. I can start holding.
Gustav is gonna get smokes here.
Yeah,
go get smokes yourself. Go smoke for quick.
I'm getting smokes.
There's inside the shack too, there's smokes.
Yeah. No smokes.
He probably has everything inside.
He's not inside. Compound shooting us.
Actually grab that helmet on orange then, and I run, and you 2 hold the dragon off, okay? Are we ready?
Yeah.
1,
Yeah, hold compound
2,
on the
3,
west.
going.
I'm holding the hill. He took his voltage all down. He's moving.
He's
driving from top hill.
I'm going
Is it 2 in
outside.
there?
I ran next to
Yeah, 2 in that
USC.
Yep.
All 3 down now, all 3 down on the left.
Then we... Yeah.
Pound shooting me.
Yep. Just kill these... Nade on me, Crexy. Go forward. Go forward.
Knocked to you, Crexy, to you. He's being held from north as well, by the way.
On me, on my tank.
Is he on it?
Yeah, he's straight behind it. Still literal on me.
Good nade.
One more. Behind it somewhere.
Is he on it still?
We need to go right.
How many teams alive?
Maybe we have to fight this.
Yeah, we have to. We can keep baiting. Maybe Scrims get the guy on the rooftop on yellow.
Yeah.
3 guys on the roof still.
Then it's probably more core team.
They have another drop gifted on them.
If you wait, yeah, they're gonna have to fight.
They can't really see me, bro.
They are shooting that guy.
Oh, come.
It's 3 up.
Guys, I'm not with you.
I can't. Go with the split seat.
We have people here.
Yeah, it's impossible.
I'm going guy above us.
I'll be split seat. Maybe. Couldn't go for it. If you kill them, it's 2 point. Nice try, bro.
I can't do anything.
Nice try, nice try.
Really, really common. Everyone smoke.
Me. Go road side maybe, Ward.
Go right side.
It's somewhere orange, over that ridge.
So I just come to you guys now.
Yeah, just go, beat me.
I'm flashing towards him. That's it. Is he low or what?
Flash one, the right side. He jumped out. Knocked.
Last guy's warehouse. He's in warehouse. In warehouse last. In warehouse last. One's stopping in the middle of the road by the barricade.
He's on my side. My side of the top.
Was a docked.
Reactive.
Still roof.
Try to get the kill. Nice. Jumped.
One
nice.
below.
Knocked.
I'll have a
Reactive.
Pushing under. I'm resetting, reloading.
I'm gonna get that hill.
No.
Looker here, anyone?
Behind the coop. Behind the coop, one guy.
I have to heal.
And one missing still.
Aren't they both on blue?
I don't know.
One
Two
coop.
active.
I'm knocking out.
Knocked up.
I'm healing. I'm healing.
Two on the left.
Yep.
No tech.
They're all the way down. I'm running right side.
There.
They're all there? Surely one
Two more at least. Two more
I
at
knocked
least.
the top.
One got flashed. He got flashed. 3 active. Yeah, I'm
One
going
on me at least.
What are the top?
Knock, the rock guy.
Good shit.
2 up.
Just go drive by him. He's on the
Blue pepper, man.
He's dead.
Nice, Vard. You see him in the really right in front of you?
Oh, that's him.
Double's done.
I got drive by.
One guy in front of double. Yeah, there's two team. Yeah. Knocked right or okay, right.
2 more, maybe. Behind the tree, blue tree.
Blue.
Nate.
Blue tree.
Double net.
One is unknown. One got knocked. One active.
Is the tree? You flash the tree or what?
That's flush. Yeah, that's flush. No. 3 is not knocked.
Inside.
That's it.
You should save the car.
Be a flush, by the way.
Hit one, twice, knock.
Nice. You flush?
You're free up.
My marker. He's behind the tree. Maybe we're able to get angle.
I'm trying.
A full team driving on green now. They're fine.
It's just one.
Nice knock, Ward. Flashing for you.
I'm leaving.
There's just one active.
Watch over me.
We're watching.
Cut behind us.
Accurate.
And one is gonna crash.
One on my
me
house, one
outside, I
crashed
think.
me. Oh.
Last guy car, and then 2 guys in car and 1 on green.
I'm shooting the south guy.
Knock green mouse.
Yeah, last 2 guys were driving.
Chill now.
Both
getting it
They're
there.
sending it now. They're sending away. This is good for us.
Yeah. Forest team is full peeking us from yellow. Don't get knocked from them now.
Get the car in zone, by the way.
Open on green. Shoot the green guy. Well, as soon as he gets in.
Killing the other guy. The other guy driving.
Yeah, they have 2 guys playing like orange mark.
Nice.
Not fall, man.
You should die to blue.
See what to do.
Just send it, bro.
Yeah.
They're fighting.
You send it from above. Yeah.
To yellow.
Why they open like that?
Bro.
Silent.
Knock one. Re-knock. One more on the same rock.
I'm nading up. Nading in front of you, Flex.
Yeah.
Flush.
He ran back from the rock into the smoke.
Yeah.
Could be
One
on
on
the
the shack. One left on the shack.
Yeah, it's left side. Or something.
Left side.
Yeah.
Like here on yellow.
Here's Rich.
On.
knocked me.
High ground northeast running
I knocked
open.
him on orange.
People northeast running open.
Did we kill him on orange?
You can drive to him if you want.
I think it's the last three of Not or whoever it was. They're up on blue.
We're missing
running
one
around.
guy, by the way.
Yeah. This was win here.
What you can play later.
Knocked him on blue.
He's two up.
Something another road.
I headshot him. He's on the road. Yellow. He's literally 1 HP on green. 1 HP on green. Healing on his car. Nice.
Last guy should have went further. We got him.
I mean, I'm safe here with the low ground.
What? He knocked his teammate!
Yeah, he's free. Go flash on green. Both are knocked on green.
And where's last?
Like, go yellow line, orange. You pull up on me, look a bit, rest we go for it.
I think Nix goes to
Bro, what the fuck? You're lucky I'm so much fucking better than this kid.
You good?
Yeah.
I guess it was 3. Cover them from blue. Just put a cover.
Bring him in the compound.
No, we good.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Then we need to go back to Trika. Yeah, right? we go back to Trika.
2-2 or what?
No, 4 in Trika.
What about this? Can anyone scout?
I knock one of them.
My edge. I come around.
Driving right on you. We're driving really right.
That's one place. Is that?
Full team.
On us.
We need to push. Owl is gonna laser us.
You push right. Come right.
I'm flashing over.
You can flash. One is above. Flash. Nice.
Yeah. Team on us, is this a duo?
I'm coming to you.
It's not the duo. Oh, it is the duo, it's the ghillie suits. 2 of them. Down right low. You can keep 1v1. Go. Nice. 1v1.
Upright on the ridge. Green.
Oh, unlucky.
Cars, they're driving below me. They're driving towards me. They're plopping on me. I can't. Have fun.
I can't leave.
One more.
I can't leave.
You're alone.
I'm good.
I'm probably dead. Play without me. They're splitting with bunker. They're splitting with bunker.
Come outside next to right.
Outside. In the
I have a blue zone. I have a blue zone.
I know.
Knock them on me next.
I know. They're fucking.
Could be in smoke.
Yeah.
I'm smoking deeper outside, not smoking on us though.
Yep. Just get safe.
I knocked 2 on my track. I was trying to take more. There's 1 in my track.
We need him.
One south of me, I think. Yeah. 2 guys.
2 guys.
He's knocked on me.
Knocked on you?
Yeah.
Reactive.
2 guys south on 80.
80.
Not one.
1 more on 80.
1 more 80 right side. Both there.
1 is low.
And Send is 3 active. It's 4 man. 2 active.
Nice shots.
You guys just fall.
Made it now. I can start holding.
Gustav is gonna get smokes here.
Yeah,
go get smokes, Gustav. Go smoke for quick.
I'm getting smokes.
There's inside the shack too, there's smokes.
Yeah. No smokes.
He probably has everything inside.
He's not inside. Compound shooting us.
Actually grab that helmet on orange then, and I run, and you 2 hold the dragon up, okay? Are we ready?
Yeah.
1,
Yeah, hold combat on the
going.
I'm holding the hill. He took his voltage hill down. He's moving.
He's
driving from top hill.
I'm going outside.
2 in there?
I ran next to
Yeah, 2 in that
USC.
Yeah.
All 3 down now, all 3 down on the left.
Then we... Yeah.
Pound shooting me.
Yeah. Just kill these... Nade on me, Crexy. Go forward. Go forward.
I'm knocked. Just you, Crexy. Just you. We're just being held from north as well, by the way.
On me. On my tank.
Is he on it?
Yeah, he's straight behind it. Still literal on me.
Good nade.
One more behind it somewhere.
Is he on us, so?
We need to go right.
How many teams alive?
Maybe we have to fight this.
Yeah, we have to. We can't keep baiting. Maybe Scrims get the guy on the rooftop on yellow.
Yeah.
3 guys on the roof still.
Then it's probably more core team.
They have another drop gifted on them, bro.
If you wait, yeah, they're gonna have to fight.
They can't really see me, bro.
They are shooting that guy.
Oh, come.
It's 3 up.
Guys, I'm not with you.
I can't. Go with this place.
We have people here.
Yeah, it's impossible.
I'm one guy above us.
I'll please place it. Maybe. Won't go for it. If you kill them, it's 2 point. Nice try, bro.
I can't do anything.
Nice try.
Really common. Everyone smoke.
Me. Go road side maybe, Ward.
Go right side.
It's somewhere orange, over that ridge.
So I just come to you guys now.
Yeah, just go, be me.
I'm flashing towards him. That's it. Is it over or what? Oh, I'm shooting so
Flash one, the right side. One's... He jumped out. Knocked.
Last guy's warehouse. He's in warehouse. In warehouse last. One's stopping in the middle of the road by the barricade.
He's on my side of the top.
Was the dock?
Nice.
Reactive.
Still roof.
Try to get the kill. Nice. Jumped.
One
nice.
below.
Knocked.
I'll have
Chilling.
Reactive.
Pushing on there. I'm resetting, reloading.
I'm gonna get that hill.
No.
Look here, anyone?
Behind the coop. Behind the coop, one guy.
I need to heal.
And one missing still.
Are they both on blue?
I don't know.
One
Two
coop.
active.
I'm knocked in out.
Knocked up.
I'm healing.
Two on the left.
Yep.
No tech.
They're all the way down. I'm running right side.
There.
They're all there? Surely one's
Two
up
more
top.
days, 2 more.
I knocked the top.
One got flashed. He got flashed. 3 active.
Yeah, I'm
Back
going.
on me at least.
What are the top?
No, they got rock guy.
Good shit.
2 up.
Just go drive by him.
Take
actually. He's on the
Do some pepper, man.
He's dead.
Nice, Vard. You see him in the tree right in front of you?
Nope, that's a met.
Double's done.
You got drive by.
One guy in front of double. Yeah, there's two teams. Yeah. Knocked right or okay, right. Left.
2 more, maybe. Behind the tree, blue 3.
Blue.
Nate,
Blue 3.
double net.
One is unknown. One got knocked. One active.
Is the 3? You flash the 3 or what?
That's flush. Yeah, that's flush. No. 3 is not knocked.
Inside.
Instead, let's see.
You should save the car.
Be a flush, by the way.
Hit once, twice, knocked.
Nice. You flash?
Free up.
My marker. He's behind the tree. Maybe we're able to get angle.
I'm trying.
A full team driving on green now. They're fine.
It's C one.
Nice knock, Ward. Flashing for you.
I'm leaving.
Ace is one active.
Watch over me.
We're watching.
Cut behind us.
Accurate.
And one is gonna crash.
One on my
me
house, one
outside,
crash
I think.
me.
Last guy car, and then 2 guys in car and 1 on green.
I'm shooting this out guy.
Right.
One drone.
Knock green man.
Yeah, last two guys were driving.
Now.
They're
sending it now. They're sending it now. They're sending it away. This is good for us.
Yeah. Forest team is full peeking us from yellow. Don't get knocked from them now.
Yeah. Get the car in zone, by the way.
Open on green. Shoot the green guy. As soon as he gets in.
Killing the other guy. The other guy driving.
Yeah, there are two guys playing like orange mark.
Nice.
Not call, man.
You should die to blue.
See what to do.
Just send it, bro.
Yeah.
They're fighting.
You send it from above. Yeah.
To yellow.
Why they open like that?
Bro.
Silent.
Knock one. Re-knock. One more on the same rock.
I'm nading it. Nading in front of you, Flex.
Yeah.
Flush.
He ran back from the rock into the smoke. Yeah. Could be
One
on
the
the track.
One left on the track.
Yeah, it's left side.
Left side.
Yeah.
Like, here on yellow.
Yes, Rich.
Knock me. High ground northeast running
I knocked
open.
him on orange.
Two active.
Northeast running open.
Did we kill him on orange?
You can drive to him if you want.
I think it's the last three of Not or whoever it was are up on blue.
We're missing
running
one
around.
guy, by the way.
Yeah. This was win here.
What you can play later.
Knocked him on blue.
Two up.
He's two up.
Something in on the road.
I headshot him. He's on the road.
Yellow.
On yellow. He's literally 1 HP on green. Nice.
Last guy should have went further. Would count.
I mean, I'm still with the low ground.
What? He knocked his teammate.
Yeah, he's free. Go flash on green. Both are knocked on green.
And where's last?
Like go yellow line, orange.
You pull up on me, go cover us, we go for it.
I think Nix goes to bro, what the fuck? You're lucky I'm so much fucking better than this kid.
You good?
Yeah.
I guess it was 3. Cover them from blue. Just put the color.
Bring him in the compound.
No, we do.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Then we need to go back to Trika.
Yeah,
right?
we go back to Trika.
2-2 or what?
No, 4 in Trika.
What about this? Can anyone scout
I knock one of them.
My edge. I come around.
Driving right on you. We're driving really right.
That's one, please. It's that.
Full team. On us.
We need to push. Owl is gonna laser us.
You push right. Come right.
I'm flashing over.
You can flush. One is above. Flush. Nice.
Team on us. It's a duo. It's not the duo. Oh, it is the duo. It's the ghillie suits. 2 of them. Down right low. You can keep 1v1. Go. Nice. 1v1.
Up right on the ridge. Green.
Oh, unlucky.
Cars, 3 driving below me. They're driving towards me. They're plopping on me. I can't. Up one.
I can't leave.
One more.
I can't leave.
I'm good.
I'm probably dead. Play without me. They're splitting with bunker. They're splitting with
Grenaded.
bunker.
Come outside next to
Outside. In the
I have a blue zone. I know. Knock them on me next.
I know, we're fucking.
Could be in smoke.
Yeah.
I'm smoking deep outside, not smoking on us though.
Yep. Just get safe.
I knocked 2 on my track. I was trying to take more. There's 1 in my track.
Can we nade him?
One south of me, I think? Yeah. 2 guys south.
2 guys.
He's knocked on me.
Knocked on you?
Yeah.
2 guys south. On 80.
80.
Up one.
1 more on 80.
1 more 80 right side. Both there.
1 is low.
And Send is 3 active. It's 4 man. 2 active.
Nice shots.
You guys just fall.
Made it now. I can start holding.
The service gonna get smokes here.
Yeah.
Yeah, go get smokes yourself. Go smoke for quick.
I'm getting smokes.
There's inside the shack too, there's smokes.
Yeah. No smokes.
He probably has everything inside.
He's not inside. Compound shooting us.
Actually, grab that helmet on orange then, and I run, and you two hold the dragon up, okay? Are we ready?
Yeah. Yeah.
1,
Yeah, hold combat
2,
on the
3,
west.
going.
I'm holding the hill. He took his folder tool down. He's moving.
He's
driving from top hill.
I'm going
Is it 2 in there?
I ran next
Yeah,
table.
two in
that
there.
USC.
Yeah.
All 3 down now, all 3 down on the left.
Then we... Yeah.
Keep on shooting me.
Yeah. Just kill these... Nade on me, Crexy. Go forward. Go forward.
I'm knocked to shoot, Crexy, to shoot. I'm just being held from north as well, by the way.
On me, on my tank.
Is he on it?
Yeah, he's straight behind it. Still literal on me.
Good nade.
One more behind it somewhere.
Is he on us, so?
We need to go right.
Maybe we have to fight this. Or...
Yeah, we have to. We can keep baiting. Maybe Scrims get the guy on the rooftop on yellow.
Yeah.
3 guys on the roof still.
Then it's probably Mogor team.
They have another drop gifted on them, bro.
If you wait, yeah, they're gonna have to fight.
They can't really see me, bro.
They are shooting that guy.
Oh, come.
It's 3 up.
Guys, I'm not with you.
I can't. Go with the split.
We have people here.
Yeah, it's impossible.
I'm one guy above us.
I'll be split. Maybe. Couldn't go for it. If you kill them, it's 2 point. Nice try, bro.
I can't do anything.
Nice try.
Ready coming. Everyone smoke.
Me. Go right side maybe, Ward.
Go right side.
He's somewhere orange, over that ridge.
So I just come to you guys now.
Yeah, just go, be me.
I'm flashing towards him. Last in. Is he low or what? Oh, he's shooting someone
Crush
else.
one, the right side. He jumped out. Knocked.
Last guy's warehouse. He's in warehouse. In warehouse last. One's stopping in the middle of the road by the barricade.
He's on my side of the top.
Was it knocked?
Nice.
Reactive. Still roof.
Try to get the kills. Nice. Jumped.
One
nice.
below.
Knocked.
Good
Good
Pushing on there. I'm resetting, reloading.
I'm gonna get that hill.
No. Look here, anyone? Behind the coop. Behind the coop, one guy.
I need to heal.
Hello everyone and welcome back to day 3 of the PUBG EMEA Championship. What do you mean it's still day 2? Felix, surely not. That was... What's gone on there? Something must have gone horribly, terribly wrong.
Something must have happened. Probably Martin tripped over some of the wires, so it was something, I don't know.
Yeah.
Crazy though. Absolutely crazy.
Unfortunate.
We did wait some time, but then again, what can you do? Technical difficulties, they do occur sometimes. Let's get started though. It is day 2, and I think we ended our talk with Twisted Minds being the man of the day, or rather the man of the day today. So what's your prediction for this one before we get into match 1?
Boy, I predict that we will get a game, and honestly, that's good enough for me at this point.
Sounds solid. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a couple of server problems. We had some problems starting the games. Hopefully, everything should be fixed now. Fingers crossed. I do hear a plane in the background, and that is a very, very good sign. We have a game.
Yes.
Let's go, Felix. Game number 1 of the day kicking off. We are back on Miramar. And once again, Ascend out in Val Del Mar. They had a very profitable game down from that southwestern portion of the map. And right now, when you're coming into a game, you're a couple of hours delayed. You've had to sort of sit and wait and hope these technical difficulties work themselves out. Best thing you can do is come out and get that momentum back rolling, because you've been sat there, your fingers getting a little bit cold over the past couple of hours.
Yes, well, we'll have to wait and see. I saw some of these players playing all sorts of games now on the pauses to make up for the time wasted. But let's not talk about that anymore. I am so hyped for this one. Day 2, some of these teams we'll be seeing for the very first time. We've talked about the big names. We've talked about Twisted Minds, but there's also some underdogs in a Group C that I wanted to talk about. BRB is one of them, right? Free Cool Screens. He definitely names that if you've watched the PEC qualifiers as well, should ring a bell. Pretty good plays. Pod as well. We've seen these guys in Brutality just last week. Definitely one team to watch as well. Dante, I want to say, is kind of the main frag on this one. And look at that. We are getting off to a very aggressive start with a contest in Picado.
Young Danes trying to stake their claim. They actually claimed the Pochinki Picado, the central hot drops throughout Brutality. I did think it might have been a potential point of contention down the line. Thankfully, they're not in the same group as Auglis, so it will only be an issue for today. But for Auglis, it's an issue that they could very much do without, because considering their place in the standings, 13th right now, not too far away from that top 8 cutoff point, but we expect a lot of movement and that to really rise its way up the standings. But starting off with a hot drop, it's going to slow down their game plan. It's going to mean they have to fight for loot, for meds, for vehicles. And vehicles are a big part of that Auglis game plan. Those very early moves, typically they'd be already making their way out of there. Only about 2 minutes, 33 minutes is where the rotations start. But this time, just not going to get the chance.
No, not going to get the chance as of right now. I'm just to see whether or not these two teams will be fighting in Picado. I can imagine these guys will just rotate away from each other. But as of right now, that's what it looks like. And the Young Danes, also one team that I wanted to quickly touch on because I thought it was really interesting. The team that did make it through the Brutality slot, and they do have 2 new players because they used to play with Pixelic and Page in at least the qualifications. To some degree, also inside the tournament. Page was subbed off then after some time, but at least Pixelic was in there, and we all talked about it, right? How much of an impact this guy has been for that lineup. He is massive, but then again, he's playing in the NA region, and he's under contract for Space Station Gaming. He's playing at PS, which is, by the way, happening right after this tournament, so he can't be in this one. And that means 2 new players. One of them is Anonymous, and the other one, have we seen him already? I might have just missed him.
Yeah, Keta a little bit. He's decent. Put some frags on the board during the Brutality series.
Yes, most definitely.
Well. But Anonymous will definitely have big shoes to fill coming into this. But thankfully for the Young Danes, they did manage to get away from that Picado
I don't think we've seen the fifth one.
In the vehicle pretty swiftly and made the move out towards a relatively central position. Of course, we've had a zone very similar to this, maybe slightly more to the south, a few hundred meters, if anything. So Entropic, making no mistake, holding on to the hills to the western side of Chumacera. That was a very profitable area where Ascend picked up a massive win in Game 2 yesterday. This time around, they're going to be playing a little more further out towards the west. And it's Entropic and it's Fairy Tail that are holding on to those central positions, making good use of the priority that they have with the circle shift.
Absolutely. And talking about priority, someone wants to take priority, and that is BBL. Already making sure that they are in a great spot. Obviously, it's not too far off that drop spot, Chumacera, just to the northwest of it. Interesting. I can imagine them staying there. I think they probably just waited on each other to make sure to rotate as a group. I think they're going to head further towards the western side. Pretty good entry points over there. Maybe even the Heaven compound at the very top of the ridge that is, at the moment at least, inhabited. But even if it is, doesn't make that big of a problem. Oh, okay, I'll take it all back. That's why they waited. That's why they wanted to breach together, because Entropic is going to get some friends in their compound.
Well, split identified. BBL more than happy to commit into one of these fights. This is, of course, an MEA team that plays like an MEA team, and that includes if you get any hint of weakness in a compound. If there aren't immediately 3 guns putting shots towards you as you drive towards it, you're probably getting breached. And Entropic, with a strong position to try and hold on to, might just find that to be a struggle, especially now that Schiller has found a Panzerfaust and Iroh's got a second as well.
Oh, yes.
Very high chance that Dedrix just gets bombarded before he gets a chance to respond.
I think it is only one, luckily for Entropic, but they still have that one player. I think he's somewhere outside of the building, probably face towards Randy's, because that's what you want to do, right? Have your teammate, if you do watch the building, in a sight line towards you, so that if he gets pushed, you can at least support him to some degree. But even so, right, if anyone is aiming against you from down low, that support pretty much gets eliminated immediately. But as of right now, I don't think BBL knows this.
Yeah, he feels a little safe as well. He's got the car parked in a position that makes that door impossible to open. It will say that the door is blocked, so they can't come through there. So he knows the angle that he has to hold. Grindis has a Panzerfaust of his own, though. So if BBL do try to wrap around the side,
yikes,
it could be an explosive end. But this is always the danger. You take the priority positions, you go for a wide, almost a 4-way split. It was kind of a 2-1-1. And even the 2 playing opposite sides of the road, Grindis and Dedrix, you can see that as much as they're there to support one another, it may not be quite to the level of support that they needed, preparing for a 4-man breach from BBL. Elsewhere on the map, there's a bit of a tangle, actually, just to the northern side of El Pozo, as 3 teams currently trying to make a rotation through the crater fields. Na'Vi going straight down the middle of Pod Samalet, and Broken Bones Esports, who are both there lying in wait. But the push may just come through from BBL. They've hopped out the window into the sight line. Dedrix has to land the spray.
Needs to be so patient, and he takes down Iroh as well after Schillinger job 2, and that is massive. You can see he's trying to go for the flash as well. This is such a great play together with his teammates. Thunderlord's trying to get the trade. He needs to as well. He knows this. If he stays alive, the push could come in momentarily, and yeah, you can see he had to fall back there. He was down to 1 HP, and that's at least 1 player left alive for BBL. This is a disastrous start into this day. And honestly, the way Entropic is going to play this now, it's probably relatively clean and methodical. But look, you might just be able to go for a res here.
Oh, good, Molly. That might just spread onto Iroh. Not quite. Oh, so damn close. But the blue zone grenade will. That will take him down. Janny has made his way down the hillside to support his team. That crossfire was massive. They were not ready whatsoever for Dedrix. And the blue zone grenade kills off Thunderlust as well.
What a blue zone grenade. What a blue zone grenade. The Molotov to tip it off as well. And Entropic showing us how to use utility. Great stuff coming out from them. And that breach, I thought it looked really good. I thought BBL was straight on their timing. They probably knew it was only 1 player on the other side. But it was really good. But Entropic just too good on the defense. And I think the key here was Dedrix. He just did not get spotted whatsoever. His car parked against the door. You noticed it as well. What a play. Unbelievable.
Just huge off angle as well. Held that position, made sure not to make a sound. So when BBL hopped out, Grendis got the opening knock. They immediately turned their attention over the opposite side of the road, thinking that their side was clear. But no, Dedrix was just that patient. And he bought enough time with a little bit of assistance from a long-range knock as well onto Smash, leaving Thunder last man standing. Janny got down. That blue zone grenade did all the damage. BBL with a very early loss in a game that they've been waiting quite some time to play, and it looks like they're going to have to wait just that little bit more to get back in the action.
Talking about action, Ascent back up in their usual spot, far towards the southwestern side. Not too far off from the loot spot either. Pretty good split, lots of informations. You can see towards the eastern side, towards the northern side, and even towards the western side if anyone does decide to rotate right past you. And this is, yeah, the usual way how they like to kind of play these circles. Make sure you stay at the edge and let the zone come to you. If it happens, we've seen these deep southwestern circles. Not a usual shift, but we've seen them so far. It's probably going to be just as interesting here. You've seen plenty of southwestern circles, actually. Miramar, it's probably the most seen circle. Now, I want to say, combined with brutality, it's southwestern shift, and lots of Enix around Chumacera. And that's why you can also see, if you look at the map stream, lots of teams always going for these early rotates, trying to get some of these compounds, like BBL did.
We saw it even yesterday, this area. BB team getting big profit from playing on the warehouse compound. Ascend opted not to get over aggressive and push into. This time they're doing something quite similar, getting rewarded as well in the form of an airdrop crate and the phase 2 shift coming a little bit further down the northern tip of it, just on the high ground south of Monte Nuevo. So Ascend holding on to that full high ground, and importantly for Entropic, that early push from BBL did not cost them any of the positions in their split. They're right back into that 2-1-1, and they have a fantastic opportunity to get up the hill that currently the Mad Bulls are starting to creep their way up. But elsewhere, as everyone tries to rotate into the map, it's Howl losing yet another player, coming in to try and make an entrance. Just too many teams ahead of them.
Absolute carnage. This Southwestern ship once again shows us why so many teams are trying to get these early positions up on the hills, and you can see Mad Bulls was one of them. Make sure you always have access to at least cross the street, because if you don't, it's really hard to play edge on lots of these circles. There's very, very tough positions to be played on the edges, and you can most likely always be seen from the high ground positions on some of these mountaintops. So really, really troublesome for these teams that are now rotating in late. And yeah, you can see Ascend, even they made it down the hill already, knowing that if they don't take these positions right now, they will be taken later on.
Yeah. And Ascend opting not to play that western high ground. It does have a much lower percentage chance of a zone shifting in that area, thanks to a couple of some of the rock formations, giving the priority for the land ratio shift elsewhere over towards the east. So they're kind of cheating towards that position right now. It does leave an open door for a team like Pod Samolet to make a very wide wrap once they deal with the sandstorm situation. But Howl losing yet another. They just can't find a place to pull up where it's safe. Every single little ridge, every bit of high ground just has a target there ready to punish whenever they pull up and don't have a cover immediately.
And Nixie makes use of his position immediately, gets the first frag for Mad Bulls, and, well, not the first frag in this lobby, but at least the first one in phase 2.
Yep.
They will be once again starting things off very, very strongly. And look, this is, I mean, do they need it? Zaga, do they really need it? I don't think so, but they're going to get rewarded anyways.
It is really just a case of twisting the dagger at this point.
Yes.
Mad Bulls pretty much already qualified. They only need to get top 8 in the group stages. It's very likely that they've done enough that is almost a formality at this point, but if they can continue their run of dominance between now and then hold on to some of that momentum between now and the grand finals. It is a couple of weeks away, so plenty of time for that momentum to slow down in between and teams to get to figuring them out. Mika with his back turned, not expecting the Mad to have crept his way into the compound. It seems like Lookarooks, knowing that Howl pulled up here in the vehicles, was coming to try and investigate, but Mika will be the one to fall victim, gets caught out, and he's too far apart from the rest of Ascend for any support to come through.
Yes, and Mad obviously will go for the flash immediately. Cold Mark and Kappa have both been eliminated already in this round, so Hal once again will be starting off with a rather weak round, unless obviously he makes something miraculously happen, which, depending on the circle shifts, is still relatively possible. I want to say at least a couple of placement points is definitely still in there. Depends on how the next ones go, but either way, definitely going to ruin things for Ascend way more than it does for Howl.
Ruin things. I like that one. Good pun.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Ruin was the unfortunate straggler who didn't quite get his way into the lobby, and it does look a little unlikely now that the Mad is going to get any placement points on the board. Entropic, very happy with their split that they were able to hold on to. Even having regrouped from a 2-1-1 into a 2-2, they're still dead center on both sides, but do need to be a bit cautious because there is a high chance that a team might just pick one side of that, more likely the low ground, and just breach into that, and they may have to have defensive duties once again.
Defensive duties. Also what Orclis and Entropic are going to need is just as much as win or die. So they say they're going to get breached, shot from up top as well. Fairy Child really has to be careful of knocking third party in this one. Jubila, though, on the other side, is getting one with a P90. Nate in hand as well. And win or die, looks like they've just been perfectly defended as Fairy Child picks up 2 frags.
Yeah, Win or Die was scrambling for some position around here not too long ago on the phase 2 shift. Just couldn't really find a way through, an avenue to any sort of safety. And with Xstan still holding on to his high ground spot on the far western side of the valley, the rest just could not get into these shacks quickly enough. Fairy Tail pulled up on the opposite side. They were safe from the third-partying shots from Entropic, and it's Win or Die, taking very, very early losses and continuing an unfortunate run of form from day number 1.
Bumble Squad, one of the teams we have not been able to see just yet. Also one of the underdogs, I want to say. Coming into this one with a pretty strong qualification as well. Did have some struggles in some of these rounds, some of the earlier rounds of the qualification, but got consistently better. And honestly, I gotta applaud the name. I gotta applaud the name. If that is that a Transformers reference? It's got to be, right?
It looks that way, doesn't it? It's a very sci-fi logo, bumblebee color scheme. Yeah, you've got to respect it. This is, of course, let's not forget, a squad that technically did qualify for PEC Grand Finals last year in the PEC Fall, but unfortunately, due to a couple of personal issues outside of the game, they did have to back out of their qualification. That allowed Exalt to come in and take their place. But so unfortunately, we didn't get to see them at this level at this stage, but it's good to see that they're back and they've now got themselves a second chance.
Let's see if they can be able to transform into the strength they need. Yes, thank you so much. All right, this one was a bit cheap. I'm going to stop now.
I thought we agreed. Whenever there was a joke to be made, we have to warn each other in advance.
Yes,
the German-British humor crossover, it's just not there. So next time, please say joke incoming, so I know. So I know to laugh. Thank you.
Maybe I'll think of it. We'll see. Either way, let's see if Ascent still thinks of the Mad, who's still inside that compound. Looks like they will for now. I mean, they should have a pretty good angle on that compound. And should have had for the last minute as well. So it looks like they're going to try and go for it. Brexco, you can see him kind of looking around. Matt now gets spotted out. Gets immediately shot at, though. Matt, I was about to say, it looks like he's going to get at least one. But flush doesn't come through. It's Chris's step for the trade. And that is the first point being picked up for Ascent.
They were in danger of just lining up for him. Those concrete buildings can be a total pain to push, even for a solo. But playing on the low ground, not getting up the stairs, not having enough utility, folded shields, whatever it takes to make it more difficult. A Panzerfaust, a shotgun, anything may have helped his case, but unfortunately, not going to be. Ascend will get their revenge, and Pod Samolet might just walk face first into another split of Fairy Tail. They pushed a little bit further down. And Pod Samolet, they've been trying desperately to wrap all the way in from Craterfield on the far northwestern side of the map, trying to find an avenue to get in. And the Molotovs are going to have to try and clear a path. Brightside has gone down. It extends, getting a little bit of a revenge for Win or Dine. Their earlier losses at the hands of Fairy Tail as well.
And look at this, April, suddenly the last one in this compound. Oh, he jumps out. He's got the SMG in, but he can't peek the corner. Unfortunately, Dante's just too fast, and April goes down, and I think that's it. But Win or Dine on this side of it, Fairy Tail on this side of the street. And the last player, yes, Zabila is... no, never mind. No, he is on the other side. Yes, completely caught off guard there. Fighting a whole different team now because obviously Extends peaked and breached this compound as well. This is turning into all sorts of chaos. Everyone's breaching these buildings. And in the end, looks like Fairy Tail at least stands strong with 2 plays and 4 eliminations being picked up.
That's quite painful to witness. A man hop out of the window, micro Uzi in hand, perfect position for it, but he animation cancelled the reload, had no bullets, and couldn't get there in time. Protivini doing big damage onto No Tag with the P90. That is as they make a bit of a breach on towards the very same compound where Entropic were able to dispatch of BBL with relative ease, but the breach came in the opposite side, and of course, Twisted Minds, grenades, we know the story. Hoppycott can't do anything to defend. Protivini was not there covering. And Fleet to Beat just does not have an angle through the windows.
Not of right now. But he's still got more enemies in this one. And looks like he's still trying to find the angle. Even though he does get shot from afar. They believe that was No Tag team. Maybe even Matt Balls from up top. Well, by the way, we'll be facing Ascent.
Oh, do it.
And need to as well on that edge. Great Panzerfaust. Unfortunately, hits
close.
Just outside the window. Doesn't hit inside of it. Don't think it would have been a frag either way, but I don't know, at least some damage. And yeah, this is a tricky spot. Do you engage now, or do you at least wait for the next circle shift? Because at the moment, they do not need to move.
I'm just confused about why there's still 2 more Panzerfaust to be sent out in this compound. I thought a team breaching, picking up 2, and then the opposite side already having 1. That's what, 5 Panzerfaust in this compound that have now been expended on various breaches and defenses. Entropic have now decided it is time to regroup that 2-2 split. They've given up the church and the small compounds alongside it. The teams on the northern side of the zone may not have that information, though. It's a pretty steep ridge line to look down upon, and they might have to try and scout it out. Maybe Fairy Tale would have heard the vehicles or spotted the rotation themselves, but their vehicles are in absolute tatters from having pulled up on the opposite sides of the shack, and they can't capitalize on the knowledge that they have.
Not as of right now, no. Twisted Mind's also in a very precarious spot. They're trying to look for the Bumble squad up top, but neither they nor them can really move into any direction. You can see Navi's now trying to make a push because they know they need to eliminate this. Fairies gets the first one. Oh, this could be disastrous for Twisted Minds. Oh, 3 of them get dropped immediately. It's 6 up left, and he's all alone standing with Navi. All of them get dropped as well. Suddenly, Sosit, only one alive. He peeks around the corner. He gets him. Oh, that was so close, but he gets taken down immediately after. If this was worth it, I don't know. But at least some kills being secured by Navi.
That was the last bullet from Sosed. Came around the angle with a 3x spray on a man 2 centimeters away. Not ideal in terms of the line of sight, but gets the flick, and that final bullet into Example puts him down, but it swiftly taken care of as well by Entropic. That opens the door now for Bumble Squad to simply roll down the hill on the north with no pressure from behind. They can take the northern half of the split that was given up by Entropic, as they've now taken the high ground and they're putting pressure onto Ascend from long range, but Mad Bulls answering back with some long range headshots of their own.
Good headshot against Grandies, but honestly the big question is, how the hell did Ascend just plow through and reach a Tropic? I thought surely Mad Bulls was going to try and fight Ascend and clear them out on their edge, but apparently they do not. So Mad Bulls is going to be robbed of these kill points, potentially at least. We'll have to remain on their edge, on their far southern edge, to try and get an entry as well, because honestly they've got some buildings in this compound, but apart from that, Mad Bulls now not really with too much playing room.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of their compound that just remains in, but a lot of sight lines still to be found for Entropic. Ascend now playing the low ground below them. Makes it a little bit more awkward for Entropic to peek up over in towards Pod Samulet and Fairy Tale. As elsewhere on the map, Newgate taking a fight up against the Young Danes. They've tried to pull up in the field, kind of caught themselves in between Bumble Squad and Newgate. It's getting peppered from both angles, but the high ground still remains king in this zone.
Yes, it does. I can see Kiliaka is trying to sneak his way up, Pod in the distance as well. Problem for Pod is, if they want to engage the right side, if they want to engage Ascent, they'll probably be third party by Fairy Tale in the distance as well. So it's kind of the problem for everyone at the moment. No one can really get isolated fights going without potentially being third party at least. Same for Young Dane, talking about third party. Nixie and the rest of it, especially for Toby here, trying to get some of these shots up. Only secures 2, but at least 2 more than they originally intended on that edge. And they will be stacked on 6.
Newgate still with 3 alive. Explicit on the opposite side of the road, the last man standing for no tag. Newgate have vehicles in a position where they can take hold of them and try and make some sort of play up to the hill, but not while Explicit still remains in that position. Bumble Squad not overextending. There's free space ahead of them that they could take a more powerful position, but they're just going to keep their head down for the time being, because the western side of the zone, I mean, look at it. It's just a traffic jam. 4 different shades of blue along the western side as Pod Samulet tried to take a battle on 2 fronts, and Tropic looking to get involved, but now Mad Bulls are committing to making their play.
Yes, and Nedrix spots up one of them. Oh my God! What is that? Nedrix! Oh my lord, hits the double headshot onto Snixie and tells him to shut down this push. Please do not go any closer, because Grandix already got eliminated by his own nade. That's as much as we can take in this one. Don't make us do any more, but Mad Bulls don't seem to stop anytime soon. They've grouped up on this ridge now. They really need to as well. I've talked about there's no real playing room in between their edge and this compound, so they need to make this move now. And once again, Entropic count to 3 now.
Well, Mad Bulls have been holding on to their compound on the high ground for an extremely long time. They've had 0 pressure from anywhere else. Any team that could have potentially put pressure on from the south, they dealt with it swiftly. So they're coming with a fresh set of utility. Those grenades landing, getting some solid damage onto Entropic. Grendis has been picked off in the meanwhile as well. And just trying to dislodge them from their position on the roof. It actually buys a little bit of time for Ascend's Brex to creep his way into the garage on the northern side of their compound. He got out of the way of Pod Samulet. And if Mad Bulls hold on to this low ground, they might run into the exact same problem. Newgate now have tried to make a push out from the eastern side, but it's Global Army of the 2 players remaining for Auglas, who peeks himself up over the ridge, picks him off, and now turns his attention back to the high ground on the west.
Morg's back. But surely they must know that this fight against Mad Bulls is inevitable. Maples needs to make this happen. And the sooner they do, the more space they will have in the next round. So many teams that could potentially third party this. And in the meanwhile, look at this. Brexco, he's the cheeky player that you just do not want to meet in this round. Yeah, he sneaks around the side. Timed it perfectly with the push from Matballs in the first initial knocks. Yeah, as you said, gets in. He might even survive this fight between Entropic and Matballs. Once again, they need to fight sometime soon.
It seems as though for Brex, the game plan is survive as long as possible. Maybe if anyone steps within his garage, he gets a free kill. Don't think it's going to be a play to win the game from here, but you never know. Could definitely have an impact on this next engagement between Mad Bulls and Entropic. The zone shift will force everyone's hand, with maybe the slight exception of August, as it has shifted to an area of the zone that has absolutely zero other occupants for the time being. Even the Bumble squad with full control of the east are not in play. But Mad Bulls, they've wrapped so far around. They've got up on the hill, on the top of the building themselves, on the roof of Entropic. They forced them onto the low ground. And Hawkey gets spotted out through the smoke. Nixie with a Groza. Wow. Audio cues?
Yeah.
He doesn't need to see them.
Must have been an audio cue, or maybe even just a, I don't know, a slimmer of helmet, maybe peeking out the smoke. Tries to crawl out of it now, get some additional information, because obviously the revive probably not going to be possible. Look at this. This is such a cheeky play as well for him to get back up there. Spots to play in the distance as well. Maybe with some great shots he could get another one, but doesn't look like it just now. And Entropic, such a great spot, will be taken down. For more. Oh, Nixie's just on a roll right now. Yes, he does get traded, but once again, it's a 3-1 now. That might just be a bit too late.
You thought you were safe in the smokes, not when this man is being his own UAV from above. Straight through, headshot. CCI next around the side. Tusta tries to commit to the push. You can't hop in there, my son. But Madzi doesn't commit to the push over the top. CCI next only on 16 HP, and the Molotov is now gone just in time for him to hop in. Dodges out of the grenade, keeps himself barely clinging to the brink of life.
Somehow he makes it in with 7 damage only dealt towards him. Look at this, Mapballs don't even clear the whole building. They want to go for game-winning positions instead. They drop down there. Not potentially, no, Entropic is just going to push out the building and go aggressive. Look at this. What kind of nade is that? Are you kidding me? Was that a Tetrix nade all the way towards Lukarox? Oh my lord. And he might even go for the third one in quick succession. He gets taken back by at least some of the players in the far distance and are now helping Mapballs, at least for the time being.
Yeah, but Pod Samolet, they're making their move now. They cleaned up Brex as he tried to make an exit out of the northwest and wrap out undetected, but they spotted him out. They found him. And now they're looking to get into position where they can backstab Entropic. Their high ground position is compromised. Their Beatsa will sit down Janny. He was the last man standing for Mad Bulls. Might have a chance to get a revive or two. But never mind, Madzi cleans him up. But CCI next is just a one-man army, but it won't be enough to take down the Bumble squad.
What a peek though. Quick headshot. And even though the player was prone and ready and waiting, still was able to take him down. CCI next for some amazing shots. And yeah, look at this. Who would have thought? Bumble squad and partner being the last squads alive. Dante gets spotted out, but immediately has to pop back.
Yeah, Bumble squad, I think ever since that fight between Twisted Minds and Na'Vi, where both teams were eliminated, they had full control of the north and then the east, just kept themselves out of harm's way for the longest period of time. And now when the time has come to commit to the push, they do so, but CCI next individual capability in those close-range gunfights has cost them quite dearly. Now, the numbers advantage firmly in the hands of Pod Samolet. The height advantage firmly in the hands of Pod Samolet. Level 3 gear, P90s, everything is pointing towards the boys in blue, and it's up to the Bumble squad to try and find an opening to change it.
Yes, it is. It's a 2-on-4, and with always these man advantages that you have in a situation like this, all you want to do is really just get control of the circle right now. That's what these guys are doing. Make sure to spread out, get at least some of your individual strength spread out across as much as space as you potentially can. And once again, they're doing quite a good job of it, but it's not easy in a circle like this. You can see very few positions that you can take without being open. Probably some of these spots that Bomber Squad are playing. That's why lots of damage is being dealt to both of these sides at the moment. No real ability for Port at the moment, and not at least with how this circle is for the current time being, to push and close this out.
May just be a case of wait for the Phase 9 circle to pop towards the center. Pod Samolet definitely having the control. Should that be the case, And with the lack of helmet as well on Madzi, it won't take much for that opening to be found.
What a peak, though, from him. I mean, 55 HP and you're down a man and you still peak it. That is definitely some confidence. Pin, though. He opens things up, and Matsi hits a great nade as well. Blue Zone might even just take him down. 7 frags. And Pod, I was talking about them at the very start of the game. They are the underdogs, I want to say, together with lots of these teams, but they surely don't play like it. 7 frags and a win to start things off. What better way, except for, well, maybe 18 frags and map balls. But still a good game, though.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good. Yeah, but definitely we'll take a 17-point win. I mean, given the way that things went on day one, that's more than half of the points needed to get up towards the top 8. And again, this is a different Pod Samlet lineup to the one that we saw actually popping off towards the latter half of last year, but they're still coming out and showing they can still get things done on the big stages.
Absolutely. With that being said, we will be heading back to the studio and yeah, see you guys in a minute because I don't think we have any breaks.
No breaks, because you had a 2-hour break before everything started. And of course, that has to be difficult for the players. Avenger to be sitting, waiting, figuring out what's happening, all of that time. I mean, I know that they probably warmed up ready to go. Do you think that that plays a role in some of the performances we saw in this first game?
Nah, I think they learned to just enjoy every moment of them being in the group stages. No, honestly, a great game to start things off. It's obviously a little bit rough with the delays, but what can you do? Issues are issues, and these guys have dealt with it. We had everyone in there, except for one guy, but overall, super rough circle to play with here. But some of them had to come in from the western side. It shifted away from them. And then this entropic longhouse fight with Mad Bulls, Ascend, and everyone just fighting. It's super rough to try to play. But PUBG, they decided to kind of hold everyone out and try to get into the circle from another angle, and it actually paid off hugely for them, managing to keep a lot of players alive, and then eventually, of course, coming in and just cleaning everything up here. Great angles to kind of hold on to. Nice shots from Pin as well, with some of the Dragunov shots here. You're going to see this one, and yeah, good win for them to start things off with here, and we got 5 more games to go, of course.
I definitely think all these teams that we've seen in Group B and C should be celebrated for coming in here and still... I had to do it. We're having a little bit of fun. But let's talk about Pod Samlet, because they did have quite a good run last year, but it was always kind of a mid-pack team, Mark. But obviously now coming in here saying, hey, 17 points, pay attention to us. We are here to make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, Pod Samlet have been one, especially over the last year. They've gone through this sort of transformation under the plane, but they were that kind of mid-tier team. They then started showing some real signs of some spark, should we say. But recently, especially this year, they've been putting in the effort. We see them all the time in scrims. We see them all the time in any event they can get themselves into. And as a result, they're strong. They're very, very strong at the end game. I was rooting for Entropic. I'll be honest, with a 10 kills and hitting the top of the top of the tower, should we say, but that's a pure pod that they wait, they watch, and when they want to sort of pounce their way into an towards an end zone, that's what they do, and win a chicken dinner, game number 1 underneath their belt.
They'll be very happy with that. And now one of the teams that I if anyone can remember, because we're going all the way back to the beginning, Twisted Minds, I said they got to come out of the gates, they've got to look hot, they've got to look impressive. Mark, were they hot? Were they impressive?
It was a good start for them. They found themselves in that normal drop zone, but then we saw some really, I suppose, nice plays. A 2-1-1 split. We saw Batordin sitting on the high ground, and that really helped. This is where he's kind of scouting information. He looked over his team, and then he was able to scout forward to Brickyard. Now, I'm actually a really big fan of this update. Brickyard is such a good place now to play. They're able to try and hold out there, and as the zone shifted, they moved forward again. Batordin's on the scout. Didn't quite go their way, and they worked their way back. Good defense. This is obviously where we get to see Example and Lou really go to work. Broken Bones trying to breach into this compound. This is why I love it. There's so many angles in which you can create out of this new Brickyard area. But Martin, it wasn't to be much because it was the clash of the clans. Na'Vi was sitting on the bottom of the hill. Eventually we see them start to play up, and it was just kind of an ensured destruction as the zone left this area and both these teams for dead.
Yeah, quite surprising, right? We had a lot of teams stacking up in here in the north. It's just everyone compressed in because no one is in the church or in the compound south of the church there, right? So we have so many teams here fighting, and as you see this fight break down here now, we're with a full man push here, taking everyone down, Example, trying to clutch it up, and then you get third party from this side, and it just ends up being both Na'Vi and Twisted Minds out of this. Nice little seed swap there, but yeah, then Detrix ends everything, and yeah, it's just two of our big name teams just gone in the finger slip finger. What's it called? What's the flicker of a finger? What's it called?
What? What are you trying to say? What is coming out of your mouth?
What's it called? The flinch of an eye. I don't even remember the saying anymore.
Neither do I. Well, you bamboozled me as well, to be fair. I think it's a flick of a finger. I don't know.
I mean, I feel like you just completely butchered the saying, so we'll figure it out. But yeah, we can't even link it. The blink of an eye.
I'll figure it out later. It's probably a Danish thing translated.
Blink of an eye.
Not.
Yes.
It's the blink of an eye.
The blink of an eye.
With your fingers.
Yeah. There must be one within the snap of a finger, I guess, maybe.
It's definitely blink of an eye, but we'll forgive you because English isn't your first language. We're moving on to Miramar. Again, that is what you can expect. Obviously, all of these teams now feeling warmed up and happy. Mad Bulls, a team that yesterday we spoke about so much, definitely have done enough to potentially get themselves into the grand finals. This is their last day to play, and they finish in the top 4 on game number 1, Avenger. Why is this team so good? What is it that they are doing and getting right?
Honestly, for me, so what team did you ask again?
It was Mad Bulls. Thanks for listening.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure because you were talking for so long here, so I was just trying to listen to all the other words that you were following up with, you know? Yeah, no, in Mad Bulls, of course, they're doing a lot of things right. There's so many things with, first of all, them starting off the day yesterday, you have an insane amount of confidence, right? So all these pushes and third parties, and so I was also questioning them, why are they making sure that like these guys are dying here? It's just the focus on the kills is just so heavy for them, right? They could potentially have survived a little bit longer, but they might have not gotten the amount of kills they would have from this game here if they didn't just kind of try to third party this longhouse compounds. They could have maybe taken that south, maybe southeastern ridge instead, but would that have gotten them more points instead of trying to kind of clean up this area here? You can see how many kills and how much focus they have throughout the game and throughout the mid and later stages of the game. So yeah, it's definitely the kill power on this team here and the strategy that they lay around them already being inside. They can completely close out any team because they have so many points right now. Third party any team they want, and yeah, they will either obviously get 2, 3, 4 kill points out of it, or they will just shrug a little bit and not worry about it because they are in the grand finals at this point here. That is certain.
There you go. We're going into game number 2. Let's get straight into it. We don't want you to wait.
Thank you, Martin. There, getting paid by the syllable on his new contract. That was a solid podcast episode. Thank you so much. Can't wait for the next one. But on the subject of the next one, game number 2 coming up very quick. And parallels. We're all about parallels here. Day number 1, Mad Bulls pops off in the early phases. Day number 2, Mad Bulls does have a very solid early game. Not quite to the level of what they had yesterday, but that is a very high bar for themselves to set. But still, 12 points in their first game of the day, and Pod Samolet with a very strong start of their own.
I want to say like 18 frags is kind of a once-in-a-tournament performance out of all the teams, right? How can I get this amount of frags again? Unless something crazy happens. But you get what I'm saying. So yeah, I don't expect it to happen again. Then, that being said, we had almost 2 of these yesterday, right? So who the hell knows at this point? Who the hell knows at this point? These lobbies are so unpredictable. We asked this question on the desk yesterday, or rather Sam did. Is it the closest the EMEA scene has ever been in terms of skill set? And well, I guess I could only agree, and we could see that right here. But that being said, though, Picado hot job, Orc against YD once again. There wasn't really a fight going on the last time we saw this, but I think this one looks way more aggressive.
Yeah, this may be some of the closest that we've ever seen in terms of EUB to one another in terms of drop spots. That's definitely for sure. Just the opposite side of the road, the Young Danes taking the south side. This time around, it's a bit of a switch up from the previous game, and it's not the only engagement we have, as BBL and Newgate both going back and forth with one another at the same time. That was around the church area, a bit of a battle over a compound, not even close to a vehicle, really, just in this area. That split, that classic BBL split, and oh no, have they overextended elsewhere as well, because Iro drove up just a little bit too close to Ibby. That's over to the southeastern side of Picado on the high ground, and BBL losing 2 players in the early phases of game number 2 as well.
and one of them to Mad Bulls on top of it. Mad Bulls who are surely going to look for these frags, because honestly, they don't have anything else to lose. And Wenger was talking it on the broadcast for so long, because I honestly believe it is to some degree the most important point for them in these games. Make sure to get your biggest competition out right now. Make sure to let them play in the lower bracket, because otherwise, what else is there to do for you? You're probably going to end this with like, what, 100 points? So you're qualified anyways, even at this point. You said that you think the drop-off was going to be somewhere around 70 points. They're almost there. They are there, maybe.
They're over it. 84 now. Yeah.
I think maybe go even more aggressive than this. If you know the other two players probably haven't made it anywhere else, why not just breach them? Make sure to get BBL out of the way as well, because once again, this is one of the biggest competitions.
Yeah, seeing that BBL have already lost one to Newgate in the kill feed and then picking off another, I think, honestly, I don't think that was targeted against BBL. If anything, it's Mad Bull kind of pushing, knowing that there will be a drop, a hot drop going on in Picado, maybe anticipating the chance that they might be able to get some long-range flushes on that from that compound. Just Iro, unfortunately, pulling up in quite the wrong spot. But for Bumble Squad, pulling up into the graveyard gives them an opportunity to take that path down towards Picado and continue on with the path in towards the zone. They got a second place finish in our previous matchup. It was relatively conservative in terms of their playstyle. They didn't get drawn into the chaos up north between Twisted Minds and Na'Vi and the rest. And even when they had the opportunity to flex out and take a little bit more control along the east, they didn't over push it too much, and they just held on to their position as long as they could. And potentially might have been in with a chance of closing out that game if it weren't for CCI Next being such an absolute god in those close range engagements.
Yeah, that was absolutely a nasty push coming out from him around the smoke on a prone player as well. I wish there was some kind of statistics, because I feel like sometimes proning, especially in these scenarios, I think if you start a name fight while already being prone, I think that's kind of a disadvantage to some degree, because the only thing you can really hit is your own head, right? The enemy's 100%, if he shoots at you, he's gonna hit the head. And I think that's what actually makes it a disadvantage to some degree. So I wish I could get some kind of statistics on there, or maybe even some pro player takes, because I feel like that's something to learn from them as well, how to handle these kind of sneaky scenarios. Which is like, for example, I don't think we saw Brexco ever proning in any of these spots, right? Because you make yourself such an easy target, and I think there's at least some reason to it. Talking about reason, Howl just flies into the middle, just absolutely sends it. Emergency parachute, just finds something in the middle. I guess that's the game plan. Colt Marco, unfortunately, though, is not going to find too much. Gets put down from the skies. Jabila is going to pick that one up.
Ah, I see, right. So I was just trying to put two and two together on that segue, and we said, talking about reason. So Howl was the reason for the delay to game one, right? Because Ruin was late to get in. I get it. I understand. Thanks for that. Bumble Squad, they've just rocked up on the Young Danes. They made their move out of Picado a little bit later than August this time around. Again, August taking control of the northern side. They had the hard spawn Murado, the very same one that Young Danes were able to use to disappear out in the previous game. This time a little bit slower, and Bumble Squad rock up behind them and get a little bit more aggressive in the early phases of this game. 4 points picked up. Young Danes are done on Miramar.
Done and dusted. I've kind of forgot to put my reason out there. You are completely right, but at this point, it might just be too late for it. Good fight, though, coming up from them. Lots of early fights. Well, kind of what we expected as well to happen on the first day, but didn't really get to see, right? I think there's a main difference so far in these early games stages, or at least so far in day 2 in comparison to day 1. Day 1, we haven't really seen that. We saw that in Brutality a lot when lots of these qualification teams came in, and we saw lots of edge fighting. We had one game where phase 4, only 9 teams were alive. This one kind of reminds me a little bit of it. More aggression in the early game, more teams trying to make sure they get their loot spots, and even beyond that, reach out, make sure to harass the other teams in the early stages already, which is exactly what Twisted Minds always used to do as well, and still going for. You can see that big split is in full effect as well. So I'm excited to see how they will perform throughout all these games now, knowing that other teams might just play at least relatively similar to what they're doing in the early game.
Yeah, it's a relatively easy process. When we have a zone like this, it's quite simple maths. Twisted Minds, Power Grid, Rocks, Batulins, that's really all that needs to be said. He's got the high ground. He's scouting forwards. There's a couple of free compounds ahead of them that teams like August haven't opted to expand their hold in towards. Hello, my bad is there lying in wait with an M249 as No Tag rocks up into his compound. He does have the support of the boys on the rocks, just keeping their heads down for now. But inside the compound, it's all up to him. But my God, he's got enough bullets to do it.
Oh, yes, M249. What other weapon would you want to have in this one? First shots are coming out. Initial contact has been made by Gadjok. Does he have an MK14? Yes, he does. This time around, it's on an MK12. As I keep switching it up yesterday, Nate comes out as well, but looks like Winodai is kind of waiting for their fourth play, and I think this is what it comes down to at the moment. Email on my bed, exit the building now, make sure to stay in LOS from his teammates to not let them get any 1v1s against him. And first initial damage, once again, has been put out against No Tag team, but it's healed back up, and at the moment, it looks like a pretty fair fight.
No Tag going to be taking the upstairs. They did manage to hop onto the balcony on the far side, climbing up on top of the vehicle. Wanzak, though, is in an isolated position, might just get caught out. The smokes just blocking the line of sight for the rest of the squad. Leosh has to back up as a grenade comes flying in his direction, but some decent chip damage dealt towards No Tag, but not enough to secure any knocks for the time being. But oh, hello, my bad, gets caught out. It's the blue zone grenades again.
Oh, yes, it is. Hello, my bag. It's not only taken down, but flushed as well. No chance. What a well-positioned nade coming out from O'Connell. One of the longer-standing players, that were very explicit, I want to say, in this lineup. Has been there since the very beginning of the PUBG esports scene. Has played plenty of lands as well. Ooh, let's see. One sec. It's going to bring one back, though. Let's Leosh down. One of the most impactful players on the other side of this team that they're fighting against. But at least for Winodai, it's not the MK14.
It feels like so many of these engagements for Win or Die, Xtans is off on some major trip to get some sort of off angle that just never really comes to fruition, or he's trying to hold down an anchor but just can't really contribute to the fights. He's done a little bit of damage for now, 120, but his teammates are just getting picked off around him. He's not really in a position where he can support them. At best, maybe it forces No Tag not to overcommit to the push in towards them, but using the cover of the sandstorm, they've sent O'Connell around. He may just end up catching Xtans off guard, although it will be an isolated 1 versus 1. So if he gets the better of O'Connell, there's nothing more that he can do, but he's got the position. He knows that Screams is up top. He gives away his own position and realizes someone must have crept close to that nade, giving the game away.
This is such a good push, though, coming up from No Tag team. Look, even if they are open for Xtans, for a short period of time, they have now trapped the other Winodai players just below them, and I really want them to make a move. Make sure to not let these guys get away, because you've got so much advantage right now. He sees Leosh. I think you just saw an arm. This is the perfect opportunity now for Screams to make something happen. This is disastrous for Winodai, because usually these from up top fights, you always go the way of the team that's standing up top, but as I say, that Gadjok spots him out. Unfortunately for Screams, he has to fall back for the time being.
And unfortunately for both of these teams, the Phase 2 shift has come into effect a solid 8 seconds ago, and it's gone about as far to the west as it possibly could have done. So all in all, this fight will amount to very little in terms of just points gained, but for moving on for longevity in the game itself, really not worth it. But they've committed way too hard for anyone to back out from this position now. Even look at that, Gedros spots the vehicle. It's way out in the open. Very little that they can do. Yep, Ascend with high ground to the south side of Montenuevo, Entropic with high ground of their own just to the eastern side of Brickyard. But for No Tag and Win or Die, it's just a pipe dream.
Look, this is so interesting, though, because Ascend literally just hard-centered with all 4 of their players. Instead of opting to go for the western side, which I would have expected them to, kind of hold down one of the edges, relatively centralized, but at least not too centered up. Right now, they're completely centered up, which is kind of unusual for them. Just due to the fact that they know no one else is on the western side, no one else on the southern side, no one can over-rotate them either. This is a completely safe push into the middle, and they've got the majority of the inside center circle. Next breach comes out, though, and it is Pod driving into Howl as they want to get some revenge for the last game.
Have they just been baited? Howl just being patient, not giving the position away, just went straight through the middle of the concrete. And a firing squad was there waiting for them. Thendalos sitting down Ketpa might just buy a little bit of time for Dante to try and make a move. Pin gets a knock on towards Ruin as well. So their hold on the concrete in the compound is looking a little bit tentative. And Dante up over the top. He just completely caught the Mad out. Mid-reload, information was being provided by Rox and Presenti. Unfortunately, they can't get out of there. Quizzy steals it from distance, but that was a turnaround that should never have happened for Potsdam.
Oh, no, it should not have happened. Howl is now on 31 points. And for any Turkish fan, this is disastrous at the moment. Howl was on 9th place after the first day. And even that goes to show you that a talented lineup like this, that, man, should be way above what they're playing right now, is having struggles in these qualifiers. And yeah, I mean, this is such an important tournament. They've really got to step it up. Any Turkish fan out there, I said it before, has really got a lot of suspense right now looking at the next games.
Getting those opening knocks and not being able to capitalize. How back, if we think back to a year ago, PEC Spring 2023, they came out champions, and a big part of that was their close range engagements, their team fights, particularly from a defensive position. Just so good at countering breaches. Pre-grenades were constantly on point. This time around, it's just getting a little bit over aggressive, pushing out on foot, getting caught out in the open, maybe a little bit of third-party action contributing. But things just not going quite as well for them as they have in the past. But again, a couple of changes made to the roster, and there is always still the fallback of playing through the lower qualifiers, where, you know, we would probably expect a team like Howl to make it through there with relative ease. Then Kapow with a long-range DMR Dragonov headshot onto Global Army, and CCI next answers back with one of his very own.
Yep. Quick trade coming out from them. Not too shabby for both of these teams. Nothing really is going to come from it. And you can see Entropic still playing the high ground. Even though they got the shift, they still went up for the high ground position. Very strong position as well, I want to add. And no one that can really push you. It's very hard to get pushed there. It's another Western shift. Oh my lord. And I said at this point,
take the zip line. Please.
They must be looking around and going, wait, we just came that way. Are we going back, or are we just staying here? Do we have to rotate back again if we just send it? But yeah, one team is happy also for sure. That's Na'Vi. You said it. Even the zip line would have been a possibility. But obviously they're going to stay with the cars. You don't know if you're going to need them again. Probably going to go for some of these spots down in the valley. The spots that, once again, you can't really breach from the outside are pretty good to play, and at the moment are really centralized as well. Are they breaching Ascent at the moment?
They're
this
at
could
least
get
pushing
tricky.
in towards them. Bumble Squad making a move through what looks realistically like a dangerous position as they drive straight through the center of at least 8 teams on the eastern side of the map. But it's just such an unplayable area from the terms of sort of staying put in that position that it's actually a relatively safe rotation path. No one really within 300-400 meters. So they do manage to get themselves a position just on the eastern side of Ascend. Na'Vi did call off their push onto the lower half of the position that Ascend have laid claim to. Twisted Minds all the way on the far west, and Entropic now under some pressure over by the Brickyard. They've been holding on to this spot for a while, and Nixie, having been knocked, is not quite going to get revived just yet. Quizzy is alongside him, but the push not coming through.
No, for now. But it might still happen. Revive is now going through on Nixie. Dedrix testing the waters, but I think both of them know. We're not going to go for this full force, right? We know there's been a knock. We know we know there's at least one more player. We don't know exactly how many, so let's test the water to see how far we can go, how far we can push this defense from Matt Bulls, how much utility maybe we can bait out, because that's going to be running in the later stages. But since it's not all 4, they're surely not going to go for the full push. That's the only one knock after all. And you can see them already trying to make their way back. Ruff has gone through, and Matt Bulls with a good cover. Look at this. CC next. This time around gets put down, but the trade is immediately there. But I think the flush has gone through before that, and unfortunately, Orclus is still going to lose a player.
Right on the very edge of the blue zone. They wouldn't have really been able to get the revive regardless. I don't think they will have to start making a move, but it's still a 4-for-1. Newgate completely dominated before they get a chance to make a move towards the zone. There's still so much free space towards the southwestern side of that high ground. Just absolutely no one laying any sort of claim to it, but just so many teams expecting this to go further to the east. But kind of back-to-back western hard shifts has really made this difficult for a lot of teams. Twisted Minds now the gatekeeper to anyone who's considering a wide wrap around the north on towards the west, and it looks like Broken Bones is going to be their next victims.
Yeah, it looks like it. Twisted Minds with a very, very far western rotate now from Batulins and Lou. You can see this circle shift as well. What a circle shift, by the way. I think we're surely going to see the zipline, right? It might just be the first time for 2024, at least, in a competitive esports game that we see the zipline. Oh, yes, we do. Oh, there we go. Only 2 players left alive, and he's got some strong arms to bring him across. Smash is still looking for it. Danilos doesn't get shot, though, so I do believe he's gonna fly on over as well. What a beautiful sight to behold.
I still think my favorite part of those zip lines was when you used to be able to fly a drone, and if someone hit the drone, it would just kill them instantly. Thankfully, those things never existed in esports, and now they're not in the game regardless, and it looks like Pod Samulet might not be in the game for much longer either. Batulin's long-range tags with the MK12, not 14. Dante just trying to do what he can to keep his head down in the smokes. It was an emergency parachute that put Pod Samulet up on this high ground position, but Na'Vi just driving up the old-fashioned way alongside them with a fresh batch of grenades. So many that they can try and just pop over the top. But Bibin for Broken Bones has been spotted out, and that draws the attention of Diffix. They can't overcommit into wiping out Pod Samulet just yet.
Such good rotations coming out from Na'Vi and Twisted Minds. I really like what they're doing. Immediately recentering, not going too center the first 3 phases to make sure to wait and react for the circle shift. And this is what I talked about Ascend. I was very surprised they go deep center in phase 2 almost, because then again it can always easily shift back, and that's what we're seeing right now. Not in a great spot anymore necessarily. At least lots of kill potential on their edge, but in comparison to Twisted Minds and Na'Vi, lots more in terms of positioning is surely in there. Brex though spots one of the players, gets Global Army as well. Somehow, not even the vehicle explosion is going to take him down. It is the M4 in hand, which we are, by the way, seeing lots more from. I'm very surprised we're seeing that much M4 in comparison to AG, because I feel like there was a time when we did almost see the AG exclusively.
Certainly the case. Maybe it's just a case of they couldn't find it. A lot of teams do favor an early rotation. And a lot of the times, people's bodies are in unsafe positions to try and grab whatever gear you can from them. Bit of a push now for Entropic down from their high ground, eventually forced forwards into the awaiting clutches of Bumble Squad and a hail of grenades deep with one up over the top. Crossberg almost gets caught grenade in hand, but dips back into cover and gets the turnaround onto Hawkeye.
And there's more to go. Oh, Matzy! He takes down Hawkeye as well. Doesn't make it down the street, doesn't make it down the hill, rather. And gets immediately popped down. The Grandis returns with a headshot on his own. What is happening? Both of these teams are actually popping off as Grandis makes it down the hill. Finally, Crossberg comes on through and makes sure to put him in his place. And that is down and out in 12th place as Entropic struggles to find any placement points on this one.
Oh, Deep might just be able to get into the safe zone quick enough. Never mind, Dante from miles away. One bullet is all it takes. No smokes there to provide cover. That's long range as well from Dante with the 8x MK. But that high ground definitely paying off. And once again, it's very similar to what we saw in the previous matchup. Holding on to that high ground. Sight lines absolutely everywhere. The opposite side of that valley is not a safe place to be. And Bumble Squad this time have no safety on the eastern side of the zone.
No, they don't. Just as much as there isn't safety on the southern side of the zone right now, BBL is probably going to rotate into Matt, who've once again made it into late game with 4 players. These guys are so consistent at the moment. Let's take a quick look at what Leosh. Look at his sneaky position. Oh, he flushes down Brexco as well. This is disastrous for Ascend. They really needed Brexco to stay alive here. Sure, he gets flushed out, but this is once again disastrous. This is the second time now Ascend has lost players early on in positions they really didn't want to. This is not the way Ascend wanted to play this game. They've had such good zones. They really just wanted to play the edge as a format, clean it up. Not going to be possible as easily now.
We'll still be able to move on as a 3, but they won't be able to make any further moves up the hill while Bumble Squad still exist within Brickyard. Just going to have to wait it out and pick them off whenever they try to make their move, or at least force them to keep their heads down and give it up to the blue zone. Twisted Minds still practically uncontested along the western side of the zone. And MK14 still in play as No Tag pull up in a position where they just have a tiny bit of an angle. It's more than enough, for example, to land a shot that sits down No Tag, and they just have to try and grab the revive, but they can't. Broken Bones' Maruna finishes off Explicit before they can get the revive, and that's a big pick for them to find as well.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, well, we see Crossberg. He's had such a miraculous play there. Made sure to get the last player of the Entropic squad and secured all of the frags essentially for his team. Sure, it wasn't all him. The knocks did happen for some of these teammates, but at least they got secured safely. Steals were definitely possible from the other side of it. And 7 frags, once again, this is a good start for a team like this.
Yeah.
For a relative underdog. I'm saying team like this, sure, they're great individual players, but they are the underdog after all. and making this amount of points the first 2 games, this is what gets you going. This is what gets you confidence as well. We're talking about the other teams coming into this already with all the confidence. And while we're talking about Mapple's perfect example of this, they don't even need it. They still play so consistent. They still play so serious. You can see no trolling, no nothing at all. They keep all 4 players alive and just wait for the right opportunity to strike.
Well, our first place team from the MEA qualifiers does eventually run out of time in this lobby, get picked off. It's Diffex to get the final shot onto Crossberg across the road. But as you said, 7 kills in our second match of the day. They've already climbed up a whale ahead of a couple of teams that played all 6 games on day number 1. So not a bad start at all. Smash, unfortunately, will continue on with his team's run of poor fortune, as just outside of the placement points, he will fall himself. And the 1 point that they got from the kill at the start is all they get. Tori cops the headshot from Mibby, and Mad Bulls definitely not slowing down that momentum anytime soon.
That bromance between Diffex and Nagatori looks very one-sided so far, Mark. I'm looking to see some statements from that. Diffex definitely puts up 4 massive ones for Na'Vi in this second round so far. Well, Nagatori just gets set down by Ibiza. Great shots, nice shots. That was good communication on the other side as well. They knew Nagatori was speaking there. And the guy you saw on the other side, that wasn't actually Ibiza. Ibiza just knew that he was peeking there because his teammate told him he was actually peeking further to the right side of the rock. From his point of view, it was the left side of the rock. So great communication coming out from Apples as well. Ascent finally makes it out the compound. They need to as well. And Bia only semi-ready. They only have 1 player on this edge.
They're finally safe to do so with Crossberg being picked up. There's no one who can really threaten them from behind as they make this treacherous walk uphill. But Bibin, he's a difficult one to dislodge from this slot. Oh, that is long-range shots with an SKS from Fairist, the MK12 of Hakatori, 2 quick knocks and a flush. Over towards Mad Bulls. Have to desperately grab the revive. It's Quizzy. He's already made his way slightly further ahead. He's kind of playing the point man position, just poking and prodding at Na'Vi, just desperately trying to draw the attention so that his team has any sort of chance of getting into this phase 6 zone.
Tough circle for Matt Bulls, definitely. You can see them being picked apart from the distance. Na'Vi, though. One team that definitely hasn't got any struggles in terms of zone. Complete dead center still. 4 players left alive. Everyone at this point is just, once again, same thing for Mapples earlier on, waiting for them to poke up. Fairist, is that the first time we've seen an SKS in play in the 2024 esports season? I think it is. I haven't seen that before. Fairist, though, makes it work. Second frag as well.
Hopefully the last time as well.
We'll see. Maybe we are in witness of a new meta that's coming up. I never hit the SKS as much as everyone else did.
He could have got that kill with a mutant. It was the positioning that got the kill. It's not the gun, Toby. Stop typing.
Are you sure?
Right. If he gets a headshot with this gun, it's definitely the gun. Yeah. It's AWM. 8x AWM from this kind of position. Lovely stuff. And Perfectix opening the door onto Brightside as well with a headshot and a grenade from up close. A quick little spray. Twisted Minds are getting a little more proactive, pushing their way towards the center of the zone. And Mad Bulls may have spotted an opportunity to wrap in behind them.
Maybe, just maybe with timing. Yes, they could. Kind of interesting to see if Kilyakai is really expecting this as well, because once again, the sight lines from Na'Vi are not that great down towards the eastern side. Mapples could make this push work, and they've still got their IGL alive as well. Ibiza's really just grown into this IGLing role. He has always kind of semi-IGL'd, I want to say, but this round he's the full-fledged IGL, and oh my goodness, if they've been performing so. Excited to see how they will end this game. I'm thinking that's going to be the call, right? Surely has to be. Nixie has already made his way half past towards Kilyakai, and now he gets spotted out as well. Kilyakai is all alone, though, for the time being.
Twisted Minds. Well, they've picked and chose their opportunity. They've been holding on to the western side of the zone as long as they possibly could, and now they're starting to creep their way towards the high ground, knowing that there's no one on their back line either. Ascend had to wait for their opportunity to wait and make a move out of the warehouse to get up to the high ground, but Twisted Minds, they have a much easier path. They can do a bit of bouldering. They can get up into the rock climbing gym, get up on top where Pod Samolet still lurk. Na'Vi have never had this opportunity because there's been teams that threatening them. Broken Bones on the north have denied Na'Vi the chance of climbing up and dislodging Pod Samolet. And No Tag as well, lurking dangerously close. An exchange of grenades as the opening bullets have already landed onto Bibin. Softened him up enough for Screams' grenade to finish the job.
Well, look, they're falling back. They don't even want to make a move on this, interestingly enough. No Tag team has really chosen their fights very carefully so far. Whenever we've seen them, they've been Very interesting in their decision-making. Blue Zone Grenade comes in, though, to finish off the knock. Bibbin didn't even think about crawling further. He thought he was safe over there. He still is, but at least a bit more damage is being dealt now. And Screams once again now peeking over the ridge line. No tag team. I don't think they can... Look, I thought they were going to make a decision whether not to take this fight, but it's kind of like both. Thrown, but no peek to pop. Pika there on the other side. Gets one. Gets the second while the support from Itzgrace, though, as they clean up the edge and ascend in a swing and a twist of strategies. Is now pushing out the southwestern side.
A flick of the wrist, you say? That's what Martin was looking for before. As Ascend was looking for the way up the hill, they said, you know what? Buns to it. We're going to go south. They wiped up Mad Bulls instead. And Twisted Minds have now climbed their way all the way up to the top of the mountain. Pod Samolet know that they're in danger, but they've survived the initial onslaught of grenades. They're running out of utility of their own, but so far they've managed to keep themselves relatively healthy, keeping their heads down, avoiding getting chip damaged, so they're still in a position to put up a fight. AWM still in play. It's changed hands, though. It was originally Ibby's. Mika has now laid claim to it. He's spotting no one up towards the northern side of the zone. Skinsy of Broken Bones gets caught as he tries to make a peek. Trying to push forwards, dislodging no tag from their position, but Pod Samolet, they've bought a bit of space, have bought a little bit of time away from Twisted Minds. And now they can peek up over the top to the north.
Difficult position for Screams as well. Not really sure when and where to peek. Bibbin, he's not making a step either. Has to be careful of not being spot hits. Spot Screams down. He has no idea. This should be an easy frag. He looks for the second one. This is such smart play. He gets the first and the second. Oh my goodness. Bibbin absolutely destroys no tag team without being killed from up top as well. Barely gets behind the rock as Dante looks down.
Still 5 kills for Pod Samolet from up above. Broken Bones with 4 of their own, managing to avoid a lot of pressure. I mean, it was them originally who we said was likely to be Twisted Minds' next victims, but they might even outlast. But Pin, with a cheeky angle around the side, disappears into the night after a headshot onto Lou.
What a headshot as well, and he looks for more. He's got the flashes as well to top it up. He gets suspected though.
Oh, no way.
Puts him down. Oh my goodness, almost made the clash work perfectly, but then again, it is Twisted Minds on the other side, and they do not want to play games, not in this one. They still need to put up huge points. An example, the MK14. What else is there to trade things out?
I mean, you try and make a push into a team and you see 3 men staring back at you. Maybe you've got a chance, not if one of them is an example with a red dot on a Mini 14. Bibbin had nothing at all that he could do as Na'Vi commit fully to the push now. They know that the top line is clear, but their back line, that's the threat now. Ascend has come back around. They've wrapped back up. They've got closer in line to the north, and they've got grenades that's enough to sit down Hakatori.
Grenades, AWM, level 3 gear. This is Mika now, who wants to get part of this round as well, at least part of the kills now. As we see them push towards the eastern side, is already down to the top 3. Twisted Minds up on top, Navi just below them, and then Ascend on towards the far eastern side with currently, I want to say, the worst position out of all 3, but never underestimate Ascend. First shots are coming out, Soulset makes it behind the ridgeline. This would have been so important for Twisted Minds.
That's why people didn't favor the M4 so much. That damage is just simply not quite as good as some of the other weapons. So said, will absolutely capitalize. Diffex though, oh man, Batulin's just hopping his way down the hill. And the final spray with the AUG is enough to sit him down. They're going to have to come down from this high ground eventually. They need these grenades to land to give them a chance. And that's a good one for Perfectix.
Absolutely great one from Perfectix, actually. But Batulin starts on the other side. It is a 3 against 3 against 3. With the circle closing, no one's really at an advantage anymore. Not even Twisted Minds. You have to drop down. Lou from up top. Example finishes him off, though, as we have 2 knocks against Navi. Now the question is, does Lou hit the last shot?
He's hopped down onto the roof. They just weren't expecting that extra bit of height on the peak. Kiliakai wraps around the side. He takes all 3. 2 sweet little flushes and a 3rd onto Sosa. Twisted Minds is running out of utility and running out of space. And Kiliakai getting even more of the kills. Mika finishing the job for Ascend. And Twisted Minds cannot come down from that hilltop.
Oh, no, they can't. Ascend strikes on through, and I said it before, originally in the worst position, but then the circle just closed and closed and closed, and Twisted Minds had to drop down and kill Yakai. What a play. Gets not only all 3 frags on towards Na'Vi, you can't really blame Twisted Mind this one, because you can't really flush these at the moment, right? They're all on a downslope. Not even Nate can flush these, but Kilyakai not only steals them, then gets the last frag as well. Turns around, still gets 2. What? How do you even do that?
It still counts as a 3K even if 2 of them aren't shooting back, right? Like, we'll give it to him. He picked up a lot of kills. It's still a point. It still counts. We'll absolutely take those and Ascend once again in our second Miramar of the day for the 2nd time in a row, proving that when it comes to their home circles on Miramar, they are untouchable. Let's head over to the desk and see their thoughts on another big win for Ascend.
A fantastic result for Ascend. And what's interesting is when we were sitting here watching this game, Mark actually asked Avenger and I who we were backing. And I had said Na'Vi, Avenger said Twisted Minds, and it was Ascend who came in right at the end there. So, Mark, walk me through exactly how Ascend was able to claim that chicken dinner.
It's just the timing from Ascend, right? Like, they've got such good discipline and they've got an amazing amount of gun skill. And they were on that northeast side. They played the south. They caught the wrap-in from Mad Balls and they just waited. They were waiting for the time to strike. And look at this. Kilyakai just went to work. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I've not finished yet. Let me go clear. Unfortunately, Twisted Minds who got caught coming off the high ground. I think a lot of that, though, Martin did allude, though, was down towards Pod Samalet because they held them for arguably just enough time to end at Twisted Minds coming off the rocks.
Such a nice win for Ascend, Avenger, because ultimately they've been sitting at the top of the leaderboard. This is just going to cement their spot in the grand finals, right?
Yeah, this is it. That's the grand final spot. Congrats to Ascend. Let's talk about someone else now. Jokes aside, super well executed here. Kilyakai coming up huge in that end there, of course. And as I pointed out here before the game just popped in, right? It's just that amount of time Twisted Minds needed, and all the utility that they committed to the Na'Vi fight was just not enough to kind of hold back. And yeah, then it turns out this, and Ascend straight into 88 points. You're looking really good, Sam.
Take a look at Pod Samalet as well. They're on 25 points. In order to get into the top 8, I mean, they just need to get more than 33 at this point. So these teams that started today in Group C are already starting to get those points on the board, Avenger, to make sure that they can find their way through. That's got to be a little bit nerve-wracking for some of these teams in Group B who know that today is their final day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I gotta give respect here to Pod Samalet. They're already in our top 16 here. They're gonna be rushing up. They could potentially put themselves into the top 8 if they continue this year. But again, it still makes it really hard because you have the teams like Ascend, Light Mapples that are just gonna put so much pressure on getting into those kind of mid to late game stages and third partying and trying to get so many kills that they can here. But yeah, impressive. Both from, Ascend, Twisted Minds starting up here, 2 games so far with 15 points, super impressive from them as well. And like when you asked before the game ended here who I was rooting for, Twisted Minds had the upper hand here. If they didn't get delayed so much, Pin getting 2 knocks, that just takes out 20 seconds off the fight time that they could have had with Na'Vi, and that would have been 20 seconds surplus to have a fight with Ascend, and Batulins probably wouldn't have gone down. It would have been a 4 versus 3, even though Kilyakai coming up and taking the 2 first guys down. Super impressive late game here, though.
100%. And just add to that, it was the blue zone nades from Na'Vi, I think, really put a stop. You got to remember, they just put a brick wall up, and Twisted Minds couldn't push through that brick wall. If those blue zone nades weren't there, would Twisted Minds maybe have taken a win? You would maybe favour that because they've got the high ground and they were able to move out. I think it was the blue zone nades at the end that really shut the opportunity down for Twisted Minds.
Mark, Na'Vi had a pretty good run throughout this game, and obviously those early rotations definitely played in their favour. Can you walk us through exactly how they found themselves in that final game?
Of course I can. This is what I love about this new Na'Vi roster, and it's the rotations, because they took a long drop, they got the cars, they moved their way to Impala. This is kind of their normal drop zone. We see them work through Los Leones, they take their time, they stop, they scout. When they find the position that they want to, it was like 9 minutes they took the first initial shots, and this was like 1 tap, maybe 2. But it wasn't until like 16 minutes in that we actually see them fully engage. They're a team that will find a location and then they spread out. They will go for a sort of everyone hold an angle, everyone find a position, and that bromance that Felix clearly dropped the ball on was because Diffix was focusing one way, whereas the better half was focusing the other way, and then they found themselves here. Good work up for them. they had a job to do, and this is what I really like about Na'Vi. They're disciplined. They have a clear objective. This is the angle you need to hold. This is your objective. They were trying to get as many nades down on towards sort of the pod that were above them for a while, but they didn't waste them all. And then we saw them obviously coming alive, and then this was a big change for me. They knew teams were going to come around. They knew the blue zone was coming in, Martin, and Na'Vi just executed the plan well. Let's clear these guys out. Let's move back to our hard cover, because we know the zone was coming back towards that sort of southwest location, and they played that zone shift to perfection.
Yeah, because you're also going to get held in here. Like, if they're staying in the houses and you have two teams kind of pressuring you in a burger situation, you're going to get held in. So they had to clear that. Unfortunately, like, the timing that they had, and also because the Twisted Minds guys were delayed, they were not going to sweep on the southern side. So they stayed on the top, and they gave them a little bit of sight and a little bit of time to know the exact location of Na'Vi, which put on, yeah, the time that they had to throw these utilities here, which unfortunately take Na'Vi down. Still, Na'Vi, 62 points in this case, and I gotta say, like, a few more points, and they're also kind of booked their tickets to the grand finals here.
What do you think of this new Na'Vi roster now that you've had a chance to see them play a little bit in the group stages, Avenger?
I think they're impressive. I gotta say, some of the rotations they're doing, they're scouting center well. They're looking, you know, trying to play ahead, trying to get into some of those smart locations in circle 3 and 4 here, especially waiting for the third circle to pop and see where can we play, how can we scout in, getting the brickyard to the rotation to one of the center compounds that was open with only Pot Samaleo kind of waiting on the top. Super nice to see here. I want to see a little bit more from them here, especially once we reach the grand finals, if they can hold on to the pressure.
On your screen right now, of course, is that schedule. We had that earlier delay, which means we're only moving into game number 3 now. But don't worry, you still have 4 games in these group stages to watch throughout the evening. We're making sure your Saturday nights is jam-packed full of the best PUBG from the EMEA Championship. Any teams, Mark, that have kind of surprised you because they haven't really shown up yet?
Gotta go the win or die. Spoke about them on day number 1. They are a team which can be mid to top pack. They won Brutality. They just haven't got the momentum going. Can they salvage anything from today? I don't think so. It's too little, too late maybe. We might be seeing that team in the lower bracket, but can they reset from there? I think they can. They just got to try and take every game now as an opportunity to learn and adapt coming in towards this next section.
You mentioned momentum, but I mean, there's got to be more to it. Why do you think we just haven't been able to see them put up the same performance that maybe they were able to do at Brutality, Mark?
Too early fights. They're getting involved way too early, Sam. They're getting caught. We've seen them fighting Newgate. We've seen the no-tag guys getting involved with them. They've received crashes, and they're just not dealing with the fight quick enough. They're on a too wide of a split, or they don't commit the players to try and go for the defense on the compound. As a result, they lose a player. And there's a really good team to talk to offline as well, because they're always like, we rely on Jedrock to here get ourselves towards the end zone. I spoke to the guys after the games last night, and it was like, we can't rely on him. This lobby's too tough. We need more than one body to get to the end zone. And they've got to make sure they keep up. So hopefully they reset. Tago's not a bad map for them. They like the aggression, they like the movement they can get away with. They just can't do what they done yesterday and find themselves with Newgate at their front door. And they won't lose and go into that game as a 3 strong.
We're moving away from Miramar now, and obviously Mark mentioned it there. I'm going to steal Avenger's line. It's time to Tago.
It sure is. It's time to Tago. We're so ready to Tago. We just couldn't wait. We just pressed the button, and Mad Bulls, I'm sure, are ready to Tago as well after picking up a second win of day number 1 on Tago in yesterday's matches. If they could do it again today, there was absolutely no questions about whether or not they're going into the group stages or at least the grand finals. I mean, they're pretty much already there, but if they want to do it in first place, if they want to do it in style, back-to-back Tago dubs?
Is that a question, Zaga?
If you have an answer, feel free.
Ask me again after the first phase. All right, okay. Ask me again after the first phase. I'm going to answer you. But no, generally, I don't think so. I think, look, I was surprised we didn't see them go aggressive against PBL in the first stages of the last game, and that might just show us that they maybe still will go for a very serious, very high point wanting approach, and not the approach that Banger was teasing on the desk. The approach where if your biggest competition right now as a team that's already qualified, make sure to harass them as much as you can. And due to the fact that we haven't seen this in the first game, I think maybe they will go for these ones. And also the way they played the late game, I think showed us that they are still very, very methodical and very, very dedicated to still play this out as best as they can and not focus on the macro side of things. You know, that they are qualified. They don't need these big points anymore. So, man, if you ask me, there's definitely a possibility.
2 seconds until we find out where the zone goes, and it's a hard feed from Mad Bulls.
That is an easy Mad Bulls win. Yeah.
Not too bad. Howl, this time around, they can't run it down by driving into a team in the center because they are the team in the center. So surely
you say that.
They get to survive and actually play the game this time
you
around.
Say that.
BBL, though, I mean, BBL have a very good chance of driving face first into another team and getting themselves killed in phase 1 again. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll see how early they make a move out of Hosan, but Howl is pretty widespread for now.
That is a deathly combo, having BBL and Howl right next to each other. That just screams early fights, doesn't it? That just screams, hey, look, we want to engage each other if we have the opportunity to do so. We see a player in a compound or even in the city left alone, well, be sure we're going to breach you. But we'll have to wait and see, as we said, depending on where the next circle shift goes. Good zone for Twisted Minds as well. We'll have to wait and see what Ascent does with this one. And in Tropic, both these teams have to go past plenty of teams on the edge, and there's not really much to play in from, especially Fairy Tail and Win or Die is rotating in right in front of you, and you've already got BBL and Twisted Minds in front. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Definitely on the easy edge all around for these teams on the southern side.
Unsure if it was picked up on my mic, but the neighbor's dogs have gone outside and started screaming their support that Howl got the hard feed.
Who was it?
I don't know. I've closed the window.
Maybe they howled for Howl, you know?
Stupid dogs, this show's not about you. But thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah,
Screams, unfortunately, thought that he was in the coach slot and disconnected and drowned at the start of this game, so No Tag will be moving on as a 3-man. They're all the way over towards the far east alongside Pod Samolite, so they'll still have a little bit of a struggle to get in, but at the very least, they're not going to be holding on at a disadvantage to a very central position. Howl is, this time around, I mean, they're holding a bit of a split towards the center, which is kind of uncharted territory for Howl. You typically see all 4 of them driving in towards the same dip, but BBL starting to now make their moves out towards what is the most occupied segment of the Howl 2-1-1 split. If Thunderlost and Chilla could join up relatively quickly, we could see a 4 versus 2 and actually see BBL win a gunfight at the start of the game.
This will be interesting because we kind of predicted it at this point already, right? If any of these teams sees another team, especially if it's Howl, and sees another team that is potentially split, they will make sure to get these early points. And, well, rightfully so. Why not, right? If you have the advantage, I was talking about this yesterday when Ascent did it against a BB team. If you do have the opportunity to do that in the early stage, to get isolated fights that you have the advantage on, I don't think you should ever shy away from it. I don't think you should ever shy away from it because that's the risk that you should take and should take, especially in a qualification phase like this.
Now, Win or Die was considering leapfrogging BBL and crashing onto the Howl 2-man split, but they put a few shots into the air, a few warning shots, just to let them know that that position was occupied. Win or Die more than happy to oblige and turn back and go elsewhere, looking to try and get a little bit more added onto those stats. It's been not so bad all in all for Leosh, 10 kills, but let's not forget that 7 of those came on yesterday's Vikendi match. Outside of that, the other games all in all for the entire squad have really not been up to the standard that they set themselves with such a dominant Protality Grand Finals performance.
Yeah. Crazy to think about that. Some of these teams just, they play such a good Protality, and then they come in here and everything seems to be just resetted, right, to some degree, especially for Win or Die. But, yeah, Mark talked about it on the broadcast. Now, I feel the same way. Is it too late? Yes, maybe for the first 8 games, but it's not done and dusted after this one. You still have the chance to qualify for the Grand Finals, so I'm excited to see them in the lower bracket. I still think they couldn't have lost what they've shown as Brutality over the course of a week, right? There's no way. So sure, if the lobby changes and you meet different teams, your timings are different, your loose spots might be different. I'm gonna have to look back and check this out as well. Then sure, you run into different kinds of trouble they would usually have in a different round, but you should still have the same kind of problem solution skills that you had in the previous tournament. So I'm expecting it to just take some time, but eventually they'll get there. Maybe not win the tournament. Sure, we have even more competition now than we did in Brutality, but at least get a good showing in, especially when the stakes are so high.
Brief little glance at Broken Bones coming in as the 6th place position team through the EU Open qualifiers. Their stats not looking all too up to scratch for now, but at the very least, we get a chance to see them contribute. Now, Win or Die finally get a chance to try and turn their fortune around. An early engagement going their way as Entropic sort of just drive straight into the middle of, I don't even think this was intended to be a roadblock. Win or Die were just scouting around that southern edge for position, and Entropic just pull up directly in front of them, but they will take 2 free kills. Hawkey more than likely to join his teammates in the grave. Grendis with his work cut out for him if he wants to try and change his fate.
Let's take a look and see. Win or Die definitely doesn't want to let this rest. As you can tell, Leosh now gets the flash in towards Hawkey. Grendis now just behind the rock. Doesn't get spotted, but I think he wants to take this fight as well. He takes the timing, rotates around the right side of the corner. We can see Na'Vi in the distance already approaching this. Third party is in full effect, and what we all experience in the ranked games on a daily basis. So does Win or Die right now, but the difference is it's in Peg Spring, and these guys need the points.
Sure, we said it yesterday as well. It was BB team that was in this position, and it's either you're playing in a compound or you're getting ran down by 17 teams back to back. Grendis tries to capitalize, tries to make something happen off the back of 2 big knocks coming out from the side of Na'Vi, but not to be, and another as well as Gedrox has gone down. And Win or Die, just when it looks like they might have an opportunity to actually do something in one of these games, Na'Vi comes in and says absolutely not.
Absolutely not indeed. Fairist and the rest of them are going to look for Leosh as well. Get spotted out. Fairist, so said, Diffix. Everyone gets a frag. Diffix even gets 2. And the romance so far is missing again. Akitori goes out clean. The one man that we've all been so desperately waiting for to pop off again in Peg Spring has been relatively quiet so far.
Anime fans back in the bin for one more game. Still got 3 more opportunities to see that big screen logo, but so far the way that things are going, it's not looking too hot for Win or Die, that's for sure. Just unfortunate timing. Again, they got really good timing on Entropic coming in from the south. They had 3 knocks. It all looked so peachy and clean. And then Na'Vi just wrapping around the side. 2 knocks with DMRs from distance. And Na'Vi, when they see an opening like that, they're not going to let it slide, pushing all the way in as fast as possible. Lucarux just finishing off the spray that Ibiza started off on towards O'Connell. He's pushing up with a Panzer Faust. Yeah, I mean, hey, he could have a teammate there looking to grab the revive already. And if he does, they're both getting smithereens.
Well, the only thing I was missing now is the flush with a Panzer Faust. That would have been the ultimate disrespect, but not going to go for it. Ibiza takes up the frag from Lucarux, actually, who was the one to get that initial knock. And look at the big split they've got going. Pretty good stuff coming out from Apples once again. They've been very consistent in picking up early frags now throughout, not only today, but throughout yesterday as well. We all remember the How fight they had in the very early stages of the second Miramar game. And it looks like it's the same here.
Yeah, we have talked in the past about IGLs, different styles of IGLing that teams like to favor. How certain teams like to have an IGL playing as the anchoring player to get a wider picture of the battlefield in front of them. Others like to be the ones on the front line micromanaging the team fights. Fairist very much in the latter category, as he alone is pushing up close to Senka Pow Pow and the rest of Newgate in the compound. Has some cover from the rest of Na'Vi from distance. And they're just feeling confident in their DMR shots, giving Fairist an opportunity to try and dislodge them from this position. They've definitely identified that it's a split. Maybe not 100% certain of where the opposite half of the split is currently residing, but they know that it's not anywhere close, so they're just going to brute force their way into the position. Newgate more than happy to oblige, but Mika around the outside. Let's not forget there's another edge team, but just out of harm's way at the final second before the last bullet can land.
I think they were together as well. I think Kilyakai he must have been barely outside a vision of Soset, because I don't think he shot anything towards Soset, unfortunately. That would have been a clean frag, but look at this. Ascend has troubles on the other side of the city, as it is a southwest shift. Pretty good one for them. Briggs gets spotted out. Does he know Krun is there? I don't think so. Krun hits the shots, but only one headshot and doesn't take him down. Still, trouble remains as Itzchris pops down 20 more damage points on towards him, but it's not the initial contact you want to have.
First bullet headshot, just can't land the follow-up onto the spray. It did look a little bit sketchy as the rest of Ascend trying to get a pick on towards Sosed. at the same time as it's Chris just drove into the western side of Hosan, straight in the middle of Fairy Tale. But let's not kid ourselves. These players have a whole lot of experience, probably hundreds, if not thousands of hours hot dropping in this portion of the city. So they'll know the angles. And Brex using that knowledge to his advantage just to dip out of harm's way as Kron maybe misses an opportunity to get a big opening peek, but April certainly will not be missing those. It's Chris into an exposed portion of the roof and was not ready for the off angle of April.
No, he wasn't. That would have been disastrous for April if he would have been spoiled beforehand, but it's Chris 2 tunnel visioned on towards the players of Fairy Tale inside the city. And thus, they will be going into this whole fight with an advantage again. And this is the third time now. We've seen Ascend lose players early on. They still managed to win the round in the last game, but could have been very different as well if they would have met teams more isolated on the edge with more players left alive earlier. But luckily for them, they didn't. Tusta, first of all, now takes down Diffix. Not going to be able to flash him immediately. Going to have to take a look at the rest of the Na'Vi players now and his teammates. I think they are just about arriving as well.
It's the final bullet in the spray. Diffix almost managed to get down behind the ridge just in time before the AUG was no longer going to be of any effective use. But he does manage to get the knock onto Diffix, and Na'Vi playing the edge in a classic edge play style. Very wide split, controlling a wide area. But when one of those areas is a hilltop with a forest, there's always an opportunity that someone's going to creep up and catch you off like that. Well played from Bumble Squad. Held his nerve, did Tusta, to get that initial knock and secure the flush as well. Pod Samalet had a little bit of an accident in the compound, but not too much pressure on them. They should be able to grab that revive without too much threat.
No threats whatsoever. Oh, there is apparently continuous threat inside the city of Hosan. As Brex gets another frag on Fairy Tale. He doesn't want to let this rest. And I think the rest of the players don't either. Kilyakai gets the flush on it. So it is back to a 3-on-3. Another kill being secured by Ascend. They have secured these 4 massive buildings on the outside of the city. Pretty good exit points for the city as well. And we all know, we've all played ranked and publics in and around this city. These buildings are very, very hard to push. They are absolutely horrible to play against. So pretty good spots coming out from Ascend.
It's interesting that Fairy Tale even followed Ascenders. I mean, they got over onto that side. It was a disengage from the initial engagement to the northwestern area of Hosan, but I mean, Brightside just committed to trying to take the fight, and everyone who doesn't come with him gets a pay cut, it seems, as they're holding on to the northwestern side of the zone. But now Ascend may just get a little bit of audio cue, if not visual, that there is shenanigans occurring on the hill out to the east, as Ketput has made a very aggressive move up the hill. The rest of Howl still holding onto their compound for now, looking to try and hold down as Na'Vi try to find a way to get into the zone themselves.
Let's see if Kappa can be patient and can be rewarded by his patience. Because so said, he's slowly creeping up on his spot. P90 now, whole different fight. Global Army gets the first one, takes down Nixie. Mapples in all sorts of trouble as Lukarux peeks the next rock. Lyron is right there to return it. And this is all sorts of trouble for Mapples. Driving in, and CC next as well, still alive, looking for some shots. All of them kind of ready for this push as well. This is absolutely disastrous. You can see Lyron gets that vehicle explosion as well. The nature top it off, so more players now being flushed for Mapples.
Bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. You drive straight towards the center of a zone and expect not to fight August. That is a big mistake. It's pretty obvious that you're going to have to fight August if you drive straight towards the center. And Mad Bulls, now with a bit of third party coming in as well from the western side of Rocks from Pod Samalet, looking like they might be coming off slightly the worse for wear, but the smokes are giving them enough cover for the time being that they can at least get a little bit of a reset, get back to 2 men alive, and get themselves back in a position to fight against the 4 men that remain. Almost an opportunity to convert that into a 3, but no, Lyron is there with the trade, and Quizzy gets sat down, level 3 gear, not going to provide enough support. Ibby is the last man standing, and it looks like Global Army is considering making a push.
August, they might want to get a refill on that P90 ammunition that we've got on the other side, but they decide against it. Interesting, 150 bullets, not too much. Sure, it's enough for a couple of frags, but with a P90 literally laying right across on the next rock, and there's only 1 player left out from Mapples. I would have expected August to push this now, and I feel like they should as well. Make sure to clean up these frags. This is what you need, but I think at the moment they're too scared of anyone else making a move on them. In the meanwhile, As you can see, Young Danes would be in a prime position to do so. Who, by the way, haven't gotten to late game just yet. And we were talking about the impact from Pixelic. He has been IGLing for them. So essentially, this is a whole different team now in terms of playing style.
Yeah, it's a tough one for the Young Danes. Again, big shoes to fill. And they've really set the bar high for themselves, but just playing a little bit cautiously for the time being. They don't want to get too over-aggressive. Again, playing those hilltops on Tego, it very much seems like you're playing Horde mode in any game that has it. It's just constantly fighting off wave after wave of enemies. The zone has shifted once again slightly back towards host stands, so those teams that do hold on to a position on the northern side of the city get to keep it for now. Some of the hills on the outskirts of the zone looking more and more treacherous by the second, particularly where Ketpa and the Mad came in for support. They have to back away now as Twisted Minds have made their entrance. Bumble Squad making a push as well from the opposite side. Despite the fact that Na'Vi is no longer here threatening, it's still a very, very risky bit of terrain to try and stake a claim towards for Howl.
Yeah, especially if Bumble Squad continues to play that southeastern side. Because at the moment, you can really rotate in between Twisted Minds and them without being pretty much forced into a fight, any kind of fight. First shots come out from Ruin, though, and it's a double headshot with a mini 14. Crossbar goes down. Doesn't mean Howl is out of the question, though. I don't even think they can engage this without being still third party by Twisted Minds, essentially. So I'm not even sure what they're going to go for. It looks like they will. Looks like they will actually fight this. Look at this. One player is already up close. Colt Marco and one of his teammates, must be the Mad, is already close by as well. You can see Twisted Minds immediately wants to react on this.
Yep. Ruin got the opening knock. The Mad, he almost semi-baited them as Ketpa drove back into the compound earlier. Now Howl with that up-close engagement. And they've always been a team that thrives in these up-close gunfights if they can get their hands on them. The cohesion, the synergy, the counter peaks, the trades, definitely on display up against a team like Bumble Squad, but Twisted Minds is still lurking on the edge of this fight. No matter who comes out ahead, they're going to have very limited time to try and recuperate before another team pounces on the opportunity. Example, can't quite land that spray, just slightly too long range with the red dot. And Code Marco just clinging onto life in the smokes. Ketpa now has been taken down, and Howl's position, they've really committed into this area as well. There's no backing out for this. They have to fight their way through it, but getting a drop onto Example is definitely a good opener.
It's a very good opener. Now the nades are coming on through. Lou gets one into the Mad. Cold Marco's really low as well, but I think the next nade that's coming in is only going to damage the Mad right behind the rock as the first nade comes through. Twisted Minds. I thought it was going to be a more aggressive third party, but at the moment, they're kind of letting the zone work for themselves, and I feel like they're giving up control because of this. More shots are coming on through. Headshot on towards Cold Marco. There's a great shot coming out from the two lanes. And I think any second now they know the last two players have to be towards the right side of where they're standing at the moment.
Well, Howl eliminated. Crossbow gets one of the final kills, gives away his own position. Twisted Minds will clean them up sharply as well. Now, on the opposite side of the zone, up towards the north, there's been an engagement that's been threatened between No Tag and Broken Bones for honestly about 8 minutes at this point, basically since phase 1 in the compound where that airdrop crate is lurking just outside the zone on the northeast. They've been poking and prodding at one another but never really committed. But then as soon as they try and make a send to get into the play zone, the safe zone ahead of August, happens at the exact same time that the Young Danes try to commit to making their own move, and all three teams just get shredded. Well, Ibby, well, he's found a way to survive, at the very least. Can't take that away from him. It's imaginative, to say the least.
Look, people are talking about Ibiza's IGLing. Let's just show them this clip. Just clip it and show them this clip. This is Ibiza's IGLing. Big brain play coming out from him. Probably no one would expect someone to be in the car that's just standing in the middle of nowhere, I guess, maybe. At least for now, no one's on the northern side, no one's on the western side. Due to the fact that no one can really play there.
This is the man that 4 years ago, at 6 years ago, in fact, at PGI 2018, had that iconic smoke wall moment. Yeah, this is a man who knows how to survive, but hopping out of the vehicle in front of Twisted Minds might not be the best way of doing so, but he damn near took down Perfectix, and he did manage to take down Lou.
I love it.
Almost brought it down to a position where Twisted Minds was scrambling on to try and hold on in a 1v3 that they simply did not expect to have to try and take, but now he's just contributed a little bit to their car fort, while Twisted Minds' example holds down the back line.
I love it. Such a creative play coming out from Ibiza. Don't get me wrong, by the way. That was not meant as a shade, by the way. That was not meant as throwing shade. I thought it was generally a great play because you can't look into the car. You legitimately can't look into the car. It's just the way it stood there, literally in the middle of open. I thought it was pretty funny. But yeah, once again, you're right. If anyone's a legend in this lobby, he's got to be one of them. He is absolutely a legend of the scene. I'm one of his biggest fans since way back. I've got that one clip. I went to his chat once back when he used to stream very, very actively, and I told him he's the greatest player of all time, and he told me I'm a legend as well, and I've still got that clip in my highlight folder. Anyways,
wow.
Let's get back. Yeah, that's not so much of a
Let me add that
standout.
to my folder of things I asked about on this stream.
Yeah, no,
Thanks, Felix,
anyways,
for that.
I thought it was great.
But I've got to say it. No, I got to say,
I
I've
thought
got
it
to
was
agree.
great.
Martin is definitely one of his biggest fans as well. That guy's about 9 foot tall.
Deservingly so.
But BBL pushing their way up the hill in towards August. Up top. Sorry, yeah, joke incoming. Sorry. But now that basically all of the space has been cleared, we're into the top 8. There's nobody left on the east. Pod Samolet has full control on the west. We technically have 4 teams still clinging onto a tiny little bit of space in Hosan, and again, Ascend is one of them in that relatively unpushable area with those 4 apartment buildings. That's not a good sign for Twisted Minds, though. If Schiller lines this up, that car fort provides no cover from this.
Fairest, first of all, though. Going to eliminate Newgate as we are down to just 7 teams in Phase 5. Definitely one of the more aggressive rounds, due to the fact that lots of these teams had to fight on the southeastern side. And inside the city as well. Kiyakai picking up more frags now from just inside the city. There's a very long-range shots as well from plenty of these teams. So Twisted Minds has gotten the position that Biza was playing from. Unfortunately for Matt Bulls, not going to be the big placement they really wanted, but once again, doesn't really matter. With that being said, though, they will lose the one spot. Ascend now with 2 points in terms of frags, at least, will be on 91 points as opposed to Matt Bulls on just 19. Yeah, these are some great mortar shots coming in, but I think they're aiming for the cars at the moment. You can see that smoke's already going out, and until the I feel like the crates drop, maybe they give some more cover to them. But at least until the crates drop, they won't be safe without these smokes. Okay.
Dip out of there just in time. The first few were just range finding, and the range was pretty damn accurate, but Twisted Minds knows what to do in this situation. You smoke up and you get away from the obvious position where the vehicles are, and maybe by the time you get back, some of the vehicles are flipped over. They can no longer be used against you. A little bit of extra visual cover as well. Pod Samolet was trying to contribute as well with some third-party shots on the side, but August, they've made the push towards them. They've gone for the western wrap, and Dante will be the first one up close. Using the smoke for now to try and buy some time. Wraps around the side. Can't get the better of Global Army before CCI Next is there with the cover.
Oh, yes, he is. Good cover as well. On top of that, Oakless, not the first fight they've had in this one, but still only 5 frags. They needed as well. It was one of the last teams that came in from all the teams that played throughout the 6 games yesterday. So once again, they desperately need these points. Iro, on the other side, though, makes things harder as he takes down another player. All of them now very much trapped at the back of the northwestern zone. And with positions being taken out from BBL, I don't think they want to let these guys get into phase number 7. You can see them already trying to get closer towards this. Nades are coming out. 2 more in his hands. Maybe this one's going to hit something. No, he doesn't. Make the next one. Pops just behind the car. 28 HP, though, only being taken against Lyron.
Those grenades, a little bit short, but again, they're speculative at best with the amount of smoke grenades that are over on that side of the zone. As Pod Samolet back forced against the wall, but Rox is more than ready to fight back. He has a Grozer of his own. Presenti is also going to contribute with a knock on to another CCI Next. Just seeing those milk trucks just flying across, but it's still enough for Lyron to hit a little seat swap, get the double kill. Pod Samolet taken down. He needs to find another smoke or 2 before he can feel safe to get CCI Next, and definitely don't jump in front of Schiller like that.
No, not at the moment. Not the way Schiller has been performing so far. Just as much as Twisted Minds is. 7 eliminations. 25 points already. They're almost close to the cutoff point. Maybe if they win this round, they will already be in the top 8. All the other teams that played yesterday and aren't playing today included. I'm talking about Face Clan, I'm talking about Foot Esports, I'm talking about Baldinini, ATC. They even got a win less today, and they might still be very close. And to remind me, we've only got 3 games being played so far, so crazy stuff coming out from Twisted Minds. Really good start into this group stage.
It's a great point you just made. Schiller is performing. He is still alive. Great news for BBL as they make their top 4 for the first time throughout this event. SN denied with another little MG3 spray. We saw a lot of MG3s in play yesterday, and I've got to say, I'm so glad that people have started picking this thing up. It is an absolute shred machine. Fender lost, unfortunately. Well, maybe fortunately for him, won't be on the receiving end of any MG3s because he's taken down by the MK12s of Fairy Tail, that does successfully manage to make their way out of Hosan itself. But for how long? For how long will they be able to hold on to this position? Because the zone has favored Twisted Minds. Auglis is making a chaotic send towards the center, and that's not going to pay off either.
No, it isn't. Luke gets another frag though. Lyron goes down. And look at the positioning from these guys. They've got Perfectix all the way on the northern side. He needs to be careful. He does not want to get dropped though. Because if he does, it's going to be very hard to get him back up. He's only there as an NCAP position. The rest of his players in that 1-3 split all the way on the other side. Gatekeeping absolutely everyone. No one is going past Twisted Minds at the moment in this round. They've got an MG3 to top things off as well.
There's a reason why they committed so hard to taking this spot. Ibby damn near took it away from them. One more bullet on towards Perfectix earlier on, and it may have been a very different situation for Twisted Minds. But now that MG3 gets its opportunity, it's not fully loaded, but it does not matter. Example, with a swift little spray, April runs himself over for good measure, leaves Kron as the last man standing on the outside of the zone to the south. They still know he's there. He lands a headshot, but it does not matter at all. Perfectix wipes them out from long range with a Dragunov headshot.
Good girly sent in towards the dip against the Visa, and well, if that would have happened, we maybe would have seen Mapples even in the top 3 scenario, but they did do it, and the split in the end there. I can only give my congratulations to Twisted Minds. That was perfectly done. Perfectix all the way towards the northern side, just 1-3 position, while all the rest of them even pushed outside of the zone to make sure Fairy Tail does not get any chance in this game.
It's from the position that they're in earlier on, open field, hilltops all around them, mortars flying in. It doesn't seem like they have that much maneuverability, but Twisted Minds always finds a way to get more than what they should realistically have. Beautiful stuff from them, and it's great to see because a lot of people were questioning whether Twisted Minds would have that strong start, including our analyst desk. So let's see whether they've changed their minds or not.
So, still wish Twisted Minds had a strong showing a little bit earlier, but glad to see that they've finally woken up, and this was really a masterclass from them, Avenger. This is the Twisted Minds I wanted to see.
I think the biggest benefit to Twisted Minds is that we had a 2-hour delay, because now it's no longer the start, it's actually the end of the day, so I will credit that to them. Obviously, them jumping into this one here, standing strong and counterplaying everything around this, pulling up in on Ibiza and just taking out that position, and then you can spread out and then they can play the late game, because here, no matter where that circle kind of directed it, they're going to have some cover, they're going to have a little bit of util. They ended up getting way more points out of this than I expected to happen here, Sam.
How were they able to do that, Mark?
Control. They just controlled so much zone. Aggressive push into an area which, as I was saying, is just open. They held and they were watching those mortars, and there's a little bit of blessing from PUBG. They were gifted a lot of drops sitting down, but they know when to engage, they know when to not, but it's an aggressive stance, and maybe as we see this Tago, it's an area, so it's a map that a team like Twisted Minds can get aggressive if they want to. Failing kills on the board, a 23-point game, that arguably is a lot stronger than some of the performance we saw from some teams yesterday, so shooting their way up this table.
Your leaderboard on your screens right now. I do want to talk about BBL, Avenger, where we finally saw them in the top 4. They also a very slow start. I expected a bit more from them as well. Did you?
Yeah, I was hoping them to start stronger here, but you know, 12 points in just 3 games is fine. They have 9 more, right? They're a Group C team, so it is a little bit hard to play against the team. Then you have a Twisted Minds that pops off. Then you have teams like Ascent, Mad Bulls, Navi that is already super deep into being guaranteed basically at this point in the grand finals to play against. So them having 12 here, if they can, you know, get maybe 35 the rest of the day here, and they'll end in. Then they'll need to get like 30, 35 again tomorrow, and they'll be fine. So kind of the average is fine at this point here. But yeah, it's hard against teams that are super strong, like we just saw Twisted Minds showing us they are, and other teams that are dominating the lobby actually as they are right now, Ascent, Mad Bulls, of course.
A team that's not really dominating the lobby or showing up much, Mark, is the Brutality wildcard, Young Danes. Where have they been?
Well, unfortunately, this is the first game they've got some point or a point on the board. Look, we've got to talk about these guys played Brutality. They did have Pixel. Pixel is a big character. He's a big player. He's aggressive. It's the first day. Maybe with the delay, that's really not got things going. We saw some early movement. They went for their normal drop zone. They did lose the zone. It's worth noting as well, at this point, they could have maybe just gone for that whole head down full send in towards the center, but they didn't. They went north. They went round as close to the bridges, and they found themselves on the coast. They watched Pod come in, and eventually as Pod left the area, it was then where they put head down full send, and unfortunately head down full send, we know, doesn't always work out. They lost one to rotate. They lost another one, and then the opportunity came from Broken Bones, Martin, and arguably Broken Bones also a team that had nowhere else to go, and then with a knock, when they understand who's there, they were always going to push in, and only one kill on the board for Young Danes.
Yeah, a lot of rough circles coming against them, right? If you have to move every single zone, phase 4, phase 2 pop, phase 3 pop, phase 4 pop, it's just rough, right? You don't really have a foot inside the next circle. You have to constantly talk about where do we go, what's our plan, and as a kind of a newer team playing together, in this case here with Anonymous. And as I said, Pixel, huge character, insane amount of experience, and like one of the most fantastic players to watch play. Like mechanically, he's one of the most gifted players in this game.
We are halfway through the second day of the group stages here at PEC Spring. We still have Vikendi and Erangel coming up for you. The teams for Group B, teams in Group B, they only have 3 games left to try and secure themselves a spot in the grand final. And for the teams in Group C, 3 more games left to try and get as many points on the board as possible. We are going to head into that third game, but first we have something a little bit fun for you. Check this out. What's up, gamers? It's another edition of the PUBG game show. You know what we like to do? We throw this into what is technically your toilet break and hope that instead of going to pee, you come here to watch your favorite players make complete fools out of themselves and get all the answers to these questions wrong. Just kidding. Today, playing with me, I got It's Chris, T-Bone, and a doozy. Gents, I'll start with T-Bone. Are you ready for this? Are you ready to carry the pride of your team on your shoulders and win the game show?
Absolutely not. I'm going for 100% wrong, so let's see.
That is exactly how I live my life. So I'm all here for it. A doozy, super serious face. Are you ready for this one?
No, not ready.
I love the passion. Chris, are we on the same page? You're just here doing this so that you can get back into the game.
I'm full ready.
Chris there you go. Chris is the competitive one. Let's get straight into it. It's round number 1. Round number 1 of the game show, this is how it works. I'm going to ask you a question, gents, and then you need to submit your answer. If you get it correct, you get a point, and if you don't get it right, you don't get a point, obviously, because that's how point systems work. Let's get straight into it. First question, which player got the most kills in PEC Fall 2023? Go.
Which team?
Which player?
Which player?
What the...
I'm just sending a random answer.
I'm calling time to stop any Googling. This is it. Submit your answers now, boys.
Twire.tg.
It's too late, Chris. It's too late. I can confirm that after the first question, absolutely no one is getting any points because the correct answer was, in fact, Perfectus. Guys.
Oh,
really? I was actually going to ask... Just for fun, do any of you know how many kills he actually got? There's no points here, but you could maybe redeem yourselves.
Probably like 43.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
He's a
43.
demon.
You were very close.
No idea.
39. There we go. Okay, so good start, but don't worry, there's some more questions for you. This is the next one. What was the working title for Sandhawk? And by working title, I mean the original name that was kind of out there.
What? Sanok?
You're so lucky that you know how to. You're so lucky that you know how to play this game, because your knowledge of it is not great. Chris, no more Googling. What's the answer?
I don't know. Like, I have no idea.
Okay, gents,
Oh,
I'm going to
finish.
help you out here. It actually used to be called Codename Savage.
Oh.
Ringing a bell? Anyone?
No.
Today, let's move on to the next question. What is the training ground in PUBG called?
Huh?
Like,
Should I give you a hint? Is it going to help?
Yeah, give me a hint, please.
Please.
It's named after a small animal, a small vicious little animal. Okay, so it wasn't Monkey Camp, a doozy, but you were very close. It's Camp Jackal.
Monkey Camp.
Small, I mean, monkeys are small and vicious. I get it. He was
Oh,
close.
you mean the island where it's training mode?
Yeah, what is the training ground in PUBG called?
Oh, okay.
Oh, well. Good job, boys. Still 0 points, but we got 3 rounds of this, thank goodness. 2 more questions left here in round number 1. This one you have to get. Come on, which team won PGC 2023? No, I don't like when people start laughing after I've asked the easiest question on the board. Come on. I'm hoping everyone gets a point here. Fingers crossed. And I'm correct. Every single one of you got it right. Good job. 1 point for everyone.
Let's go.
Okay. Your opportunity to jump into the lead in the first round is about to come because it's the final question.
You're so
and
good.
here it is. What is the name of the electric van added in Rondo?
Oh, bro. This is really hard questions, man. Yeah.
The Tesla bus. Are you sponsored by Tesla, Doozy? Is that
No.
why? I'm just checking.
Like,
We're
it's
just dropping in a brand.
I knew like only Tesla electric cars. That's why.
I get that. Okay, so I'm actually going to give Chris a point for this because there are 2 answers you could have put in. So the first one was Pico Bus or it was the Neox, and he said the Neox Bus. We're going to give it to you. 1 point for Chris. You are in the lead as we finish round 1. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Absolutely huge performance from the Rondo connoisseur. It's Chris coming in. I can't wait to see when that map gets added to esports. It's Chris driving around in that little Neox bus. Yeah, it's going to be great. He's going to be like, this reminds me of that time I won a game show for points that mean absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things, but the points in the overall leaderboard, they're the ones that count. And Twisted Minds, with that win on our Tego map 3 of the day, currently in first place on today's leaderboard. So maybe Martin's right. Maybe starting the day 2 hours late actually is a big benefit for a team like that.
Yeah, apparently it works. Let's hope they're not gonna do it every game. But apparently, Twisted Minds, just what they needed. Great stuff coming up from them. Also, obviously I knew It's Chris was gonna win this one. Gotta go back to It's Chris and their performance because they, with the last game, have also done a great performance so far. But they just overtook Maples with this one. I think it's 2 points, maybe 3 points difference. Doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, as you said as well. They are qualified already, but still. It's got to be a good feeling. So Matt Ball's in the center, 2 teams to watch at the very top, and I think there might just be a switch up happening depending on the Matt Ball's performance that we saw yesterday happening in this one again.
So if we look at the teams that are still competing today, that competed in yesterday's matchups, Ascend, Mad Bulls, both 90 plus points overall. They are both locked in now for the grand final. You would absolutely assume, unless anything ridiculous happens tomorrow, 90 and 93 points is practically a 100% chance that they're making it through to the grand finals. The next highest team on 9 games played so far is Na'Vi. They're at 68, so they're very close. And by the end of today, we presume that they will have had enough points to be pretty much locked in. But after that, August on 44 points is the next of the teams that performed in yesterday's games as well as today. And 44 points is not enough. So August, even with a big 4 point in the or 4 position in the leaderboard jump based on the previous game, still have their work cut out for them if they want to be safe by the end of tomorrow's final day of group stages.
Yes, they do. Yeah, I just thought it was interesting because when I came into this tournament, that wasn't the one team out of the first 2 groups that I would have expected to be standing in the situation they are now. I think there would have been plenty of other names, but not necessarily Oculus. But then again, based off of their performance in the tournaments we've seen so far this year, which isn't much, you can't really go wrong with that prediction, right? They haven't shown us that in the way they've grouped this lineup, and in the way it's structured, and the way it's performed as well as a result of that, them really prove that they can perform at the very top level. And just based off of the names, you won't get results. And it's really interesting because BBL had the same problem at the beginning of Brutality, for example. We're talking about that as well. So yeah, something's got to change for Oculus. BBL has changed it to some degree. Sure, maybe not today, but at least at the end of Brutality, as we are waiting and looking for BBL to pop off here in Pack Spring as well. 12 points for them. Oculus at the moment on 44. As we said, the cutoff is probably going to be somewhere around 60, 70 points. So they will massively need now good games the next 3 games. But yeah, BBL at least has a couple of more chances, so to speak.
Yep. Third game played now for Fairy Tail, and on the latest of them, they jumped up 4 points in the leaderboards on 21 points now with still 9 games left to play, whereas BBL, having played the same number of games, but have they really? Because did they really play Miramar today? I would argue that they probably didn't, but at the very least, Schiller has showed up and contributed in our previous game. I mean, you said, okay, they finally get a chance to play the game. Schiller did what he could to make the most of it. 6 kills overall so far today, and a big chunk of that coming from Tego. They're now on 12 points, which is a little bit less embarrassing after 3 games than where they were at the end of Miramar. And hopefully it gives them something that they can work with now as they have 3 games left today and then tomorrow's matches to really try and pick up the pieces.
Yeah. We will see half of these teams at the very soonest during the next week. Once again, it is first 8 teams that we've seen yesterday. Obviously, we can go through these teams as well. It's been obviously the teams of the likes of Na'Vi. We've seen Howl, Ascent, Mapples, Newgate, NoTag, Orglis, Winodai. All these teams we've obviously seen before, and we will see them for the last time today as well. And this is the main reason. So to be reminded, all these 8 teams that I just announced will not be playing tomorrow. Tomorrow we will have Group A and Group C. So the teams that we've seen yesterday, the likes of FaZe Clan, BB Team, FUT Esports, some of these teams that are still very much on the cusp as well. This is going to be an absolute massacre in terms of who's going to get any points towards these qualification spots. But yes, these teams still very much not in the safety in terms of qualifying to the grand final either. So they will have to battle out tomorrow.
So, something a little interesting, as we did just see Ascend's stats pop up on the screen. No surprise to see that for the most part, we're talking double-digit kills for that team currently holding on to first place. One that has maybe flown under the radar a little bit if we look at the player scores overall. Obviously, Nixie is right up there, Diffix up there, the whole of Mad Bulls, Ascend doing really well on the kills, but Team NoTag, Explicit, 10 kills on the board for himself, right up there fragging alongside the likes of Sosed, Mika, Phil First, despite the fact he's played a few less games. Definitely a performance that may have gone under the radar for NoTag, but it hasn't quite come out to the same level of success as some of the other teams so far. 38 points. They are currently the team holding on to that 8th place kind of cutoff point, but after 9 games, 38 points. You would hope for a few more. Absolutely. There's still teams that haven't played today that are ahead of that point. Any trolls in chat, Lil W and BB Team. And they're looking at this leaderboard thinking, okay, we've got an easy ride on Sunday. We've got very little work to actually do unless teams the like of NoTag can really have some big performances on the latter half of today.
Gotta be honest, I wouldn't have expected his name to be in that statistic either, just based off of where NoTag team is located on the leaderboard, but yeah, apparently he's made the majority of the frags then for NoTag team. If we've seen any,
only won a stolen kill as well. So he's been putting in the hard yards himself, as opposed to Diffix with 5 stolen kills. So yeah, Na'Vi have been putting themselves in good positions to capitalize, but NoTag have been having to do it all themselves. And Explicit is definitely contributing in a big way.
Definitely. And I said before, Colonel and Explicit, these guys definitely some of the more experienced players in the scene. Been there since the very, very start. Once again, O'Connor with some LAN experience as well. I believe way back in the PEL qualifiers, or even the PL himself. I'm not even sure anymore. It's been 5 years ever since, but he's definitely playing the PL quals on LAN. So he's got a little bit of LAN experience on PUBG as well. Some people might have missed that because he did retire for a brief moment. Let's get into it. Ibiza Gonna pick the first one. Wow, I thought that was gonna be a safe frag, but somehow CC Next gets out of the car. More shots from the distance. Global Army is gonna take him down to 32 HP, and surely CC Next gonna shoot him in the back, but no, he runs down the hill himself. So both of these teams will be still alive as 4 in the early game. I thought Ibiza had this one. What just happened there?
Sometimes it's the easy ones that slip away, and August, fortunate to say the least, to get away from the rampaging Bulls. Although, to be fair, the rampage has steadied a little bit. Day 2 has been a little more mellow. Maybe Mad Bulls, you know, thinking a little bit to themselves, okay, we don't need to push quite as hard. We don't need those 18 kill wins. We've already done all the hard work, but you know, you've still got to make sure that they're staying fresh and on point. But this time around, not quite enough to dislodge August. And that's good news for August, because that's the team that we've just highlighted, saying that they're running out of opportunities. They've got 3 games left to go. They've only got 44 points on the board. It looks good for now, but with so many teams, a full lobby tomorrow that still has 6 games left to play, that 44-point slot is going to slip down the leaderboard drastically and rapidly by the time we get into Sunday.
Sunday, obviously going to be the last day for plenty of these teams as well. For the rest of the teams that aren't in Group B, obviously. Last chances. Massive pressure in the end as well. And we were talking about at the very start of this day as well. What's better, to start off with 0 points going into it, or to already have a couple of points on the board and have to prove it today? Well, maybe more teams are going to be in the same position tomorrow. All the teams that we don't see today will have to fight for their spot, but at least they will potentially know what kind of spots they need on the leaderboard in terms of how many points they will need to get to the cutoff. That's the one advantage that some of these teams have. Talking about FaZe Clan and all them, they will probably know way more exact than we do right now what the cutoff will be and can potentially aim for it that way. The teams that won't play today, all the teams in Group B, they will just be left on their own. Left for the fate to decide. As we see Twisted Minds with a massive, massive circle. The Ambayard, so let's get back to the game, is a beautiful spot to be at the moment. Looking at the map stream, it is as center as it gets. And I think Twisted Minds, they don't even have any intention of moving outwards.
One downside of being in Lumberyard is you are in a bit of a bowl surrounded by hilltops, but in almost a Tego-esque fashion, if you're one of the first to take the hilltops, there's a lot of opportunities for teams to sneak up behind you. Gedrox has done kind of exactly that. He's pushed out from Dino Land, where the rest of Win or Die is holding a big 2-1-1 split, and he is poking his head down towards Lumberyard itself. But with Lou and Batulin starting to make a move, he might just have to fall back to his vehicle and get out of there as quickly as possible. That zone shift going back towards the northwestern side of our Phase 1 circle means that Dino Land is actually somewhat more of a better position than it might have initially looked. Ascend starting to make a little bit of an entrance as well in the northern side, or at least Brex is. Well, meanwhile, about 700 meters away, It's Chris is getting poked and prodded while he goes for one of those big Vikendi airdrops and has to call in Kilyakai for a bit of an exfiltration.
Look, people were making fun of Ascend in Brutality for getting all the circles that they didn't get throughout the last 5 years, and it continues Impact Spring now, apparently. More circles, more good positions for Ascend, and you can really tell they are happy with this one. Just looking at the leaderboard alone, currently the first place team once again. And yeah, sure, maybe sometimes they would prefer to play a little bit more edge, but at least having the opportunity to decide, hey, how are we going to approach this round? What kind of plays can we do? This is something that they have been now working towards getting. It's not only the circles are different, blah, blah, but they're also playing differently to some degree. Ever since Kobo joined, you can see a rather shift, to some degree at least, a rather slow shift on towards maybe sometimes prioritizing zone just a tiny bit more, making sure to get that one extra spot close to the circle center that sometimes they wouldn't have.
Well, one team that really hasn't changed anything about the way they play, August. Back from Sarvam days, you would see this kind of thing very often. All in vehicles, full send straight down the center. This time around, the map has even drawn a line for them to follow due to the train tracks, but it's a little bit too close. A little bit too close to Win or Die. They lose 2 on that rotation as they send it past the compound held down by Leosh and Extans. Now Dedrix with an opportunity to sit down Quizzy, an opportunity that can't go floundering. If he takes these shots, he has to actually connect to them. And Entropic will have that in the back of their mind, considering their early exit from the end of Tego. No, he lands 1, but the follow-up is simply not there. Quizzy's relocated. Dedrick Oh, he peeks up over the top. He refines the target, but he's out of bullets now. And Quizzy slips away again.
Somehow Quizzy makes it past the ridgeline. Tough angles, obviously, for Dedrix. Sure, I thought he was going to happen there as well, but through the grass and everything, it's way harder from his point of view, I'm sure, when you don't know exactly where the player is rotating to. And Quizzy, what an important move to stay alive right there. Because look at this, if he would have taken the aim pod, even if he would have gotten the knock, there's 2 more players from Achopic right around the corner, potentially peeking you. And Mattballs, his teammates, Nixie, Ibiza, 2 of them, even very far across the street. They would not have been able to help him in time.
Very little that can be done in some of those scenarios. But again, the second time that we've seen so far today, this time it's the Mad Bulls on the receiving end of a little bit of a whiff in the early phases. Ibby had an opportunity to do some damage onto August, and this time maybe the karma pays off well for Mad Bulls. Just managed to slip away. Now a second time for some early kills on the rotation as the Bumble squad now group up and just swarm their way past Fairy Tail. This time, no real damage dealt. Tuster takes barely a scratch on the way through, but their rotation is far from over. They've still got a long road ahead of them, and it's a road that's littered with Mad Bulls and Entropic.
Oh, yes. Plenty of very aggressive teams. But at least for the first one, they won't make it past as a 4-man team. You said it before, one of the best teams coming out of the EMEA qualifier. And they have shown us in the first 2 games especially. They are definitely destined for more than just the qualifier. And this is one hell of a shift. Twisted Minds, yeah, you can see them. They're probably surprised by this as well. Rotate on back, make sure to stay in Lumberyard, make sure to clean that edge as more teams are rotating in towards the southern and eastern side as well. BBL is going to make sure to get all 4 players inside the next safe zone as well. Have to be careful of BRB, while NWG is rotating very close to Twisted Minds as well. I'm sure we're going to see Howl and Twisted Minds fight it off sometime soon, because I don't think they will just let NWG play there.
No, it happens so often, particularly on this map. And yeah, Twisted Minds and Howl dropping relatively close together on multiple occasions, and it always comes to blows. Zubila just about getting out of the line of sight of Explicit, and the big fragger for No Tag, who we highlighted just a few moments ago. This time around, 1 bullet short. He gets the second opportunity as Brightside makes his rotation, but Explicit can't quite catch hold of that one either. I do like what Twisted Minds did, though. They're not happy just to sit on the hilltop. They actually push into Lumberyard itself, because they know if they play on that hilltop and they don't properly clear out Lumberyard, there's always a chance that some sneaky boy gets their way into one of those buildings and goes unnoticed for now. And now the vehicles of Protovini and Senka Pau Pau will alert Lu to the fact that there is a threat here to lurk. He will fall back to the safety of his team.
Fall back, probably the correct play. Make sure not to lose anything in this situation, especially no players, but also timing is of the essence as phase 3 is moving onwards. Bobby Cock with a good angle actually on towards the Howl players. I say timing, but honestly in this one, maybe he should have even stayed, because there was nowhere for them to run. And they're in the smokes ready. Support from up top, maybe his teammates can go close. There's not really anything the Howl players can do, but Zone is moving forward, and he can only stay in the blue zone for so long, and at the moment it looks like it's not really worth it for them. Lots of teams are going to be fighting this next zone, I'm sure. At the moment we haven't lost a single one, but now the rotates are coming on through, and there's very, very few spaces left to up for grabs, as Young Danes is looking for one as well.
So got to find whatever they can at this point. The Young Danes, again, a relatively slow start to the day, as it doesn't get much slower. In fact, a single point on the board for the Young Danes after the first 3 games. So big turnarounds from their fortunes in Protality. They have been a little bit anonymous. Pardon the joke. There you go, Felix. That was a joke. But okay. Ever since their big performance in Protality, and it's just really not lived up to the expectation that, again, that they set for themselves. We've come in off the back of a long off-season. It's been a hot minute since we've really had any tournaments, really since late last year. So plenty of time for these teams to work things out between themselves. And our first look definitely gave us a good impression of several teams, but it's all about the consistency, and that level of consistency is difficult. The Mad Bulls, though, creeping their way in, south side of Lumberyard, Example up on the roof. If he's not aware of this team while he puts the shots in towards Newgate, it might not just be the death of him, but Lou as well. He's relying on Example to be that cover, that covering fire, that suppressing fire from range. And the moment if Example has his attention drawn away, it might be game over for Lou as well.
Ooh, and I think it is. Nixie pops out from the bag, takes down Lou. Unfortunately for Mapples, there's no one else in this city.
Yeah,
and Lou gets taken down as well. Oh my lord. Both of these players fall immediate. This is falling apart for Twisted Minds. What a play though from Mapples. Sneaks in the backyard of Twisted Minds from a very loose spot they started this game from. And just no chance for them to retaliate, as they will go down. Mapples, they're up on their heels. Only 1 point differentiating them, but from Ascend at the moment.
Honestly, that felt like the kind of thing, if we hid the name tags from that play, you would probably assume that the guy on the roof played for Foot Esports and the team that just rocked up out of the blue was BB Team. That was like the kind of targeted bullying. But on this side, everyone's bullying everyone.
No.
Grenades, mortars, does not matter. MG3 in play, and everyone is falling apart on this western side now. Just so many teams in such close proximity that the grenades are landing back and forth, and even the M4s are getting knocks.
Oh yes, Nakatori peeking across the ridge line. He wants to make this even worse for Ascend. Killia guy, he pumps one back though. That's a good trade. But Killia guy is getting shot from the distance as well. Bush comes through and it's not even going the way of Ascend at the moment. Good shots coming out from Navi, but they're losing players on their own as well. And there's even mortars raining in. Young Danes in the distance want to get a piece of all these frags happening on the southwestern side too.
Oh no!
But with BBL coming in, I don't think they're going to get much of it. Part as a foreman, BBL as a foreman, they're surely going to clean up these solos, right? But Kiyakai, he's driving away. Somehow he's still found a vehicle.
All that he can do now. He's lost all of his teammates. Oh, Twisted Minds. They back away. They've been damaged. They've lost half their team. Doesn't matter. They've still got grenades. And Perfectix knows how to cook them. Young Danes, fed whether they like it or not. Overfed, if anything. All for feasting on a grenade. And it's not looking good for their chances. I mean, they've doubled their points. It's something. But 2 points in 4 games, yeah, not going to be enough to get to the grand finals at this rate.
Not really. Tropic, though, still with a chance in this one to make some points at least. They have 4 eliminations, and they are in a pretty good spot. It's the high spot on the map, as far as I'm concerned at the moment. Maybe some good information towards any of the spots that are still free inside the circle. There is still some, with all these teams fighting on the edge. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, have found themselves a spot. It's a very dangerous one, you can see. Maybe even Kilyaka gets one, but first of all, Global Army peeks around the corner, and Libron, together with his teammates, cleans up this edge, and Tropic go down in 12th place. And as I say that, yeah, that's it. Tropic out 17 points only in the start of this match.
The fact that Entropic had no idea that was coming, could they not hear them? That was a whole global army rocking up behind them. That's so many people.
But
he still gets the sprays. It was a joke. And the mortar, double kill for Hello My Bad, Win or Die, now contributing from distance as well. They hold down the only remaining compound in this zone, and they're making excellent use of it. Sosed just has to try and keep his head down because the fight around him is still kicking off, and even more teams are still getting involved in it. Smash lands a grenade because it's Smash. Of course he does. But Schiller traded back with the Auger Presenti.
Good Orc shots coming out. And the Lost regrouping with his teammates as well. Pod on their western side, still somehow standing. They've still got some utility at least to defend this, but both of these teams need to be very fast now on the moves they're going to make. And you can see Smash knows this. They don't have much time to finish this frag and then go into the next zone cleanly. So get this started now. Smash goes close. Good smoke. Piece around the ridgeline. Dante should be spotted. He doesn't see him in the car. Now he sees him. He's just behind it. He gets trapped though. Dante somehow makes it work. As Tendelos peeks from up top. Gets one, gets the second one. Easy cleanup for him. No danger there at all. And Smash, he was in no danger because he was just behind the ridgeline knock. But the next fight's immediately starting. And Pisa now gets the first one against Flatobi.
He's running out of bullets. He's got 12 left in the mag and only 5 in support, but he's got Lookaruks on the opposite side, and Hoppycock gets taken down. Nixie as well, trying to take those peaks in the way that only he can. That confidence shining through when he gets the support from Ibby. He must have found some more bullets. And now Newgate, leaving Senka Pow Pow, last man standing, falls back towards the vehicle to try and disappear out into the distance, but Mad Bulls, they have claimed this land for themselves. They have essentially full control of the entire southern side of the circle, but over to their west, not all that far away, BBL have finally managed to clean up their fight. They've hopped in vehicles, and they might look to try and creep their way forwards as well.
Yep. Mad Bulls with lots of control, you said it. But I think the most they can have is if they really just eliminate BBL now. If BBL creeps up the hillside, I think Apple's going to be a problem. They're already down one player. We saw Quizzy getting taken out. So I think this is the most important fight they will have in this round. Howl is in the center of it. She'll win or die as a full 4-man as well. But as you said it, they've got the whole south side. They've got good control as well. There's another bridge line just north of them, just behind Howl, that they could play off of as well, even if the shift's far north. So plenty of opportunities for Mapples. They just need to win this fight. But even more so does BBL.
Win or die. I mean, we've had our analyst desk talking all day and all of yesterday about this team, their big performance in Brutality, how impressive they've looked. Heck, even the whole of EU East as a region, as a whole, expecting them to look dominant. We've had a couple of non-starters, really. The Gaming Gladiators, the Exalt, not making it to this point. The hope was in the hands of Extends, and as was the grenade that sits down Lyron. He won't get both kills, though, even though the grenade was well placed to do so. It was the Mad with a Dragonov knock seconds before that grenade was tossed out that claims the additional point for Howl, and it's a big point as well. Keeps them within 1 point of win or die, and look at the leaderboard ahead of those two teams. 41 points for win or die, 40 for Howl. The next 3 teams ahead of them currently on 42. I would very much imagine that those 1 or 2 points could make all the difference when all this is said and done.
Oh yeah, 2 points can definitely make the difference. You've seen this in play so very often. Teams in the end thinking to themselves, what if maybe 1 or maybe 2 more frags would have been in there. So make sure to get these earlier on. Gates now being eliminated. The Mat from the distance even gets it after Matt Balls was so close to getting it as well. No chance for them. Leish opens things up, though, against BBL. This is interesting. This is very far distance as well. But look at this. Win or die. They want to push on towards this. Look at them. They're taking the next ridge line just across. And BBL might just be in big trouble because of this. Extends gets another one. And Sunderlosk, it drops the ground as well. And even though the nades are flying in, they haven't even pushed that far. So that one is not going to hit anything either. And, wow, they're already at 10 frags now with BBL just in front of them.
And let's not forget, Brutality, win or die, came out looking incredibly strong, but by the end of day 1, they had 29 points. They were in 10th place. It was day number 2 and day number 3 that they really came alive, came into their own. So maybe it's just a Russian thing that if we start a little bit later, things start looking better. 10 kills now for win or die, but 7 equally for Howl. But Ibby is going to do what he can, get the damage down onto Ketpa. He was holding the opposite side of the road to Code Marco, and the Mad. There's very little that they can do to provide support. Gedrox, 90 damage. He still lands an extra tag. Lookarooks thought he was safe, hit the deck, but the ridge wasn't quite deep enough.
Wasn't quite deep enough. And meanwhile, though, Ibiza cleaning things up. That's an unlikely side, one that haven't really seen from Apple that often because just of how great Nixie, Lookarooks, and obviously Quizzy have been performing. But Ibiza now, this one shines through. 4 frags for him already. Can he make it 5? There is still an opportunity, but at least he's got 1 more potential teammate he can revive, make that 2, maybe. Because Lookarooks isn't finished just yet, but Sheila and Smash just very close to them. Still have an opportunity to maybe throw a nade over as well, but you can see they're on a big pressure as well. Extends now with the good nades. That's, in general, really well-timed names coming out from Win or Die. That's great team play. Ups up the grenade launcher to at least buy him a little bit of space, but how long is that really going to last?
At the very least, the Dragonov is well within its effective range, and Schiller is definitely an effective pair of hands. We saw that little one-tap that he had on Miramar in Brutality as well, if you remember that. Clean. Just needs to land a couple of those now to give them a chance as Win or Die started to expand their hold over the road to the south, and they found a ridge line that for now is uncontested. They're lacking somewhat in utility. And while the smoke still exists on the opposite side of the zone, the likes of Code Marco being forced to keep their head down and suppressed, the longer they stay up here, the more danger they are in of getting peppered from long range. So they've got to really commit to this push. Smash has already gone down. They should be able to clean him up. Hello, my bad, will find him. Schiller just lurking in the smokes now. And it's a case of Win or Die as a 4-man against 3 solos scattered around the rest of the zone.
Yeah. Gedrox still peeks across, still looks for any kind of opening. They've got so much space, but they're not inside the circles right now. It's really weird. You can't really play the inside the circles just yet. That's why we so many people still playing at the outside. Pretty much all of these players, actually. Even Howl on the other side can't make it in just yet. teams have to make a move beforehand. You can see the move starts just now. Win or die. Pushes around to the south side. Peeks around the corner. Oh, what a shot coming out from Sheila. How the hell did he manage to get that one? Sure, he gets traded outwards, but that was one hell of a shot. I mean, he was dead aiming at that corner, and he still drops him. Doesn't matter anything, though, because BBL still gets taken out in 4th place.
Natural born killer, that boy. He definitely knows his way around a barrel. And no surprise to see that he's more than capable of, even in a disadvantaged position, almost getting the better of it, even in a 1 versus 4. But Hello My Bad managed to salvage a grenade of his own, put it into the smoke, and it did the job. Got the damage done, and it's an important one as well for Win or Die to get that trade, make sure that all 4 players are still standing so they have the best chance possible of moving forward and cleaning this up without the risk of giving one up to a solo. Code Marco, definitely a risky solo with a P90 and 6 grenades. And Ibby, just as capable as well. But Code Marco confident, taking that peek. And Win or Die just trying to flush out the area. Any little bush, any little rock, any little patch of grass could easily contain an op. And they can't afford to fall victim to anyone springing a trap.
Really can't. Ibiza got the nade in hand. Can he make something big? I mean, there is an opportunity. Maybe if he drops down 1, maybe 2, immediately be... Oh, wow! Extend spots me immediately. Not even a chance to get the nade off. Ibiza gets dropped so fast. And I think even he didn't expect to have to throw that nade that early, but he did, apparently. Now it's all down to Code Marco. Win or Die are looking at a 15-kill win to start things off. We were hoping these guys will come alive, and now they did. Now just Code Marco left alive in the smoke, and it feels like it's just a matter of time.
He's so blind, he can't see anything. His whole screen is white, and it's not just the smoke grenades, but 100 flashbangs and a Molotov as well. There's nothing he can do. The full screen anime logo in full effect, and Win or Die finally show us that this is the same team that dominated in Protality, that we were so hyped about watching in the preseason and scrims and all the little community tournaments that they were performing so well in. The ones that had the expectation of the analyst desk finally bring that to the table on Vikendi.
Great stuff coming up from them. Great control in the end game as well. They knew when to push out of that. And even though, sure, they did get the circle in the end, but that didn't mean it was an easy win. Not by any imagination whatsoever. They still had to play the edges very, very often. So great stuff coming out from Win or Die.
Massive, massive stuff. Our 4th game of the day. They've only got 2 more chances left, and it's a big boost to their chances of making it to the top 8 when all's said and done. But is it enough? Let's see what our analysts have to say about Win or Die picking up another win on Vikendi.
Protality winners, wild card entrance here to PEC Spring, and now they've got themselves a chicken dinner. Win or Die takes the victory on Vikendi, Mark. And I mean, Saga, he asked the question, so I'll ask it to you. Is it enough? Have we seen enough from this team, or do they still need to do some more?
I think I'm right. I think it's that, well, I might have said it's that 65 point. I kind of agree. I might even push it a little bit higher, but that's a good game. That's what we needed for them, but we needed it 2 games ago, arguably maybe even a little bit yesterday. Vikendi looked good for them. Yes, they got the zone, and they just seemed to get a bit of confidence. Was it because we said that we need them to deliver? Well, they delivered 15 kills, a 25-point game. That's good, and that's a team that's really hoovered up a lot of points away from some other teams in that lobby.
Last year's PEC Spring champs coming in second. Hal, we'll talk about them in a little bit. I want to focus on Mad Bulls Avenger. We brought their name up a lot, but I think we can confidently all agree they are going to the grand finals now. They've done enough.
Yeah, they had done enough by the last game of yesterday, I'm pretty sure. Because there's so much bunching at the top, like I'm pretty sure it's going to be that 65-point mark we're talking about. Again, 56 points here for Win or Die. It's 2 more games to put 10 or so more points on the board for them. Yeah, I hope they're able to step up. I like what we saw from them at Brutality, of course, and that would be huge to see them kind of contend at that level. But this was a phase 2 center compound shift that turned into an absolute fragfest for them. And if that's what they need to kind of get stuff going for them, then it's going to be a really hard grand finals for them if they make it based off this performance so far.
And Twisted Minds, I mean, they can pull themselves into the top 8 as well. You saw their points that I think they just need to finish in the points now, and they should be good to go. So a lot of these Group C teams pushing to make sure that they can find their way into the top 8 for today. It won't matter if you're in Group C, you're going to have to wait till tomorrow, but it is important to set yourself up really nicely. Now, I mentioned them earlier, last year's winners, they have finally started to show up as the day has continued. Mark, Hal had a good showing in this game.
Yeah, and it was a different. People look at How and they're like a team. Oh, they used to always send towards centre zone. This obviously zone shift work was good. We see Entropic, we see How, we got our Twisted Minds and Win or Die. This is kind of the home turf, well rehearsed, and actually, arguably, How's compounds normally under a lot of pressure. The zone shifts away. They find themselves on the outside, and this is where I was looking, going, oh, here we go. How are just going to go full send somewhere to the middle, but it wasn't the case. They stopped. They waited. The zone shifts away. And they were just chipping away at it. They could hear a little bit of commotion over by the train tracks. That's when we start to see them getting a few kills. Yes, as a result, they did lose a player, but that was a little bit of a snake in the snow, a fairy, and as they run their way back. But it's good team synergy. Keep tight, get the push, get the kills, and then work your way back in towards zone. And this is obviously where we see Fairy Tail. It's hard to catch sometimes individual players, but it was the right call. They looked at it, they were like, we can't get you, we now need to work our way towards. So that's when they went, hey, do you know what? Bodies versus placement, and it was placement. At the end, they got second place, not too bad. Arguably, Martin, it's a very well-rehearsed game for How.
Yeah, it's beautifully executed by them here. They knew when to pull out, you know, kind of come in and poke a little bit. They take out some of Fairy Tail, no tag, got absolutely eliminated with that too. And they're able to kind of reposition themselves, and they had an idea that the eastern side of the circle was going to be somewhat free here. They had some crates to cover with on top of that, right? And then it ended extremely close to where they ended up driving to there. So well executed by Hal here. I still want to see more of this kind of high-level mechanical skill, and you know, all the fracking power of this team is actually quite high. So I want to see more of these kind of forced team fights, especially against teams where they feel that they're gonna come out with 3 or 4 guys alive every time, right? Especially, like these guys are so experienced. It's how, and they're like Ruin. Yes, like last year Ruin like was such a standout player, right? I want to see more of him.
Well, it's the ad though, Code Marco. When he first appeared for the team, he changed the speed in which we saw How play. It was very aggressive, very forward. But then you saw earlier they were trying to catch up, they were dying. It feels they're kind of reining maybe back Code Marco. They're looking about Runa, how he plays as well. And I think they're now starting to come into what we might see in GL as How. So if we do see them sort of engage and level out, I think this team will be really, really strong for this year.
Let's take a look at your schedule. We have 2 more games left this evening. Both of them are going to be on Erangel. So, Avenger, do you think that anything changes here? We've seen a specific number of teams just dominate those top spots. Does that continue even with the map change?
Yeah, I think no matter what, we're going to see Twisted Minds and Mad Bull's Ascent pop off in the same kind of level they have. What's really interesting to me is how many more points can Win or Die and Howl squeeze out of this. 56 right now for Win or Die, 46 for Howl. That's the teams that are really looking. And of course, Oracle is also in there with 48. These teams need to squeeze out as much as they can and potentially try to get over that 65-point mark. 9 points for Win or Die, 19 for Howl. And, you know, it's one more good game, that's fine, or 2 pretty decent games for them to put themselves into a somewhat comfortable spot to make sure they're above that kind of 65-point cutoff, which we're hypothesizing that it's going to be. Again, it depends on how many points do these top teams sponge up, right? Because the more they sponge up, the lower the bar is going to be dropped.
I tell you what, let's find out exactly how many points they're going to sponge up. We're heading to Erangel.
It's been a long, long wait to get here, but we're back in familiar territory.
Maybe Millie as well.
Erangel will be our final last 2 games of the way. It could definitely be Millie. I mean, we've seen that already so far, and you know, you said before, we've seen a lot of northwest or southwest on Miramar, and we're getting a lot of military on Erangel. There will be definitely a couple of teams that would prefer not to see that as we head into our final games of the day, and it's definitely those who are stacking things up towards that center pack. The fact that BB team is still in 4th place, despite having played 4 games less than every team that's playing today, is just wild. So honestly, doesn't matter. Like, they're pretty much locked in from this point forwards. As long as they show up tomorrow, at the very least, like, they're having a great time.
Yeah, it's all about that 65-point mark that the desk has been talking about. But at this point, I'm not even so sure. It could be even less than that, right? Because lots of these teams, maybe it's just that teams from Group B have been relatively underperforming, except for the very top teams. Talking about St. Mapples, Navi, obviously. But the rest of them, yeah, so essentially it's two ways, right? Either the teams have underperformed, or maybe it's just not going to be that high. And I think it might be a little bit of both. I think that the rest of the teams, after the very top teams of Group B, have been underperforming. But at the same time, I feel like at this point, 65 might just be a bit too high. Maybe it's going to be 60, something around that. Is something I could imagine at this point as well. But we'll have to wait and see, as the desk said as well. And with that being said, welcome to Erangel for the first time today. I know it's been some time in the making. Let's put it like that. But we do have one more game after this one as well, so stay tuned as we see some of these teams for the very last time, at least for this week, as Group B is making its way down towards their deserving drop spots. And depending on how the first circle shifts, this might be happy for some, might be unhappy for the other ones. But what I do know for certain is that Mapples and Descent are going to be happy with whatever the hell comes in game number 1 of Erangel. I say game number 1, but it's game number 5 of this day, and now I've completely lost it because obviously it's going to be a far Western road, and both of these are not as happy as I thought.
Yeah, it doesn't matter for them, really, does it? I mean, they've done the hard yards. 10 games in, Mad Bull still averaging 10 points per game, Ascend slightly below that on 9.5, but they have absolutely nothing to worry about. They can just play this game for fun, or they could even tab out and do some more quiz shows. You could have Chris googling who was the highest assists in PEC Spring 2023, just in case that comes up on his next round of the quiz.
You never know.
He gets a little bit of free time to do his research. 25 kills though for Nixie. It's still a ridiculous number. That is more than a third of the kills that Mad Bulls have. 65 overall for them. Lukaruk's obviously there contributing. Global Army has made his appearance for August. Global Army is a player that I, as well as my big brother / body double, James Galaris, big fans of Global Army and the jawline as well. Absolutely the most handsome man that I've seen. Oh, yes, we even get a picture of him. Look at him. Beautiful stuff. But 15 kills, that's like, let's stay calm. 15 kills is the important part here. It's a big turnaround for August. Now up within the top 6, 48 points. If they can have a good couple of games, don't even necessarily need a big win, but a decent couple of games on Erangel, it might just be enough to squeeze them into the grand finals.
7,700 damage as well. Great stuff coming out from August. And even though even though, I want to say in spite of their playstyle, right? Because usually if you do place into that much...
because of things like this.
Okay, well, let me hold that thought, because I want to see where this thing goes. I want to see where this goes. Does Oculus know there's a play in there? Because I feel like they don't at the moment. Well, okay, no, never mind. Lyron is lurking and looking around, so I think they expect it to some degree, but they for sure aren't sure in which building he is exactly. Have they just spotted him? I think it is. Yes, Global Army pops the nade. I think he knows exactly where Senka is. Senka doesn't see it either. Oh, this is a great nade. Pops him down to half HP, and Global Army gets the shotgun in hand too. So this should be an easy push for August.
Well, what was it? Was that an open door? What gave it away? Around the side, Global Army adds a 16 to the tally. I don't know what they saw that gave it away, but Lyron, he was more than ready. But he does get tagged down from range. Hoppycock on the swing by and the drive by, but he should be able to be revived through the window. Global Army secures the position, secures the point, and this is once again the most August thing that we've seen all day. 4.5 minutes in, they're already breaching a position. They moved out of Pachinki extremely early. They got towards the center of the zone. They've got the spot. They got the point. That's exactly what they're looking for.
Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Global Army. He's fragging out for this team at the moment.
Yeah. So when you say despite the play style, that's a perfect example. That could have gone horribly wrong.
Did you expect that to happen for Oculus in phase 1? I feel like we haven't seen this too much. Yeah?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, well, at least in Plex Spring, we haven't seen this too much, I want to say. But in general, yes, that's the Turkish playstyle, but...
Typically,
I don't know.
What we would expect is that a team that is in the Gatka area would expect a team like August to do that, and wouldn't be that far separated, wouldn't have a vehicle, or at least would have a vehicle ready to exfiltrate when they hear the sound of an approaching swarm, an onslaught of MEA players out from Pachinki, but just caught off, wasn't quite ready for it. Maybe it's the case that they don't have quite that much experience playing up against this exact set of opposition. Again, August mostly playing through the MEA qualifiers, whereas Newgate comes in through EU. Not that much in terms of crossover, but they just weren't quite ready for the aggression.
Interesting. Either way, August, 49 points, is definitely one of the teams to watch now. These next two games, or rather the next game, and this included, will be incredibly important. If we do trust the desk, which we generally should, it is about 15 points that they need. 16 points to make that exact. So 16 points. They need to scrap 16 points in the two games after having played 10 already. And I want to say only at 49 as of right now. So I'm going to just put you on the spot, Saga. Is that going to happen or no?
Well, given that the fact that they made an early move, they got themselves the point, they got a position that's towards the center of the zone, I would say they've given themselves the best possible capability of doing it. However, let's not forget that this is August we're talking about, and if the zone shifts away from them, the thing that they've just done 4 minutes into phase one, they're going to do it again, and this time it's more likely that it will fall apart. There'll be more teams in the area, they'll be more prepared to receive breaches. So I hate to be the guy that sits there and says if they get a 9-zone hard feed, they're probably going to make it. But if they don't, then it's almost guaranteed that they're not going to play the edge. They're going to try and claim a position kind of similar to what they've just done, but it's far more likely to backfire against them.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. Dante, are you going to hit those? Because these are very, very ambitious shots. Doesn't look like it. Free kill's gonna get down. I would have honestly, I would have put some money on Dante right there. The way this guy aims at people, I've seen crazy clips from Dante. I'm not even kidding. I've seen nasty clips from Dante, where he just pops people out of the air. He's got a couple of highlight reels as well on Twitter, or maybe YouTube was it that I've seen. He is individually, he is as skilled as it gets. Unbelievable guy, and Part has shown us. Even if not in every round, at least in the first round, they are definitely able to get plenty of these opportunities, and will make use of some of them as they have in the first one.
For sure. I mean, it's very difficult to land those shots when you're looking at a parachute target. You have no real frame of reference in terms of like the depth, the distance, the lead that you need on the shots. It's very difficult. Teams are getting better at it day after day. Ever since emergency parachutes got added into the game, teams have been steadily improving at knocking those players out of the air. And we've seen a few players not make it to the ground. Heck, even we've seen full teams not make it to the ground. Young Danes really have not hit the ground running at all so far in day number 2, and it looks like Mixent is not going to be doing anything to buck that trend. Hjort seemingly just got spotted out by Kron as well, as he looked to try and peek over to contribute something to try and keep his teammate alive, but he's not going to get the chance. April will run him over. Hjort puts a couple of bullets in towards him. So Fairy Tail are well aware that there are more Young Danes lurking in the area. They might just look to make a swift exit, or just run over his dead body just for the BM.
See if it helps them. You're definitely still in big trouble. Fairy Tail is slowly creeping up the ridgeline just behind it. Keta is now arriving towards Aziz. That's a really great position in order to defend this. But they will need more than this. Anonymous also a very, very experienced player. He's been also kind of an OG of the scene. Gotta be honest. He's also been there since day one. Also retired for a couple of seasons. Then now came back to support the Young Danes. Good luck, though, from Brightside. I think he should get the first one. Brightside shoots the M249. Tops down. Keta with a headshot. But is that enough? Is that enough? I'm sure he's going to get spotted from the left side around any second now. But no, Hjort is being pressured away from this top as well as April comes in and throws the nade across.
Brightside being able to find enough space on the side of that hilltop to go prone was really the deciding factor. Just practically no recoil on the M249 if you get the chance to deploy the bipod. Anonymous just has to dip out of there, try and pick up Hjort from the buildings, and they're going to have to try and find a way past Fairy Tale that may not include taking the bridge. Might have to look for a boat. There might be a long path ahead of them. It's certainly not going to be one that leads to all that many points, as the zone has shifted far back up towards the north, over towards South Georgia Paul Hospital. Ascend once again, given the benefit of playing that edge playstyle. The far side of the zone, uncongested. Now they get a decent run towards a central position, whereas win or die, they're going to have to regroup their split. They've already lost one player, and in this 2-1 split that they're currently holding down, they might just be losing out on that additional player that little bit more.
Good circle for Ascend again. Phase 2 have been really kind to them, even though Phase 3 and Phase 4 very often haven't. Same could be set for Na'Vi. Just the other way around. Phase 2 very often shifting away from them today. But in return, Phase 3 and Phase 4 have been very kind to them. Let's see how they make this. We've seen these rotations time and time again from Na'Vi to the Deep South. But also these teams have now arrived to scrape any kind of position they still can in this Korean Phase 2 safe zone. You can see 3, almost 4 teams just hanging around the dome. Twisted Minds in the back. A team already in the swamp. And one playing the fields. Great positions for all of these teams. Very usually centers up around that northern field kind of area. The only position that I see right now that's not being taken is the very top of the hill. And I'm very surprised by that. All the dips are completely free. Even how that is just now rotated in is not option to go for the very top of the field.
Yeah, the radio tower in the center, it's definitely a position that I'm not sure I'd call it a priority position, but it's definitely a lot better than some of the dips in the area surrounding it, the likes of where Howl are currently lurking. But one of the big problems with it is while Everest still remains in, you're just constantly being spammed from 600 meters away. And it's not going to amount to too much, but one lucky headshot could be a swift knock in your favor. And
it's interesting.
Yeah, you got to be expending those utilities to try and keep yourself alive.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you will probably lose your cars because you can, at the moment, probably, for the most part, only play with cars unless you put constant pressure on the very top of Mount Everest. But then again, like, if you commit to that field that early, it is in gamble already. So if you gamble for the dips where Howl is in, or gamble for the top of the hill, I would much rather gamble for the top of the hill and just lose my cars, but maybe even survive with 1 or 2 cars if you put them correctly. I think you will be able to save 1 or 2 cars depending with how many you rotate in. So interesting to see that none of these teams are going to opt for it. Not even win or die, who could even split this with the compound just below Everest, which is a great split as well.
Yeah.
But for now, it's going to stay relatively
maybe
passive.
If they had all 4 alive, maybe they'd consider it.
Yeah.
Pod Samalet with a very wide split up the western side of the zone, but it will be Pin who's playing a little bit more of a forward position in the field under the watchful eye of Roxanne Dante that picks off.
What?
BLP, they
my
made their
lord.
move. Bomble's squad tried to make their move past Perfectix, and it's just a swift little spray. It's that easy. And the Bumble squad, they're trying to make Ascend to that position we've been talking about, but getting there is a problem. Owner through the doorway, just trying to find that final tag onto Crossberg, not quite landing just yet.
Yeah, if you thought he was shooting through the door there, no worries. He's not. It's just a sync issue.
If you thought he was shooting through the door, watch more PUBG Esports, you fool.
Watch more replays. Watch more death cams. But yeah, just a simple issue could happen. No worries.
This is the problem for win or die. That 2-1 split, having the player disadvantage that was already lost, they have to give it up. Hello My Bad has to leave. There's no way that Leosh and Gedrox can get in and give him any support. He has to fall back, and that's probably the better of the positions taken away. But Pod Samalet, they're in a split of their own, and Na'Vi are here to make an aggressive entrance. They pick off rocks early on, but around the side, Dante trying to answer back.
And he gets shot immediately up there. Is good shots coming up from him. And he barely in time makes it back inside to revive Diffix. And he's got the timing down. As Diffix is probably going to get revived, they will slow things considerably. You can see all of them just waiting for a second. They've got Hakitori on the roof. That's a great position to potentially not only make sure to get lots of information, but also engage any of the players that could potentially rotate in. But he needs to be careful as well. This could have been his downfall, actually. Pin, if Pin would have peaked at the correct timing, I think Hakitori would have been taken down immediately. But as of right now, all 4 players standing. And they got the revive as well.
And Twisted Minds have already leapfrogged ahead of Fairy Tail. Everyone but Lou. Lou still lurks on the back line. Perfectix has been picked off, but Lou now spots the vehicles. Young Danes coming in extremely late. They had to wait on the military island to make their move, and just as Lou was looking to push forward and backstab into Fairy Tail, try and get some revenge for the loss of his teammate, he's forced to pause to slow things down. Perfectix finished off by Zabila. And once again, we return back to the stalemate where Pod Samolet were forced to bring Presenti back from the north to try and fight off against Na'Vi. Just a breach from later than Pod Samolet was expecting. They've been holding this western side for quite some time. Just weren't expecting a 4-man breach to come flying through from the south as quickly, as aggressively as it did. Fairest might need to pause as that grenade comes rolling back out at his feet.
Yeah, to go clear of any of these positions. You know, if anyone is in there, it's an easy fry for him. Fortunately for Pod, no one was. And on the other hand, doesn't really hurt him too much. One more nade comes around the corner. They know the pin is somewhere in the distance. But look at this, Pod is rotating off. It's Chris is there to greet them, though. As they rotate off, he picks up lots of these shots, but he barely makes it out alive. Somehow, I'm not even sure how he did that. Apparently, they traded the bullets from each other pretty well. And none of them get taken down.
Ascend was wrapping to the north. In like by the time phase 2 popped, they had full control of the north. Pod Samolet had a big split along the western edge of the zone. They were forced to regroup, and it's Chris just sees that as an invitation to just walk up behind them and come ridiculously close to picking off Presenti as he tries to back away from the fight against Na'Vi. That's just...
Look.
Give Chris an inch, he's taking a mile. He actually manages to get back as well.
Let me theorize, because I feel like we've seen this type of play from Brexco as well a couple of times in this tournament. Let me theorize and let Kobo tell me if I'm correct or not. I feel like they have a strategy where they send one player off to third party somewhere and maybe get the best out of that third party, maybe even get a spot for the next circle, depending on how much damage he does. And if he dies, no problem, you play as 3. I feel like that's a new strategy they've been going for. Make sure to, if you see a fight very far on the edge, even if it's half a kilometer away, make sure to send at least one guy there to potentially third party these teams. And due to the fact that it's only one guy, most of the time he's either not going to be expected or he's not too valuable in the sense that you can't play the game without him, right? You can still do massive work as 3-man. Literally look at Miramar. So very interesting circle now from Ascent.
It's not going to be the end of your game, but I mean, they're so far ahead in this tournament that losing a player may not matter at all. Definitely matters to the Young Danes, though, as Anonymous bonks himself in the vehicle and falls over and explodes and dies. Unfortunate for the Young Danes, they found a dip, but they won't be able to survive there for too much longer. Now, No Tag setting up an emergency parachute. It's kind of their only real option to get anywhere further forwards. Twisted Minds have seen it, though. They were separated out. Batulins and Lou both had their own sort of hostile teams to try and take care of. And Batulins looking for an opportunity to open the door and get some damage into Explicit, but he's been caught. Lou's own grenade will be tossed out. Lou lands some good tags onto Explicit, but he disappears just over the side for the now. Batulins has to try and hug the wall to get out of there. Should be all right. He's got a vehicle for backup. Crossbug. Long-range Dragunov headshot onto Lou. And the way out might just be closed for Twisted Minds.
That was a massive headshot crossbug. We gotta get your POV from this one. He takes down Lou. And look where that was from. That was from all the way top of the open field still. That's a 350-meter shot at the very least. Maybe even 400 meters. And this is how Twisted Minds will go out, unfortunately. I don't think they can make it inside. That being said, though, Fairy Tail is just now rotating off. This gives at least No Tag team the chance to make it down into the swamp area without being third party necessarily, because Subila is still there. Maybe he just remembered, wait, if I stay here, I can third party some of these players, and he does. That's great play coming up from him. And Subila, what a peek, he gets it as well.
Batulins out from the blue zone managed to find the timing to sit down Explicit. I don't want to say they forgot about him, but maybe just didn't respect the angle. I'm not sure, but it was a big grenade from Hoppycock. 3 opening knocks onto BBL. And that's the downside of playing the dips, Entropic. Trying to do what they can, but now it's send for Ascend.
Wow.
A swift little turnaround from the passenger seat for Brexco. Chris does lose his life. It's stolen away by Dedrix. But job is done. Brexco turns it back. Ascend will move on as 3, and Chris, you know, valuable or not, he has lost his life, but his squad gets to move on as a 3-man. Maybe this wasn't the way that they expected it. Maybe this wasn't the initial strat, but Ascend playing with confidence, a well-earned confidence as well with the amount of points that they have, and it seems like they can do no wrong at this point.
No, they really can't. That being said, though, 4 points difference to Mad Bulls, and I think they want to catch that. I think they want to have this confidence. They haven't been in the one spot for so long. Even though BB Team still has very realistic chances of catching up to them. So do a couple of other teams, but BB Team especially. I think they really want to get this top spot. They need it for the confidence. Once again, they haven't really been in that one spot for so long. They've always been on the very edge of the very top of the European scene. But now they want to take it for themselves. Kika gets taken down by Hakatori. Na'Vi and Sent, that'd be a fight to watch as well. Both of these teams towards the western side, and I don't think they can dodge each other. One team that isn't, though. One team that doesn't have to fight. That's Mad Bulls. And look at the split they've got going on. Ibiza, such a smart move. This guy in his brain. I want to get a glimpse into that one because I think that would improve my play by tenfold. Look at his split. I love it. All the way towards the western side. Make sure he gets all the space he can. Look, this position isn't necessary, but it's good because first of all, no one else is coming from this position, and you can also harass any of the teams rotating in. For example, Ascent that are making their move right now.
It's hesitation and the lack of it. Tuzda doesn't hesitate with the spray. We'll sit down Zubila with a peek up over the top, but Mad Bulls, just the decision making. They spot out, they sniff out a split, they instantly go to crash it. No hesitation whatsoever. They punish the positioning of win or die. They're 2-1. And now look at the reward. Iroh, the only player that's really in a position that might cause problems if Quizzy gets a little bit too over-aggressive. CCI next. Sent over the top. Sent packing as Na'Vi just come flying forwards in the vehicles, and Auglis. We asked the question, could they do it from their position? Down towards the dead center, the zone shifted away from them. They played actually a little bit of a slower style than I expected them to, but it ends the same way. Na'Vi, passenger seat of the vehicles, they're just so damn good.
Ooh, so set. Hits a couple shots at Braxco, needs to be careful. Hello, my bet, finishes him off. But I think he might just be able to get revived. Kill Yakai if he's very fast. Don't let Braxco bleed out. This is very important. And they are sticking the rest. That was very, very close indeed. Good shots through the smoke as well. As Fairy Tale once again comes alive. Kron against Tusta takes him down. It's only one more player for Bumble Squad as well. Can they transform now into defending this southern side? This is the big question. But I think both of these players are going to go for the rest. Ibila's there, right in the open field. Do they know about NWG though? It's a good question as well, because NWG, I think if he does see one of these players, obviously he can't know there's 9 teams alive and he's very close to the cutoff for placement points. But if he knew that, maybe they've counted the teams, which they should, then he should probably know if he takes on both of these teams, that's not only 2 points, or maybe potentially even more depending on how they fight, but also placement points finally.
Well, Alex, we said the only real threat to Mad Bulls is if they get a little bit too wide, overstepping their welcome on the north, and Iroh springs the trap. I mean, we said counting the teams, making sure you're on top of the kill feed the whole time. It's very important. Mad Bulls, no hesitation on calling the plays, but that little detail slipped past them. Iroh on the back line, they've lost Quizzy. But up close and personal, Crossberg now back in action. Tuzda has managed to get the revive. Zubila now back up, though. They got the knock on towards Kron. He'd already thrown out his grenades. Long range shots from Ibi to sit down Tuzda as well. Crossberg, I think his ears are ringing. He's got the wrong audio information. Zubila's just throwing out everything that he's got. There's another full send from Na'Vi. Straight through the folded shields.
Wow.
And there's nothing that can prevent that. Huge.
Great stuff coming out from Sosat. He was the driver in that vehicle, and Na'Vi, they needed to do that push, and they did successfully. That's not an easy push to do. I thought Ascent had great sightlines onto that vehicle, actually. But Na'Vi just driving too fast, too good, and Ascent just peaking a little bit too short. A little bit too late as well. Maybe if they would have peaked earlier, but I think they couldn't because there was support in the distance because the Diffix didn't even start. That's great cover coming up from Na'Vi as well. Just very methodical and great play coming up from an absolute world-class team at the moment.
And the fact that Ascend have been forced to keep their heads down. If they stand up, if they try to take peeks, Mad Bulls, win or die, they'll be there, ready to pressure them down. It's the same situation for Howl as well. Their cars are burnt out, flipped upside down, exploded. And look at that, win or die. Hell on my bat and Gedrox, both from range, landing those shots. Well, just can't get the momentum going down the hill. Not entirely sure how Na'Vi met an entirely different fate, but wow. Win or die, just peppering them from range, and we're into the top 5.
under the top 5. And it's still... I'm not even sure who's going to win this game. I usually have an idea by now. But in this one, it could literally be anyone. It really depends on the next circle and how these teams play it. Sure, win or die maybe has a bit better spot in it, pretty much together with Matt Bulls. The only team that really has outcome. But then again, Na'Vi, sure, they're in the open field. They've got man advantage. And 11 frags to top it up. So, really going to be interested to see. Only real team I would be rooting for, as a Turkish fan especially, and maybe as any fan, is HAL, because they need it the most out of any of these teams. If anyone's not qualified, it is HAL most definitely.
Yeah. 50 points. This is their penultimate game. If they want to try and make it in the final game, it's going to need a big win, more than likely. I mean, 65 points is just an estimate. Let's say, like, it seems probably like a relatively accurate estimate, but 65 points does not guarantee any sort of safety. That's just the best that we can do with the information that we've got. So even that may not be enough. But it looks as though HAL might just be primed for another early exit. Hello, my bad. Turns around, spots out Iroh. He was looking for him. Didn't quite see him. Nixie did, though. But 4 grenades, HAL clumped up like that. And the first grenade sits down to Hello, my bad. And a second will finish the job. It's the backup from Gedrox. The second grenade doesn't even last. But HAL, it's not going to be this game.
No, it isn't. Absolute Kobe coming in from Win or Die. And the shots to top it off as well. Great stuff from this roster that has just secured a win as well. Now it's looking for the second one. Navi's now making a big move in towards winning this game. Win or Die just arrives as well. They're using this timing that Na'Vi needs to maybe do something. Gedrox arrives, immediately takes down Ferris, and this is a great opening in this fight.
No, Die have really found their mojo again after that previous game. Hello, my bad has found a whole load of grenades as well, but Hakatori is always on point with his explosives when he gets the opportunity. Hello, my bad still has 2 more though, and Leosh has knocked down the big bully himself of the lobby, Hakatori. Diffex with 2 grenades to try and work with, and that's all it's really going to be at this point. Very little in terms of gunplay. It's just going to be tossing out the explosives. Win or Die have bodies that they can farm even more from. And Mad Bulls are more than happy to sit back and allow this crossfire of utility to take place. Just gives them an opportunity to creep their way out of the compound, take some position in the zone, and set themselves up to clean up after whoever remains when all said and done.
The team play in Win or Die at the moment is absolutely unbelievable. The timing for Leosh to rotate up there as well, nothing short of amazing. But now it is time for Matt Bowes once again, and we can't stress this enough. As much as Win or Die is showing us great team play, these guys have been for the last 2 days and just consecutively, pretty much without pause whatsoever. And it looks like they want to once again make a mark on this one and overtake Ascend, especially. Ibiza said it yesterday. They will go into this one without pressure, but still probably go and try and at least get some of these rounds as wins. And it looks like it's going to be another one in this one.
A 2-point grenade, if he could land it onto Hello, my bad. Only 7 damage to come through, though. So both the solos with their work cut out for them as Mad Bulls make their push now. They still have a fresh set of utility. They will catch Hello, my bad lurking. Luca Rux cleans it up. So said with a 1 versus 3 to try and turn their fortune around and deny Mad Bulls. But they can't do anything of the sort. A double headshot with a 3x on the AUG. And our team that started off so damn strong that is currently in first place, they solidify their hold. They were already in the grand finals. They don't need wins, but they're going to take them anyway.
These guys, I talked to Ibiza before the games as well. I was like, you guys are playing so well at the moment. And he was like, yeah, my teammates are nuts. And you can tell. I said it during Brutality as well. I believe Matt Bulls at the moment has 2 of the best fraggers in Europe. Nixie and Quizzy are just absolutely unbelievable. And Lucarux, if he has the right day as well, just as much, easily. Unbelievable. These guys are playing so well.
Yeah, and they were already on 100 points at the start of that game, so yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a very solid couple of days for the Mad Bulls, and no surprise to see that they found their form once again for their 3rd win of the group stages. Huge stuff. Now let's send it over to the studio, because we've got 1 more angle to go, and it'll be the last time that we see any of the teams from Group B.
Thanks so much, boys. Of course, like Saga said, they're Mad Bulls popping off, getting that win. They've had a really good day. I know you haven't seen them win, but they've been finishing up in the top consistently, which has allowed them to sponge up the points, Avenger's favorite saying, and it kind of makes it difficult for some of the other teams in Group B. Avenger coming into this last game, they're already looking at their leaderboard going, okay, you know what, we're going into the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, of course. Like, I love the mindset, obviously, from these guys. It's gonna, you know, they want to make all of it. And that's the mindset you want to have, especially even if it's a group stage, they want to make the most of it. They want to dominate this lobby as much as possible, right? Because once we get to the finals, there's only a few spots up for grabs for the PGC spots, PGS spots. And you want as many PGC points as possible, right? I want to say, though, we still saw Navi in here. We still saw Win or Die in here as well, which could mean that they could get enough points to potentially push themselves over this hypothetical cutoff line of 65 points. So that's looking really good for them, too.
Mark, the leaderboard is going to come up and we'll see exactly where some of these teams are sitting. But Win or Die they've had a good time sitting on 69 points, my favorite number. But is it going to be enough? I'm concerned that we're sitting on... that we're saying the 65 cutoff, but that could completely change tomorrow. So what is a safe number to be sitting on if you want to guarantee your spot in the top 8?
It's got to be in and around that 65 to 70, but we need teams like Twisted Minds to keep moving up the points. We need teams like August or Win or Die to close things out, especially keep the points going. Win or Die definitely showing up at the last section there. Really strong from them, and they are trying to fight their way in towards that top spot. We'll have to wait and see. I still think around that 65, but you need the Twisted Minds. You need these other teams that are just going to like, hey, the points are ours. You guys not having any left.
Well, luckily for all the teams in Group C, we've got one more game with Ascend and specifically Mad Bulls, and then they won't be there to steal all the points. A team that maybe struggled a little bit with Erangel is Entropic, Mark.
They did. Flight path, I think, at the start, very beginning, it wasn't going across the map. We saw it come from that sort of very northeast across towards the northwest. Now, they took an auto drop here, and that's risky because that is No Tag's normal drop zone. Now, they went early. They didn't obviously contend for it, and it was clear running for them. It was a move down to the sort of west coast. They played south, zone went back. They took the compound really well. Hold. Nothing really happening. It's Chris whizzing around them. They're looking for kills, not quite getting it. And then I think they got a little bit complacent here. They got eyes on towards the Sen. You can saw them going backwards and forwards. Teams come and sort of challenge them in the areas, and they've done the right things mechanically. They pushed out, they dealt with the shots where they can. They came under fire again. They pulled back to the compound, kind of a reset. And then this is where we see, like, hey, do you know what? We need to clear this team. But ascend, Martin. They saw this team pushing out, and that opportunity was huge from that team. They caught them, running back to the compound, and it was complete free kills for Team Ascend.
Yeah, it's all about timing and the well-timed third parties, right? And that's really the name of the game, especially if you have this many points to kind of accrue. You can make these kind of full send, not even like somewhat blind sends, right? But they have the information, and the well-timed pull-up can gather you those extra few points. But it really destroys a lot for some of these teams that's on the lower half of the leaderboard, right? It makes it rough for them.
Yeah, it does make it rough for them. Right, Entropic, we've spoken about this, a whole new lineup from them, and we thought it would be good to catch up with the team to give you some tips on how to improve your PUBG game.
My tip for you is about a folded shield. In PUBG you can use it in many situations. For example, in the zones with a lot of open field, so it's good to have at least one in your backpack.
My advice to you is to control your stress and emotions. If your team is in a good mood, it's easier to perform consistently.
My tip and trick is about vehicle trunk. They added this feature a few patches ago, and in my opinion it's a really good addition to PUBG. For example, you can store level 2 gear for late game, utilities, mortar, Panzerfaust, or for the shield.
I think the most important skill for a player who wants to start playing competitive PUBG or any other game is to learn how to communicate. For example, letting your teammate know how are you going to approach certain situation as a team or as an individual. It's a good way to start.
Final game for our teams in Group B. This is their opportunity to guarantee themselves a spot in the grand finals. We're pretty sure that Ascend and Red Bulls have done just that, but this is the toughest position to be in, Avenger, because those Group B teams, even if they think they've done enough, they're going to have to watch tomorrow and hope that we don't see a massive pop-off from one of the teams in Group A or Group C.
Yeah, and I've loved what we've seen from Mad Bulls so far. They've effectively turned everyone that they're playing against into Spanish toreros to make sure like they're on top and everyone's just trying to defend, right? So here in the last game, if you're a team that's trying to chase, trying to put yourself into this top 8 right now, the only thing you want to do is try to avoid making them see red and making them push you, because they're going to third party and push everything. We're still trying to win the game, but the confidence in their fights and the mechanical skill that we've seen from these guys so far is making them one of the top contenders once we get into the grand finals.
Mark, is the pace of the game now, is it going to slow down because some of these teams are so nervous and so aware that they have to stick it out till the end game, or do you think it's going to be a little bit chaotic and frazzled as some of these Group B teams claim their Hail Mary, I suppose?
I'm an agent of chaos, Sam. It's going to be all hell. Look, Group B, last game for them, right? So they've got points to prove. Mad Bulls, as Martin said, they're just going to go and get as many points. They know they're qualified, but they could be disruptive. For the guys in Group C, they need to make sure they have a good end game because they've got another day to play. I think it's going to be Agent of Chaos.
I like it. One of us. Welcome to the dark side. This is exactly what we love, a little bit of insanity. One more game here for day 2 of the group stages for PEC Spring, and how much fun we have had watching some of these teams pop off a big surprise. Of course, win or die, the wild card. It looks like they may have done enough, and like Avenger pointed out, Mad Bulls one to watch, Ascend as well. Let's get into it though, the final game, and then we'll know exactly who may be going through to the grand finals.
Game number 6. I mean, yeah, welcome to the dark side, Mark. What do you mean, welcome to the dark side? He was born there. He's from Essex. There's nowhere darker. But, I mean, game 6, it's a dark place as well. It's a very dark, dingy place, and a lot of the absolute degenerate strats come out in this. But there's a couple of teams that really can't afford to get dragged into that chaos. Right now, Howl and August currently sat in 6th and 7th place, 51 points apiece. But the next 3 teams behind them, all less than 10 points away from them, have 6 more games to play tomorrow. So if they want a chance of making it into the grand finals, nothing short of a win is good enough for either Howl or August at this point.
No, they definitely need more than that, but yeah, at the same time, maybe it's too late already, right? I think it's too late for plenty of these teams. We're going to have to look at the global leaderboard after this one, because yeah, even for Howl just there, I thought Howl with this game, the last opportunity that we just saw in the late game, I thought this is it, right? This is the moment that Howl would just turn around and take things into their own hands and maybe just prove us all wrong and on why they shouldn't be at the mid-table, or maybe even at the low end of the table after we've played the next obviously 6 games tomorrow. But unfortunately it wasn't. So yeah, it's gonna stay very, very dangerous for them as well. They need to make it happen, and need to make it happen big. Either way, let's get into the last game for today. You said it beforehand as well. Last match for the first 8 teams, and that is Group B.
It bodes very well for a couple of our other teams. Of course, we mentioned BB team still currently holding on to 5th place despite having played 5 less games than everyone else in the top 8, barring Twisted Minds, who have, off that previous game, crept into 8th place themselves after only 5 games played. So yeah, definitely did benefit from having that little bit of a delay at the start of the game. So technically we start later on. Free Kill has somehow dealt 10 damage, which isn't very much. But Howl, I mean, again, we've just said they need the win. They can't be giving up kills. They really can't afford it. The Mad, if he's going to take this fight, he has to come out ahead. There's simply no other option.
Simply no other option. Yes, indeed. Free Kill's trying to get the first burst with the M16 going, but fortunately, doesn't hit it just yet. He's got 6 times throw, not going to help him much, but he's only at 24 bullets. Oh, he peeks down. No, it doesn't hear him. Matt does not hear him. This is the absolute disaster right now for Howl, and they will lose the first initial hard drop. Oh my goodness, this might just break their spirit even more so than what we've seen already. Reinforcements arrive as well. They're not even needed at this point. Or this circle especially. Look what they would have had. Look what they would have had. Howl would have gotten an easy entry in towards the top, probably would have played around Lumberyard as a full 4-man with, yeah, once again, great opportunities for the next rotate.
Well, best of luck in lower bracket, Howl. You tried your best. Unfortunately, just, again, can't get drawn into those shenanigans in a point like this and going for a hot drop on that compound. Maybe if the Mad came out ahead, you could have argued it might have been worth it. It was definitely a risky play, but there's always that chance that BRB just outdoes you. Broken bones, broke his legs, got up top above him, and the burst fire M16 is more than enough to sit down the Mad. Now, even with a position like Ruin has, they are still at a man disadvantage. It's not entirely out of the realms of possibility, but God, they have not made it easy for themselves, have they?
No, really not. I mean, you're counting them out already. I wouldn't go that far.
I would.
I'd say, look, we were theorizing about 65 pot off. If they win this game, even with a low amount of frags, they're in theory still in.
Yes, but Falix,
There's
one important detail.
The Mad.
They're not going to win this game.
Look,
nothing that we've seen so far indicates
yes,
that
I guess so.
It's gonna work out. I mean, look, they tried to play a little bit safe in the previous game. Didn't work out. Win or die, though, they've definitely been showing very, very clean signs. A win in our previous matchup on Vikendi and then getting very close in the game before this. It was so close as well. They had the position that Mad Bulls were holding on to, but it was just really well scouted and a just aggressive call from Ibby to go and claim that position, an aggressive send into the compound, and that may have come just after Lukarux with a 550-meter long-range shot. That could well have been from Everest in the previous matchup. It's very, very long. But hey, I mean, he's outdone Protavini day number 1 on Miramar with those long-range 500-meter shots. That record's now been claimed.
545 meters. This is like 5.5 tiles that you have on your map, by the way. Just you know, to get a good measurement of how long that is. That is very, very long indeed. First rotate coming in for a BUM, as they will have the no tag team and BRB to their left. But doesn't look like anyone's trying to third party. It's pretty smart rotate, one of the first teams to do it as well. It's very popular rotate as well, going to the beach. Making sure you wrap all around. Some teams have been expecting that. I saw it in the calls as well. Yes, tell me.
Orgless. Emergency parachute out of Pachinki.
Yeah.
That's our other team that we said has to avoid shenanigans, has to avoid silly stuff in this matchup, and dependent on where they choose to go with this emergency parachute, that may or may not be the case. It looks like they're dropping out. They're going up towards the high ground, and it's a 2-2 split from Na'Vi. It's possible that they find themselves directly in between the two split, or they commit to a fight in a 4 versus 2.
No.
Ona cocks the headshot, and Feyerist out from the air. Ona goes down. He gets tags onto CCI next as well. Global Army at the very least will manage to touch the ground. The paratroopers from above, but he forgot to load his gun. Where's the bullets, Global Army? And he's been third-partied, and Feyerist. Oh, the shenanigans. It's an MEA team. Of course it is. We should have expected shenanigans.
Wow, he almost turned around to get the third one as well. At least they'll get one frag, but it's just not going to be good enough. He's next. Oh, well, I'll take it all back. He gets the first one, gets smashed to the wall, though, by Soulset. And you were talking about shenanigans. Suddenly, it's all Lyro. He gets one, though. He gets the second one. How the hell is this turning around for Orgless at the moment? They still got 2 players left alive, and the only Na'Vi player who's close is Diffix.
Where's the third knock? CCI next is some distance away. It doesn't seem as though they're going to be able to grab that revive. Yeah, well, they may have eventually been able to successfully claim the spot. No, Diffix is just lurking. They can't get through the door. The vehicle of Sosed, he got knocked out of it. And on the way through, it's just provided the perfect cover. The grenade around the side from Global Army not quite getting the drop on Diffix. It forces him back, but they can't use the front door. And Lyron tries to hop out, and Diffix is just there lying in wait. That is painful for Orgless.
Looks like there could be more. Revive is going to come through any second now. Shots from the distance already there. But once again, Orgless 53 points. Well, they need to win this fight. Not only this fight, they need to win the next 3 afterwards. As we said, they want to qualify. That would have been a good nade, actually. That would have been a really good nade if he would have hit the window. Might have even killed them both, actually, now that I see it. Oh, whoa, that is the exact scenario we've all been through when playing this game. Hits the 1 millimeter wall that is right next to it. And Diffix even takes him down as a return of that. He has one more nade, pops it in there, might just flush him as well, as it is back to a 2-on-1. Oh my lord, Diffx!
Well,
someone stop this guy. 3 kills once again. And it is not Hekatori who's been shining throughout the 6 matches that we've seen so far. It is Diffx without a doubt.
Well, there's one thing that we can say. If we're relying on teams like Howl or Auglis in a final game, at the very least, they're not going to keep you in suspense for very long. Both of them making, let's call it questionable decisions in the phase 1, very early points of game number 6, and to Auglis's massive detriment. They got a couple of points on the board, but it won't be anywhere near enough to prevent the likes of LolW, any trolls in chat, and Twisted Minds overtaking them in tomorrow's matchups. Howl, on the other hand, at the very least, the Mad lost his life in the early phases, but at least they have a position that's playable. They managed to hold on as a 3. They did get a pick onto Twisted Minds as well, so an extra point on the board for now. But they've really got to hope that this zone favors them massively. Because if it doesn't, they're not looking good either. And they might just join Auglis in the lower bracket.
Yeah. That's what it looks like. Next circle shift is going to decide quite a bit. It's only phase 1. Doesn't feel like it, right? Doesn't feel like with how many skirmishes we've seen already. Lots of these teams committing towards Milta. I'm very surprised.
It's a game 6 phase 1, to be fair. Yeah.
Still, though, I mean, most of these teams that we've seen fighting so far aren't even qualified yet. So it should be the other way around, right? Madballs. Why is Madballs not going as aggressive? Because they really dedicate their time into taking as much prag as they can now. They've made it through such hard qualifiers not to just go in here, and even though they're qualified, just throw away these games. They need the prag as well, and they know it.
Yeah, and the other reason they're not fighting is because they don't need to anymore, because Auglis emergency parachuting onto the southern half of the Na'Vi split has left the priority spot in the center of the landmass on the northern half of this zone completely free.
Yeah.
Like, they can just take the whole lumberyard. There's nobody there to defend it. This happens seemingly so often to Mad Bulls. I mean, you saw it in the previous game as well. They just rocked up, and Win or Die had a 2-1 split, and they spotted out the 1. They took that position and won the game from there. This time around, just avoiding the early game chaos that is caused so often by these MEA qualifier teams. And Na'Vi losing a couple of players, losing their position, Mad Bull's more than happy to inherit.
Emergency parachute rotators coming in. BBL it is. Let's take a look if the timing is correct. Zone shift is closing in 3 seconds, so it might just be a little bit off in terms of timing.
Yeah, a little late.
But the next circle still has, obviously, lots of water in it, so at least in the edges there should still be place. It's a horrible job, though. It is a horrible job for an emergency parachute. Normally it really isn't in phase 2, but this time around, once again, 50% of the map is unplayable. Where do you even go from here? Where do you even drop? Maybe south of BUM and just play the edge over there. I could see BBL doing it, but there's not much of terms of kill potential. So what else is there really to do?
One thing that might not be an option is just going face first into Howl. Batulins does sit down Ketper as he peeks up over the side from the balcony, and April is in the perfect place to hop out of his vehicle, put some damage down on towards Ruin. They've turned around, they're committing to this breach. This might be game over for Howl as well.
Marco now looks for these shots, hits the headshot as well. Not only the first one, but the second one as well. And maybe, just maybe, he could get the third one to top it all off, but doesn't look like it. Yes, and Twisted Minds, they want to get a piece of the cake as well. You can see how now has the opportunity to maybe not only get some frags, but also get the revive back up.
Huge nade. Ruin was doing what he could to try and get the revive onto Ketpa. He won't get a chance. Code Marco set on fire on the staircase. The Molotov crept its way through. Example found Ruin as well. And Howl. All that remains now, Code Marco on the staircase. A whole bunch of smoke grenades to try and buy time, but time's running short. Twisted Minds lurking. They still have more grenades. They've got more utility. Ruin has to just try and buy time the best that he can. Maybe get the revive onto Ruin, but it's all in the hands of Code Marco now.
What's the first date? It's all or nothing. It's all or nothing at the moment for Howl. And any Turkish fan that's watching must be shivering at the moment. He gets the first one. At least half of his HP is gone, but not a chance in the world. As Opikog from the outside, not even Dragunov, the SLR's enough because he wasn't full HP. And there he goes, Twisted Minds together with NWG. Take down Howl and shatter any dreams they've had of going towards the upper bracket.
Twice in that engagement, two different teams are the ones to get the knocks, deal the damage onto Howl because they push out onto the balcony to find an off angle. That's what opened the door for Twisted Minds to get the knock. They came in for the re-breach. And as Code Marco tries to get an off angle onto Twisted Minds from the balcony, it's Hoppycock with that SLR, catches him as he tries to disappear back into the doorway. And now both of our teams from Group B, 11 games played, 51 points. We said nothing short of a win would do it. They didn't even make it to phase 3, Felix. It's game over.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds now has the chance to overtake after a mere 6 games.
It's
double
Chris.
the amount of opportunities for Howl and for Org. And Twisted Minds being the ones to put the final nail in the coffin as well.
Look, you might think this is not the optimal way to turn a boat, but never question it, Chris. Never question this man and his methods.
Yeah, it's because he's got Twire open in his other tab, right? He's still researching.
He's doing research.
He's multitasking. Yeah. Pay attention to the road while you drive, kids.
Absolutely. Senka and Newgate, they didn't only want to do one race, they didn't want to do one third party, but they're going for another one. And it is only a Colonel now left alive in this building. Pretty good spot for them if they manage to wipe this clean. Usually they have lots of trouble when breaching these buildings. There's lots of teams from the outside that could third party this, but not even Twisted Minds is looking down on them. But then again, the smokes are really, really well positioned. Doesn't even matter. Flatobi with the nade takes down O'Connell. That's a great one as well. And NWG, they are just cleaning this edge. Really well done. This, once again, this is not an easy breach to win.
Let's say that was an intentional grenade. It wasn't aiming for the staircase at all, knew that the reposition would come through and he wanted to bounce it back. It's Chris did manage to sort himself out in the boat, and along the way he's picked up an airdrop crate while Ascend make their move from west to east across that Milta Beach. BBL, maybe they would have preferred to have gone all the way down to the south below where Bumble Squad have now regrouped in the reds towards the center. I mean, it's a position where, let's face it, Bumble Squad is more than likely going to win the game from this split that they're holding on to. If they can hold on to it, that is. Because again, teams have been very good at identifying splits and punishing them. Ascend, nothing to lose at this point. If they consider that Bumble Squad is holding on to this split, they may just full send into the compound in the middle and try and take it from them.
Yeah. I imagine BBL would have gone for that deep southern drop immediately. They would be in the spot that Ascend is right now. But it looks like they will have to fight them instead. Smash and Sheila is already rotating and walking up towards that ridgeline. Mika, I don't think they have any clue about this. Gotta be careful. I don't think they have any clue about this whatsoever. And it's because look at this. Him, he can't even support this. Can't even look at this. Now the first shots are coming on through, and Smash, he kicks up the first one. Even Mika is not safe anymore. Barely gets inside the vehicle. Maybe a headshot to follow it up. No, goes for the flush instead. And that's as much as they wanted. Now they can regroup as a 4-man, play the western edge, and have all the control they need.
It also plays even more into the hands of Bumble Squad as well. Those teams that may have threatened them from their west and from their south, getting steadily picked apart, gives that little bit of extra safety onto that split. Headshot, for example, onto Protivini as Newgate tried to make their way through the forest. While they did commit to taking that fight against No Tag and did eventually clean them up, again, it's for a position that is no longer in play. Phase 3 zone has shifted further towards the Milta Power Peninsula. And there's still threats that lurk between the trees that can try and pick them off as they make their move towards the new zone.
Yeah. Maybe a good shot to start things off. Lou is looking for it. Would be pretty important on that edge as well. Usually very hard to fight this if you get pressured in towards them. And you can see Winner dies very close to them. NWG as well, and Twisted Minds right in the middle of it. They might have to think about just sending it somewhere, because I don't think this fight is an ideal one, but we all know Twisted Minds. With this circuit shift as well, they're not going anywhere. They're not one to shy away from this one. But Tulens has got a pretty good angle to open things up. Can win or die as well, but it's the opposite direction, actually. Perfectis onto Senka, who starts things.
There's a reason this man was in the quiz as our top fragger from PEC fall last year. Big performance from him. And it's an important kill for them to pick off. Clears a little bit of space on their southwestern side, gives them the opportunity to fully focus. Now onto Win or Die, who are pushing forwards. They've got the defensive wall of smokes in place. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the zone, Iro did get picked off as Entropic made their way out of the southern side of Milta, caught him in the back the same way that BBL picked off Kilyakai of Ascend. And towards the center, Bumble Squad have regrouped their split, given an opportunity for now Ascend to take those 4 mansions to the south. They're going to have to try and get there quick because Potsdam are making a wide wrap. But for now, the engagement on the northwest, more than likely the only one that's going to come to any sort of major blows within the next zone or two, and it's in the hands of Win or Die to make the push.
You can see Ascend is going for it. Mika and Itzkris both rotated on through, but, well, no chance. Presenti is there to greet them on the other side. Itzkris is taken down almost immediately. Mika makes it inside the tower. Nate's all Brady raining in as he's left alive in a 1-on-3. What more can this guy do? He's done so many incredible things in recent times for Ascent, but this is just about it. Good Nate comes in, 30 damage, but as soon as he steps outside, he's done and out of this round. Ascent, they've had an amazing performance, but it wasn't enough for the first spot. Unfortunately, it wasn't map balls in the end, just too tight in closing out these rounds, too controlled, too methodical. And map balls certainly will take the 1 spot, at least going into tomorrow.
Fortunately, it's in a position where getting the top spot itself doesn't necessarily matter. All they've got to do is secure the top 8, and they've definitely done that. Now, Entropic looking to secure their position and finish off the push that they started off with that opening pick onto Iro. A quick trade back, though, as Grendis catches Smash, but he's instantly traded back by Schiller. The door is held by Gianni, though. Smash will not be allowed entry, but Schiller's cooking a nade.
Good enough. Yeah.
Through the smoke, he tried.
Gets at least a flush as Gianni picks up the third one for Entropic. Entropic's a little bit silent throughout the last games. Unfortunately, not many situations where we've seen Entropic able to third-party any teams, get any isolated fights going. So far, it's mostly been their silent rotates that we've seen in Brutality as well. A bit more proactive in the late game towards the end of that tournament, but so far nothing really that stands out, at least in Pax Spring so far. We'll have to wait and see how things change. First of all, it's going to be Twisted Minds now. Pushes into Win or Die. They've got a pretty good setup. Layer still goes down immediately.
Deadrocks just hops over from one side of the trenches to the other, but Lucarux from all the way over to the east. Oh, Xtans had the off angle he so often does. I mean, we've even called him out for having off angles that don't really provide anything. This one would have been impactful in this fight, but the Mad Bulls have denied it. And Twisted Minds successfully breach the trenches. They get the revive onto Batulins as well. Hello, my bad. This time around, the offending article of Win or Die not being able to contribute anything as Twisted Minds made that push. And they made it so effectively as well, completely dislodging Win or Die's hold on that area. And now the Mad Bulls as well get the chance to expand their hold up the hill from the east. Oh dear.
Oh. Gianni, unfortunately, takes down Jackers with a Molotov. I don't think that was the way they imagined things to go. With BBL now, only Schiller left alive. He is the solo standing. He has had some absolutely crazy shots in this round. Pops the flash. That timing's so unfortunate. We've all seen it happen to ourselves as well. You thought it was flashed already. You peek around the corner and it still blinds you. Schiller being, unfortunately, the one person in this vicinity that gets flashed by zone one. And Entropic picks up that one. Fourth frag, and Entropic now southwest cleared for them.
To be fair, though, to BBL, 31 points in what is essentially 4 games, considering they never really showed up for Miramar today. It's not the worst in the world. Definitely signs of life being shown. Putting up a bit of a fight. Hakatori with that window hop. The thing that cost August their life earlier on as Diffex was there holding the angle at the time. But he gets away with it. He's target prone. Fleetaby hops out of the side, and Hakatori with the bars on the window does not matter at all. A headshot straight through. New gate eliminated. And the same compound that Na'Vi lost half their number to defend 4 minutes into this game, as August came parachuting out of the sky to try and take it from them. Na'Vi still hold 20 minutes later. And it gives them a position in the top 7.
Just imagine what could have happened if August was able to get that job going. Because honestly, I liked that job. I thought it was great. Just Na'Vi was too ready for it. And despite them only having 2 players there immediately, that one to start it off. I also thought maybe they should have committed to it more convincingly. I feel like first players weren't kind of sure where to drop, and they weren't all on the same page. But then again, what's there to do if there's a Diffix on the other side? Diffix and Akvitori, anyways. Now the bromance is still alive, still standing, and as you said, in a compound that is probably going to be the next shift as well.
Bumble Squad. He said they had a very solid chance of winning the game with the split that they had earlier. And with that shift, well, their chances just get ever increasing. Twisted Minds with smokes providing the cover between themselves and everyone to the south side. It's mad. That's the target. A lot of utility to expend, a lot of grenades to burn, tossing them out, just trying to make them land. It's rough terrain out here. The bumps might be a little bit off key, but does not matter at all. Lou lands it perfectly right onto the head of Lukarux and cuts his life short.
Good night. Good wrap around, good shots from Twisted Minds all around, and before we can even realize, it's 10 frags and counting. Twisted Minds sandwich position between NWG and Win or Die, and they still make it work. It's just Twisted Minds magic, ladies and gentlemen. 56 points, another 10-kill game already, as we are approaching the last 3 phases. But has something to say about this, though. They played it very consistent so far, very, very slow. Made sure not to lose any of the players towards the southern side. Made sure to clean up Ascend as well. Rotate out of multi-power. And now they're finally coming to life even more so as Entropic tries to rotate in. No chance with the help of Hakatori. All of the Entropic players out and done immediately. Also, we'll be going into the games tomorrow with a rather, I want to say rather good last game, at least for Entropic's side. We haven't really seen them pop up today, but this was one of their better games.
A 6-point game, being one of the better games that you've had, is not the best. We definitely need to see those numbers pumped up a little bit if they want a chance to impress tomorrow. 27 points at the end of the day. But there are still plenty of teams that are in similar veins, even the likes of Foot and FaZe. Now the full send down the hillside
Diffix
from Twisted Minds. Their time on the high ground has come to an end. And Diffix going to deny entry to at least one. Bumble Squad's Tuster will secure the kill onto Example. But I don't think Na'Vi care that much about a kill being stolen away from them right now. They've got bigger fish to fry. They want Batulin's dead as well. They're going to hold the line, but a Molotov through the window. Lou, he's going to force him off the window.
What a Molotov. That was well-timed, well-placed. And Diffix and Hakatori suddenly find themselves with 2 intruders in their compound, despite the great shots from Diffix. Pactix gets a couple of shots off. And we've seen this window specifically on how Diffix plays this. And look at the nades. He's got 5 in total. Just please use them before making any sort of individual peek. Because as of right now, it looks like Batulis has to cross the street as well. Hakatori's there, but he almost gets immediately traded. He hits the headshot on Lou.
God.
What is this? And as soon as I count out Diffix, Hakatori's there. His bromance is back alive. And these 2 players hold strong against Twisted Minds.
The flashbang, he was just completely dead to rights out in the open, but the hip-fire headshot, forcing him off the angle just long enough, but Perfectix from above has managed to get in the line of sight behind enemy lines. Lou's grenade cleans up Diffix. That was the man who had 5 grenades to his name, another flashbang as well, but Perfectix's push, well-timed to cover as Lou may just have been caught dead to rights as well, completely flashed off the angle, but 7 kills on the board. Perfectix and Lou, now the last man standing. Finally, someone has taken that spot away from Na'Vi. And who else but Twisted Minds?
I mean, that's just the icing on the cake at this point. Even they didn't even win this fight, but even so, I'm still impressed by how they fought it and how close it got in the end. Especially since it's Twisted Minds, and these guys have been fragging out today as well. So crazy stuff from Na'Vi all around, and I'm excited to see them in the upper bracket. I think everyone is at the moment. They're playing so well. PUBG it's just such a joy to watch when these guys are on the server.
Yeah, it's never a boring game when Na'Vi is involved. They make sure of that. Only 24 placement points coming into this match, but 64 kills. That's half the placement points the Mad Bulls have, but they're right up there alongside them with the frags, and very aggressive team. Lou, though, contributing more as well. A headshot onto Mixon as the young Danes finally make an appearance into the top 4. They found a little dip to try and play with. Lou has gone down. It's going to cost him. Maybe give Perfectix the chance to try and get the revive, but Dante is watching like a hawk. Pod Samulet, as you said, played this patiently. They've played their position on the south as long as possible. And now they're trying to push forwards and make sure that Twisted Minds have no chance of exiting this house without a fight.
No. Smokes come out. Keta aims dead straight at the enemies, but yeah, it's not even going to matter. Dante's there. Tusta is there with a headshot as well. Each of these teams get one on their own, and phase 7 approaches. We only have 3 teams left alive. So the Young Danes is part, and it is a Bumble squad. They started off so well today. This could be the deciding game whether or not they will have a rather great chance of qualifying tomorrow, or they will be in the middle of the pack. And as of right now, it looks like they're going for the first one.
It really does feel a lot like it was a lot of the teams from Group B that came out and looked pretty strong. A lot of the Group A teams underperforming on day number 1. So the teams from Group C, this is their first run out, and tomorrow will be their last. But they will all have a chance. The door has been left wide open, especially after Howl and August both had, I mean, let's face it, a bit of an absolute shambles in the final game. It's kind of self-inflicted, and I'll be honest, we saw it coming. It was those 2 teams where you can say if they've got an opportunity, there's a good chance that they may just run it down and cause damage to themselves. The bolt action doesn't land, but the red dot spray does from Keta. Tusta almost had the support of his teammate, but can't quite get up on the roof in time. Keta will just about get the knock and get out of dodge, but Dante's creeping forwards. He's got grenades, and with the Young Danes in a dip, there's every chance they might just roll and make an explosive end to their first entry into the top 3.
Oh no, Presenti, he's got the P19 head, but does he expect Cross? Oh, he does! Somehow, Crossberg peaks a tiny bit too early, still hits the headshot though. Good nade comes on through, just push around the corner. Oh, Tusta as well with the nade to back it up. 2 frags immediately for Bumble Squad as they secure the eastern side of things. These are so important, because look at this, Bumble Squad, they don't really have many positions to play on that eastern side.
I love this from the Young Danes, though. They spotted an opportunity. They knew if the opposite 2 teams start engaging, we have a chance to wrap around, look for a third party. Dante is about to get sandwiched from both angles. There's nothing he can do except toss out a grenade that opens the door now. Bumble Squad lose 2, and Keta lands a headshot onto Madzi as well. The Young Danes from the dip, from absolutely nowhere, now in the strongest position of all. Dante's double grenade, giving them a massive opportunity that they have to pounce upon.
Yes, it's just Dante. I talked about him so much. I was always praising him for his individual skill, but he's still got that rich line. Maybe the flash could help him. Yeah, to the blue zone, though. Takes him down. Headshot to back things off. As we have Bumble Squad and the Young Danes left alive. And they both have time and breathing room to get their plays back up.
Well, Keta tried to end the game himself, and 6 HP was the difference between death and glory.
What a play.
Now, Bumble Squad, they've managed to get 2 back alive. Maybe a slight overstep, but it may cost them. Anonymous and Hjort, they have to fall back. Keta was the man with the bolt action, so that level 3 helmet may not have as much of an impact as you might expect. A good spray could still be the end, but it comes down to utility now. Bumble Squad know approximately the positions, but maybe they've got the wrong read. Maybe they still think that the Young Danes are more towards the eastern side of the zone, but they've fallen back, and they might just catch them out if they come through this smoke unawares.
See if anyone can get a shot off. It's all about not making a mistake at the moment. Anonymous is looking for one. Good split coming out from Short and Anonymous. Unfortunately, BUM, due to the fact that we're located inside this house, right next to the street, they couldn't get as many positions now moving out. They pretty much just have to hug the blue zone at this point. And Short, you can tell, he's got a really good angle now on this creep up from BUM. Ooh, Short spots the first one. He doesn't get the frag. This is so important that BUM gets this angle.
I almost feel like Madzi got semi-baited by the semblance of getting over there, getting that fresh level 3 gear. He smoked towards it rather than towards the center of the zone. Now he's out of utility, but the headshot might just buy him the time that he needs. He's going to force Hjort back behind the rock, getting the cover to heal. Maybe that fresh level 3 gear might just come out ahead. Another headshot onto Hjort, but it's still not enough to get the knock. The helmet is gone now, though. One more and it's GG. Anonymous fully flashed, just gets behind the rod for cover in time. The young Danes scrambling, backs against the blue zone. And a headshot from deep opens the door. Anonymous can do nothing. Bumble squad come out ahead, 11 kills. And the wall of smokes to wrap around the edge of the zone just completely undoes the crossfire that was set up for the young Danes. Maybe a slight overstep from Keter. He just got a little bit hyphy. He hit that bolt action headshot and he saw the chance to end the game. But 6 HP on deep is the difference. And it's 21 points for Bumble Squad.
That showed. Look, I was asking just a couple minutes ago, is this going to be the round that almost secures them a rather really high chance of qualifying towards the upper bracket? And I think it does. Great job coming out from Moscow. This is the second chicken dinner, by the way, for today. If you watch back the first round, they've already did a great round there. So, my goodness, they've had one hell of a day. In my opinion, probably the biggest upset today that these guys come out swinging like this.
Well, top team from the MEA round of 16 qualifiers coming out and ending the day on 46 points, but they are not the team from Group B who came out looking the strongest. That award goes to Twisted Minds, and I don't think anyone else is surprised. But that is all for today. 6 more games. Group B entirely done. We're seeing nothing more of them. We've got Group A versus C tomorrow, but first, the analyst desk.
What is really interesting is this was the final opportunity for Group B teams to get points on the board. The final game, Avenger, and our top 4 was all teams from Group C.
Yeah, it's beautiful, right? Still got some points in that mattered a little bit here and there, and some impactful plays, which is going to determine who might get into the grand final directly from our Group C's here, who might be in the top 8. So it really comes down to that. But yeah, it's good for these guys to kind of end the day on a high note, especially here for young Danes. Rough day for them so far. They need a huge day tomorrow to have any chance for it.
And then on the other side, 2 teams that were desperately trying to make sure that they could get themselves some more points and do just enough to qualify. Hal and August. Mark, what the hell happens to these 2 teams?
Stars always land that now in the last game. It's Agent of Chaos. It was always going to happen. Hot drop at the beginning. And unfortunately, losing players, losing bodies. I like the rotate from Hal, though. They sort of put themselves in a position where normally you'd get a good end zone, but it wasn't the case. We shifted down towards that southeast, and Hal was left chasing zone.
Let's take a look now at the leaderboard, because this is our opportunity to see which Group B teams have guaranteed themselves a spot in our grand finals. We believe that Mad Bulls and Ascent have definitely done enough.
Oh, yeah.
Avenger,
100%.
has Na'Vi done enough?
Oh, yeah. And I would say win or die as well. 70 points. I think that's the team to chase, right? I don't think Hal's 55 or Augus's 53 is gonna be enough unless we see absolute insane sponging up at the very top tomorrow. But yeah, I think the kind of cutoff that we're looking at should be the win or die, because Howl, I think 55 is enough. I think it's going to be 60, 65, depending on the sponging. Might be a little bit lower, but 55 is definitely what the other teams, once we get back to the Group A teams tomorrow, should be aiming for. So yeah, that is Group B done and dusted. Super impressive from Mad Bulls, Ascend, and Na'Vi. Na'Vi almost there at the triple digits too. Impressive day for Twisted Minds, no denying that. Also, Bumble Squad pot, they should quite easily be able to get into the grand finals tomorrow here. Only about like 25, 20 points for them, and they should be safe and sound too.
There are only 8 spots available. We would like to think that at least 4 of them have been taken. We'll have to see which other 4 teams face off and get those spots tomorrow when Group A and C compete. But let's talk about win or die, because they were a wild card from Brutality, Mark, and they've had such a good run here, specifically today. And obviously with this performance, potentially guaranteed themselves a spot in the PEC Spring Grand Finals.
Oh, you say run, Sam. I think it's a sprint. They left it to the last couple of games, and I think they needed a couple of words from the casters in the desk to get going. They did kick it into gear. Arguably, this last game was slightly different. They opted to go get the cars and go out towards their normal drop spot, which is North George. They're then playing a little bit of a clash with BBL, and then that was wide. They went all towards the tower, 4 up, but then we see this 3-1 split. A lot of teams in this 2024 season, we're seeing more and more of this. Out of my bad, watching overhead, we see Twisted Minds play in, and Twisted Minds was talking to me, myself and Martin were talking. They opted not to go aggressive. They went down and round. That was the right opportunity for Twisted Minds. The off angle didn't really work out for them. The exploding bikes and flying in. It goes down to hell of my bad. He was just too far away. And with a door pointing towards Twisted Minds, they knew the way to push in, and it was executed to perfection.
Yeah, and in this case here, you have a 4 versus 3. Twisted Minds is just like, there's no betting against them here. They're just going to absolutely rush you. And again, these guys' skill, aim, you're just going to get absolutely destroyed. It was a nice try from them. But again, Winner yesterday, one good game, 15 points, 14 points, I believe it actually was, in the Vikendi game. 25 points total for them, and then they turn up today. Of course, their huge game with 25 points put them into a good spot here, but 45 today and 25 yesterday is going to put them into this 70-point mark here, but super impressive. Twisted Minds, 60 points, just 10 points shy off from Winner 12 points here with just half the games played. They've already looked them in themselves here for the grand finals, I would say, as well, because we know Twisted Minds Day 2, they're going to be absolutely insane.
Twisted Minds will find out tomorrow if they qualify. Win or Die, we'll also find out tomorrow because we'll have to see if 70 points is enough. One team that we know is making it through to the grand finals based on their performance over the last 2 days is Ascend, and we have their coach Kovu with us right now. So congratulations. You must be very happy with your players' performance. I am curious from a coaching point of view, Kovu. You've got lots of experience. You've seen the scene grow for so long. What did you think about the level in the two lobbies today, today and yesterday, the level of gameplay that you saw coming from the region?
It's a really good question. On paper, I had a really different expectation coming into these lobbies. I thought Group A was by far the weakest group. But today felt I don't want to be harsh, but there was a lot of people dying early. There was a lot of teams losing players in phase 1. There was tons of space on edges. We came into a George Bull game on the north side, and we had everything from Everest down to the West Coast Yellows with no competition. I was a little surprised. I thought this lobby today played out a little weird, a little strange, but overall, I think the top teams are kind of where you expect them to be. The question is just what comes below the top 5-6 teams.
Awesome. Good to see you here again, Kova, of course. And congrats on a massive performance here. And as you said,
thank you.
Like, it really comes down to, like, you might have thought how these teams have done in other groups, right? But now that you've played both against Group A and Group C, like, what's your biggest surprise in terms of who you're playing against, in terms of expectations to... Like, did FaZe not do too well yesterday, or did Twisted Mind just do extremely well today? Like, what was your thoughts on kind of the group composition now that you played against both A and B? Or A and C, now that you're in B?
Pleasant surprise, or I mean, unpleasant for me, but good to see, I guess, is Na'Vi. They're super consistent. I wasn't sure how well they were going to do, and it wasn't even that they felt that crazy in fights. Like, we won a few team fights against them very easily, but they still put up a huge amount of kills and a huge amount of points. So they've came out swinging. Same for Mad Bulls. We'll have to wait and see what Foot and FaZe do tomorrow. I think a lot of people have their eyes on them, right? But a bad day can always happen. I think that's
one of the reasons why it's so stacked as well in A. Like, so many people said, whoa, A looks insane.
Yeah, it's big names, but you never know on paper. You just never know in PUBG. It's the same with us trying to predict the cutoff, right? Like, trying to predict if Win or Die is in or not. You just never know what teams are going to do. And sometimes a FaZe is going to pull up with an 80-point day, and sometimes they'll have 23. So you just never really know in PUBG.
Awesome, thanks.
Look, congratulations, obviously, again. It's good to see Ascend rise up, Ascend, and obviously getting yourself in 100 points. Well done. I'm really keen to obviously actually ask you a bit more about coach. Like, what are you going to be doing yourself as a coach, preparing, let's say, pretty much secure for the grand finals? What sort of prep are you going to be doing as a coach for the team now going into the grand finals?
I mean, looking at the other teams, obviously, right? Looking why people are playing the way they're playing and trying to figure out some patterns here or there. We've had annoyances in the past with teams camping us. If you remember, like one of the last PECs where FaZe was trying to camp us almost every game, or this year we have Na'Vi trying to take some loot spots away from us. So we are having to look out and look around. we just gotta clean up some of our like sloppy mistakes, where there's some lack of concentration sometimes, or you know, if somebody doesn't have the right focus at the right time. Your PUBG is super punishing in that, and your game can fall apart instantly. So we're mainly looking to we're looking at us. We're trying to improve ourselves way more than we're looking at other teams. Because if we play our own game, and I think we've shown that this weekend, it should be very doable to get that top 2.
Appreciate the insight.
Thank you for sharing that insight with us. Thank you for putting on an incredible show the last 2 days. Say thanks to your boys for us, and we'll see you in the grand finals.
Thanks for having me. I'm sorry the boys are not here. It's been a very long day. We had the incredible delays at the start, right? Everybody's tired. Everybody wants to go chill. So that's why you have to deal with me.
You're always here to give us content. Thanks for that.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Send us a spring team and they're back to show it.
Hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Good luck, man. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
You mentioned it there. It has been a long day, so a thank you from all of us to you for sticking around, supporting the teams. I loved the fact that everyone was still in the chat for 2 hours, making sure they were ready for all the European action. And of course, there will be more EMEA action tomorrow as we see Group A face off against Group C. Your final opportunity to see the best teams in the region battle it out in the group stages. Don't go anywhere, because very soon you get to watch the American PUBG games take place. They're going to be happening very soon, so make sure that you stick it out, and we will see you tomorrow. Good night.
If you can take the blue side Orko before him, it's better from down. You and Explicit.
Yeah. Should we push the compound, the office?
We probably should if we get a knock.
Leaking from the top pillar there. This is
to
his side.
Yeah, you need to clear this.
The villa, yeah, same thing. I'm coming to Nix's side.
No tag 2, man.
The top guy, I think they get pushed.
No, why do you peek?
Guys, no, wait. I think we're still middle. I'm going middle.
First of all, I need to kill Ace.
I'm needing green.
Yeah, I'm going middle.
Yeah, I'm needing it.
I'll go far right.
I'm gonna play against
Green nade is bad.
Chill.
Let me listen now. I wonder if...
Yeah.
Guys, look at the zone.
Yeah, we can
I
pull
smoke
them
that
out.
window. We can pull them out.
We should not fight them, boys. Listen to me, we should not fight them. We just wanna go under them late and take the zone. Everyone is gonna shoot them when we take the zone in front.
Comes.
Nix, come back, Nix.
Wait. I knock one in the smoke.
Nice.
I'm going to the third, look at. One knock. Quad is 4 man.
Crawl to me.
Quad is 4 man.
I have a smoke. I'm dropping smoke.
In the smokes. Maybe.
This.
Hurt.
Kill him.
Kill in open.
Nice.
Come, crawl to me.
3 OB are now.
Yeah, come on, they fighting.
I'm dropping.
What
They're fighting north side. Knocks are on the other north side, I think.
One flash. We don't know where Howl is.
Hit once.
We hit.
Pop the tire. Knock one.
One active.
It was him, I got knocked from far.
Push him, he's solo.
I flash myself. I throw a bad nade. Let's go above, bro.
Flash.
Full left.
Yeah, we fight left.
I can flash, I have 2 flashes, you have 1.
Let's spot them
Let the
first.
smoke fade, let the smoke fade.
I have no flash,
I
man.
can flash.
Wait. You have nade the smoke.
No, I have no nades, I have flash. I can flash after, I can flash for you. Just let me know
Top right as well.
One top right.
Yeah.
Let me flash. Let me know.
One over the smoke east. One top right.
Flashed.
One on my top.
Nice.
Yeah, I knew it. You see, this guy, like, we should be up, bro.
Maybe.
You missed one guy, it's cool.
But I have an iron sight, I hit him 3 times. I got him.
Catch him, Tia.
One guy in it.
Yeah, just go.
Where did he pull up?
He flipped.
He's on the rope.
We just I full drive by him. Come. Wait, they're here. They're here in the warehouse.
One guy.
Yeah. Oh, one.
He pulled up
out
on
on
the
left.
I'm white.
Yeah.
I knock him.
One on yellow for sure.
Can see this. One my kill.
Nice. Relax and fight together. He's on yellow. Block him there. I'm gonna flank him. He's almost inside yellow.
Far guy inside this house. Orange. Push it.
Okay, one more there.
Yellow one. Blue. Try to net blue.
Fight together. I'm playing safe for this guy.
Okay.
Maybe you have nades so I can push him or no?